Broken-hearted 99 times, I activated the Sea King system. Lanting Hotel. Looking at the people in a private room, Fang Yue was a little confused. Am I still happily enjoying the Summoner's Rift? How come I woke up and sat at a banquet? And the situation in front of me? Waiter, this shark fin is based on the number of people, 2 per person, and 10 Australian abalones and 10 braised sea cucumbers. And Maotai, bring 2 bottles. By the way, for more Huazi, we will pack them up and take them away later. A young woman with heavy makeup and beautiful clothes was flipping through the menu to order dishes. It looked like shark fins and sea cucumbers were free. Could it be that someone was paying for it? Fang Yue subconsciously sat upright, ready to eat at the rich man's expense. However, the next moment. Hey, big money man, we've finished ordering. Is there anything else you want to order? The woman handed over the menu casually, with a barely visible arc at the corner of her mouth, as if she was pitying or mocking. For me? Fang Yue was slightly stunned, and took the menu in a trance. Then, he took a closer look. His eyes suddenly widened. Wow! Fang Yue exclaimed wow. 2 bottles of Maotai, for Huazi, and sea cucumbers and abalone seemed to be free, and they filled the entire paper. Looking at the lower right corner of the menu, the total amount of consumption was as high as 23,817. Are you really eating at a big table here? But what do you mean by giving me the menu? Are you asking me to pay? Fang Yue seemed to have forgotten that he had the same idea of eating at a big table before. He looked up and glanced at the woman, and then looked at the packed seats in the box, and a sense of strangeness arose spontaneously. Is it time travel? Fang Yue's eyebrows twisted slightly, his expression a little unnatural. Damn it! No memory at all. How about I just slip away? Looking at the people in the box, Fang Yue said indifferently, well, that's it. You sit for a while, I'm going to the toilet. Before the woman spoke, Fang Yue got up and left the box. Just after Fang Yue left, the woman looked at Fang Yue's back and said with some gloating, Suman, when are you going to confront Fang Yue? I'm still waiting to see the show. Suman glanced at her unhappily and said helplessly, wait a little longer. I haven't thought it through yet. The woman smiled and took Suman's arm. If you ask me, break up with him as soon as possible after this meal. Given his family situation, it's okay to play with him, but can you really live with him in the future? Suman frowned slightly, but did not refute. The woman was delighted to see this, there is a chance. It's rare that her best friend did not refute. It seems that her admonitions these days have finally worked. In this case, just add more fuel to the fire. The woman secretly pressed a number. Bathroom. Cold tap water splashed on his face. Fang Yue stared at the unfamiliar self in the mirror in a daze. The perfect facial features are like white jade carvings, there is a faint sense of unparalleled heroism between the eyebrows, and the indifference reveals the aloofness that is not inferior to anyone. With his appearance in this life, he is not inferior to those so-called traffic stars at all. It turns out that I really traveled through time. Fang Yue looked at himself in the mirror and muttered to himself. The original body was also called Fang Yue, with the same name as him. The difference is that he is younger and more handsome in this life. It's just that his current situation doesn't seem to be ideal. What's going on? Fang Yue finally found the answer after trying to recall the memory of the original body. It turned out that today was his girlfriend Suman's birthday. The people in the box were his current girlfriend's friends and besties. Everyone made an appointment to come to this star-rated hotel for dinner. That's why there was this scene in front of us. Okay. Birthday party. Fang Yue has no objection. Dinner in the hotel. Fang Yue has no objection either. But what the hell is it that you spend 20,000 yuan on a meal? It's outrageous. What's your family situation? Don't you have any idea in your mind? You can say that you earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands a month. Then you eat this meal, okay. Fang Yue naturally has nothing to say. But you are a student, you don't have any source of income, and your family is not rich, so you dare to eat and drink like this. Who gave you face? Oh, so it's my boyfriend who paid for it. That's fine. Hey, wait. My boyfriend is me. Fang Yue subconsciously took out his phone and checked the balance of his bank card, 2,318.76 yuan. Fang Yue's face darkened. What the hell? All his assets combined are not even enough for this meal, and you still expect me to pay for it. Others are cheating their fathers, but you are cheating your boyfriend. Fang Yue decisively blacklisted this girlfriend he had never met and was ready to run away. However, at this moment, ding! Their host has achieved the achievement of 99 broken hearts, and the Sea King system is officially activated. Option A, escape from the breakup scene, reward song, happy breakup. Option B, return to the box, reward 51% of the shares of Lanting Hotel. Fang Yue raised his head suddenly and said in shock, system. Please make a choice. Fang Yue's eyes flickered for a while, and after a long while, he calmed down. Then he said silently in his heart, system, I choose option B. Ding! Option B reward takes effect. Congratulations to their host for obtaining 51% of the shares of Lanting Hotel. Note, all assets awarded by this system are legal and reasonable, please use them with confidence. The system prompt sound rang in Fang Yue's mind again. Fang Yue couldn't help but cheer silently in his heart. He had dinner at Lanting Hotel himself, so he naturally knew the strength of Lanting Hotel. Lanting Hotel, which has been a 5-star hotel for more than 2 years, is located in the prosperous area of the city's central business district, with convenient transportation, distinctive architectural themes, and unique exterior design. It is one of the image representatives of Shanghai's tourist destinations, with a total market value of several billion. At this moment, Fang Yue has obtained 51% of the shares of Lanting Hotel without any effort, which is simply too cool. The economic crisis was lifted, and Fang Yue's mood was relaxed a lot. Coming out of the bathroom, Fang Yue did not rush back to the box, but instead turned around in the hotel. Their hotel's internal functional layout and decoration are combined with the history, culture and natural environment of Shanghai, which perfectly expresses and sets off its theme atmosphere. In addition to the magnificent porch and entrance, the overall style of the hotel is elegant and luxurious. It is worthy of being the only 5-star hotel in Shanghai, and it really lives up to its reputation. Hey, Fang Yue, why are you still here? It's almost time for dinner, hurry back with me. 2. The flip side. At the entrance of the private room, a tall, well-proportioned girl with a sweet face was scanning the area. Her name was Xie He, and she was Fang Yue's childhood friend. When she spotted Fang Yue in the distance, she smiled brightly, then immediately ran toward him. Fang Yue, why are you still here? Xie He asked. The meal is about to start in the private room. Let us go back together. Naturally, Xie He reached for Fang Yue's arm, her smile never fading. Fang Yue's forehead twitched slightly, feeling a bit awkward. He tried to pull his arm away. Whoosh! After a brief struggle, not only did his arm remain stuck, but Xie He held on even tighter. Ahem, Fang Yue was about to speak. But Xie He quickly interrupted, by the way, Fang Yue, there is something I need to discuss with you. You just moved out from your family, right? You probably don't have much cash on you now. Why don't you use my card for a while? Consider it a loan from me. Xie He looked at him carefully, her eyes flashing with concern, her face expressing both worry and a hint of sweetness, as though afraid he would refuse. Fang Yue was slightly stunned, his mind flashing through several memories. There were many times in the past, during his most difficult moments, when this childhood friend had come to his aid. And the scene just now in the private room hadn't escaped Xie He's attention either. She must have noticed his possible embarrassment when paying and came over with her card to avoid any awkwardness. Thinking of this, Fang Yue felt somewhat moved. His expression softened. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words seemed to be stuck in his throat, and he didn't manage to say anything. In the end, he reached out and gently touched Xie He's long hair. Thank you. The simple words made Xie He's smile bloom like a bright flower, lighting up her face with an angelic glow. Fang Yue couldn't help but think to himself, really, an old simp. Of course, Xie He had no idea what was going through his mind. And even if she did, she probably wouldn't care. What's wrong with being a simp? Who's bothered by it? If I enjoy it, then so what? Who says a simp can't have a good time? Xie He happily shook Fang Yue's arm, took a bank card out of her bag, and slipped it into his pocket. When she saw Fang Yue not resist, her smile grew even brighter. How about we go inside first? Fang Yue awkwardly rubbed his nose and suggested to Xie He, let us go in. It's a bit embarrassing out here. Although he didn't mind being held by her, there was a time and place for everything. They were right at the entrance of the private room, with many people passing by. Facing the curious eyes of the guests, even Fang Yue, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He also seemed to realize this. As soon as she thought about how they were standing at the entrance, attracting all sorts of stares, her face flushed, and she held on even tighter. She almost buried her face into his chest. Seeing His shy demeanor, Fang Yue gently patted her shoulder. The two walked into the private room, one in front and one behind. Come. Here are the famous Australian abalones and braised sea cucumbers from Lanting Hotel. Each dish is worth hundreds of dollars. Everyone, eat up, don't be shy. As soon as Fang Yue entered, he saw the scene before him. The people in the private room were happily devouring the dishes. As soon as the food hit the table, it was all snatched up. It was as if losing even one dish would be a huge loss. No one seemed to notice Fang Yue's presence, let alone care if he was able to eat. In contrast, Fang Yue didn't react much, but he couldn't hold back any longer. Hey! You guys are going too far. The food hasn't even been fully served, and you've already taken it all. Can't you at least wait for everyone to be here? Where's your respect? At the table, a middle-aged man suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with amusement. His name was Shuchang, a colleague of Suman. He shot a cold glance at Fang Yue and he before retorting, "You didn't come back, so what's that got to do with us? The dishes are already on the table. Are we not allowed to eat?" His face scrunched up in frustration, and she was about to say something more. But Fang Yue reached out to stop her. "It's fine, let us sit down first." Fang Yue couldn't care less about the man's rude remarks. His gaze remained calm as he looked at Suman, who was sitting at the center of the table, surrounded by attention like a queen. Suman seemed to ignore everything, sitting quietly with a serene expression. He pouted, clearly unwilling, but didn't say anything further. She simply followed Fang Yue to an empty seat. Soon, a series of colorful and appetizing dishes were brought to the table. However, before the dishes could even reach their intended seats, they were snatched up by the others, their hungry eyes glaring. Fang Yue and he didn't even get a single bite. Compared to the others, the two of them seemed like outsiders. "You guys are too much." He couldn't hold it in anymore. She stood up, furious, but was again stopped by Fang Yue. Seeing the helplessness in His eyes, Fang Yue gently held her hand. "All right, I'll make it up to you after this meal. But for now, just stay with me and enjoy the show." There was a slight chill in Fang Yue's tone, though he didn't notice. Instead, she was distracted by the word compensate, her eyes shining a little brighter. At the other side of the room, Suman was watching everything unfold. Her face turned pale with rage, her fists clenched, nails digging into her palms. Though her feelings for Fang Yue had faded, and she had already planned to break up with him after this meal, she still couldn't stand the sight. How could Fang Yue hold another woman's hand right in front of her? Did he really think she didn't exist? Suman smiled bitterly, about to take action. But just then, a knock was heard at the door. When the door to the private room opened, everyone was shocked to see none other than Zhao Chuander, the manager of Lanting Hotel. Instantly, everyone in the room was stunned. This man was an influential figure in Lanting Hotel. The guests they usually received weren't just company CEOs with assets in the billions or high-ranking government officials. They were the elite. Why would he appear at a gathering of mere small fries like them? Did something happen? Many guests began pondering the situation. But only Fang Yue knew the truth. Zhao Chuander was here for him. After all, Fang Yue controlled 51% of Lanting Hotel's shares, giving him absolute power over the hotel. With a single word from Fang Yue, Zhao Chuander could be removed from his position at any time. Though Fang Yue had no idea how Zhao Chuander knew he was at the hotel, he had to admit one thing. The timing was perfect. 3. Break up, you trashy woman. How was the dining experience for all of you? Are you satisfied with the service? Zhao Chuander calmly walked into the private room. He mingled with the guests, exchanging pleasantries. As he passed by Fang Yue, he suddenly recognized him. The image in his mind matched exactly, and Zhao Chuander's smile became even more respectful. Come, this drink is for all of you. I wish everyone a pleasant time here and a wonderful meal." Zhao Chuander then downed the entire glass of Maotai without hesitation, showing no hint of arrogance as a manager. Brother Zhao, you're too polite. This drink should be from us to you. Xu Chang, with a flushed face, raised his glass and quickly downed it as well. After all, this was the manager of Lanting Hotel giving them a toast. Xu Chang thought this would be something he'd brag about for the rest of his life. Aside from Fang Yue and Xie He, everyone else in the room stood up in turn to accept the toast. All right, I won't disturb you further. Enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call for me. After making his presence known, Zhao Chuander seemed to sense that he couldn't quite figure out the new boss's attitude. So, he decided to step back and wait by the door, ready to follow any further instructions. As for the fact that Fang Yue and Xie He didn't offer him a toast please, when do bosses and their partners toast the employees? That would be ridiculous. Even if Fang Yue had offered him a toast, Zhao Chuander wouldn't have dared to accept it. Of course, in Zhao Chuander's eyes, Fang Yue's actions were totally understandable. But for everyone else, it was a completely different story. What? The manager of Lanting Hotel came to our room to toast. And Fang Yue, you ungrateful person, didn't acknowledge him and even made him leave. Such a lack of gratitude. In an instant, many people began to harbor resentment towards Fang Yue. This included Fang Yue's girlfriend, Su Man. She even began to feel a little relieved that nothing had happened between them. Otherwise, she'd probably regret it deeply by now. Break up. They had to break up. After this meal, once Fang Yue paid the bill, Su Man planned to break up with him. Why didn't she bring it up now? Please, Su Man may be bold, but she's not stupid. Even though she wasn't sure about the market price, she knew that her so-called girlfriends and colleagues were probably all eyeing the expensive dishes. This meal, with its lavish dishes, must have cost at least a few thousand. That was equivalent to 2 or 3 months of her salary. This was unacceptable. Fang Yue had to pay. After all, he was her boyfriend. Isn't it only natural for the boyfriend to pay for his girlfriend's birthday meal? What is there to argue about? At this moment, Su Man completely forgot about wanting to break up with Fang Yue. Or, in her mind, it was just a trivial matter. As a man, isn't it your job to pay for your girlfriend even if she is your ex-girlfriend? What? You want tea? Are you still even a man? Time to strike hard. Once Zhao Chuander left, the atmosphere in the private room fell into an oppressive silence. Soon, everyone had eaten enough. Looking at the messy table, Xu Chang stood up impatiently, and the others, who were also full, followed suit. They were about to leave the room when the waiter at the door approached them with a smile. Excuse me, gentlemen and ladies, may I ask who will be taking care of the bill? The group froze, including Xu Chang and Su Man's friends. What? The bill? Hasn't the bill been paid yet? Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Su Man. Su Man frowned, turned around to look at Fang Yue, and complained. Fang Yue, why haven't you paid yet? Fang Yue. Honestly. He was this close, just this close to laughing at this ridiculous woman. What gives you the right to speak so arrogantly? Do you think I'm your father, and I have to spoil you all the time? Let us be real. Your own birthday party. Do whatever you want, Fang Yue couldn't care less. But it's obvious your financial situation can't support such extravagant spending at a 5-star hotel. And yet, you insist on being vain and pushing your luck. If this were the old Fang Yue, he might be enjoyed it and borrowed the money to pay for her. But now? Sorry. I'm not your dad, and I won't spoil you anymore. Sorry, I have no money. You threw yourself a birthday party and invited your guests, shouldn't it be your responsibility to pay? Moreover, I didn't even get to eat a single bite of food during this whole meal. So there is no reason for me to pay the bill. Fang Yue retorted without hesitation. Su Man was stunned. This couldn't be happening. Why didn't he want to pay? Isn't he supposed to be a man? You have no money. Just borrow it. And by the way, you're my boyfriend. Isn't it natural for a boyfriend to pay for his girlfriend? Su Man weakly continued, as for you not eating anything, that is not my fault. Isn't the problem with you? Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Fang Yue was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled. Yes, the problem is with me. I should reflect on how to be as shameless as you. Silence. The room went dead quiet. Su Man's face visibly darkened with every passing second. Fang Yue's ultimate sarcasm hit her square in the face. Okay. I'll tell you, Fang Yue, you either pay the bill or we break up. Consider it as if I were blind and made a mistake with you. Fang Yue sneered. Break up, you trashy woman. You really think I'm a fool? You and Zhao Lei, do you really think no one knows about your dirty little affair? Suman was struck as if hit by lightning, completely frozen. No, it's not like that, Fang Yue, listen to me, I can explain. However, Fang Yue wasn't going to give her that chance. He didn't want to look at this ridiculous woman for even another second. Even one more second would make him sick. Fang Yue gave a cold glance to the others, then took Xie He's hand and turned to leave the room. As he passed Zhao Chuander, he paused for a moment, giving him a meaningful look. I think you should know how to handle this. If you can't manage this, don't ever show up in my line of sight again. Got it. 4. Who can pay the bill? Zhao Chuander's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He bent down subconsciously and said yes repeatedly. I felt a sense of panic inside. Damn it. I was wrong. The flattery hit the horser's leg. He never thought that this woman could be so stupid. How dare you anger Mr. Fang? Even just for the money of a meal. Then he thought back to how he had been clapping his hands wildly in the box, unaware of the situation. Zhao Chuander felt bitter inside. Now that's good. I originally thought that I could leave a good impression on my boss and get the opportunity to get a promotion and a raise. As for now, I'm probably lucky to be able to keep my job. Zhao Chuander couldn't help but complain in his heart, and even his eyes were filled with resentment. Of course, he was not targeting Fang Yue, and he did not dare to blame Fang Yue. After all, the fault in this matter was indeed his. So, he vented all his anger and fear on Suman and his group. Mr. Fang, please rest assured that I will handle this matter properly. Zhao Chuander bowed humbly, his movements and expression filled with awe and fear. It also reveals an expression of gratitude and flattery. After all, in his opinion, Mr. Fang Yue was willing to let him handle the matter personally. No doubt they saw his ability and gave him a chance to atone for his sins. This made Zhao Chuander excited. Although he had done stupid things before and left a bad impression on Mr. Fang. But as long as he can successfully complete the task assigned by Mr. Fang, he didn't dare to ask for anything else, but to keep his job in the hotel. There should be a way to do it, right? Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Zhao Chuander's eyes. Dozens of plans flashed through my mind quickly. Whether you can keep your job depends on this. Zhao Chuander clenched his fists tightly. At the same time, their head was buried lower. I don't know how much time passed. When Zhao Chuander raised his head again, Fang Yue was gone. It looks like he has been gone for a while. Zhao Chuander breathed a sigh of relief. A smile returned to his face. Looking at the group of people at the door of the box. A cold light flashed in Zhao Chuander's eyes. He hooked his finger at the security captain behind him. A dozen burly security guards rushed into the box and lined up with their hands behind their backs. At this time, Zhao Chuander still had a smile that showed a hint of professional ethics. But anyone can feel their hostility hidden beneath his smile. Sorry to bother you all. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon after we separated. Zhao Chuander looked at Suman and her group without a smile, and his heart gradually became lively. What to do with them? Zhao Chuander naturally had a perfect plan in his mind. Hello, Manager Zhao. I have heard of you for a long time. We just met in the box. My name is Xu Chang, and I am Miss Su's colleague. Xu Chang started chatting with Zhao Chuander with a flattering look on his face. Obviously he wanted to take this opportunity to make friends with the manager of Lanting Hotel. However, it is obvious that Xu Chang is just being too sentimental. Do you really think that Zhao Chuander is easy to talk to? If their boss wasn't in there, why would he be so polite to these sycophants? Zhao Chuander simply ignored him and glanced at him coldly. He turned his eyes to the dining table and glanced at the leftovers on the table. Everyone, I just came to see if I have been inadequate in my hospitality. I hope you can forgive me. Also, which guest is paying for this hotel consumption? After hearing this, the group of people who were originally watching the show suddenly stopped talking. Everyone turned their eyes to Suman. After all, the other party invited them to dinner. Although the dishes they ordered were indeed a little more than 100 million renminbi and a little more expensive. But so what? This is not an excuse for her to run away from the bill. It's impossible to let these guests pay for it, right? Several male colleagues' faces turned cold, and they subconsciously tightened the cigarettes in the plastic bags in their hands. And those so-called besties also had puzzled expressions on their faces, and they took a few steps back without making a sound. Zhao Chuander looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It seems that he may not need to take any action today. Someone will be able to leave an unforgettable memory. When Suman saw this, her face changed drastically. She forced herself to calm down and tried to act as if she didn't care. She couldn't have imagined that things would develop to this point. First, Fang Yue ran away without paying the bill and broke up with her. Then, Zhao Chuander came to collect the payment and asked her to pay it. I just wanted to have a happy birthday, why did I run into so much trouble? It's all Fang Yue's fault. If it weren't for him refusing to pay the bill and running away. And so many things that happened later wouldn't have happened. Suman's resentment began to grow and grow wildly. His resentment towards Fang Yue also grew even greater. But she quickly adjusted herself, raised her head again, and said confidently, "Hello, Manager Zhao. This is what happened. So the person who should have paid the bill was my boyfriend Fang Yue. But he just ran away. That's the one who just walked past you. So, I suggest that your hotel should arrest Fang Yue and let him pay the bill instead of blocking us here." Suman denounced with righteous words. It was as if Fang Yue was really an unforgivable bastard. Zhao Chuander watched Suman's performance quietly. There was no ripple in my heart. The smile on his face gradually faded. "Stop joking, Miss Su." At this moment, Suman's best friend also came over. He turned to look at Zhao Chuander and said, "This is true, Manager Zhao. I can testify for her. Today is Suman's birthday. As Suman's boyfriend, isn't it only natural for Fang Yue to pay for it?" Zhao Chuander's face turned dark and he glared at his best friend unhappily. "Didn't you see I was negotiating with Miss Su? You have no right to speak. You really have no vision. Ms. Su, what is your relationship with Mr. Fang?" Suman was stunned. What does he mean by asking this? Could it be that? Suman Luan thought of what happened in the box before. Fang Yue ignored Zhao Chuander's matter. Could it be that Zhao Chuander holds a grudge against this and wants to use this as an opportunity to take revenge on Fang Yue? Suman was delighted. It seems that there is hope that Zhao Chuander will hunt down Fang Yue and let Fang Yue pay the bill. Then she had an idea and said righteously, "Actually, this is the case, Manager Zhao. Although Fang Yue and I were friends before, we have now completely broken up. So if you plan to arrest Fang Yue, it's best to leave immediately. You don't need to consider my face. We must not let this scumbag who eats and dine for free get away with it. He must be severely punished." When Zhao Chuander heard this, his eyes widened. As if struck by lightning, he stared at Suman in a daze. "You want me to arrest my boss?" Fortunately, when Zhao Chuander visited his uncle's house before, he learned from his uncle that the owner of Lanting Hotel had changed. Otherwise, relying solely on the one-sided words of these people, it is possible that you might be fooled. When he thought of this, Zhao Chuander couldn't help but feel even more fortunate and regretful. What? How could that loser Fang Yue be the owner of Lanting Hotel? How could he be the owner of Lanting Hotel? Xu Chang suddenly stood up, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and barked. "If that guy is really the owner of the Lanting Hotel, I'll take his last name. Manager Zhao, are you mistaken?" Seeing this, the colleague stabbed him again. That's right. If Fang Yue, that stinky loser, had money, how could he run away from the bill? Everyone here knows that he is just a dog beside Suman. 5. Face. Upon hearing the news, the box became lively. Even the guests who were having dinner in the restaurant not far away were attracted by the scene. The legendary boss behind the Lanting Hotel? He actually has time to show up in the hotel today. Is there some hidden story that is unknown to us? Many people showed interest. Of course, the one who was most excited about this was not anyone else. It was Fang Yue's ex-girlfriend, Suman. She didn't want to believe a single word Zhao Chuander said. She is the person who knows Fang Yue best. In her previous memory, Fang Yue was handsome and had a good figure. But in terms of family background, they are just a middle-class family, not wealthy. Not even much better than the average loser. How could he suddenly become the owner of Lanting Hotel overnight? Except for Suman, everyone in the box maintained almost the same attitude. Xu Chang was even more disdainful. Manager Zhao, you didn't recognize the wrong person, did you? You know, Fang Yue can't even afford a birthday present for his girlfriend, so how can he be the owner of your hotel? Hearing this, a sneer appeared on Zhao Chuander's lips, and his heart was calm. Take in everyone's expressions. Speak from the heart. If the scene wasn't inappropriate, he would have wanted to slap each of these idiots. Zhao Chuander listened to the conversation between Mr. Fang and them just now. You said you want others to treat you, but you should at least pretend to be polite, right? What's the result? What an attitude everyone has. It's as if someone owes you something. Is it food that you should eat? Not to mention his big boss, Fang Yue, a top billionaire. Even Zhao Chuander felt annoyed after hearing this. No wonder Mr. Fang always breaks up with this woman. Any normal man would feel disgusted if he met a woman like this. Of course, except for the liquors. Maybe he will still be happy in his heart. However, considering that Suman is Mr. Fang's ex-girlfriend after all. Although the two have broken up, there is no guarantee that Fang will not still miss the old relationship. Zhao Chuander frowned, secretly trying to figure out Fang Yue's attitude and instructions. So he said to Suman, Mr. Fang's identity is not something you can question. Also, I have some understanding of the conversation between you and Mr. Fang. Zhao Chuander's tone was unfriendly at the moment, and then his voice became sharp. Since you're planning to let Mr. Fang treat you, you should at least pretend to be polite, right? What's your attitude? It's as if others owe you something. Zhao Chuander showed his majesty. Suman's face turned pale. He stood there stiffly like a telephone pole, motionless. For a moment, I didn't know what to do and felt uneasy. Even now, she still couldn't believe the fact that Fang Yue was the owner of the Lanting Hotel. If she had known earlier that Fang Yue was the boss of Lanting Hotel, she would never have proposed breaking up. It's all my fault for believing my best friend's slander. Otherwise, I would be the proprietress of Lanting Hotel now. It's a pity that it's too late to say this now. Fang Yue has already slammed the door and left. I can only ask Fang Yue to explain it later. Zhao Chuander looked at Suman and his group with relish. Without giving them a chance to explain, he continued calmly. Although our boss is generous and won't argue with you. But as an employee under the boss, as a part of the hotel, I can't pretend I didn't see it. Suman finally couldn't help but say. Stop talking. Isn't it just a meal? Is it that serious? It's not like we're not paying. According to what you said, Fang Yue is the boss of the hotel. If I treat my girlfriend to a meal, shouldn't Fang Yue pay for it? Sisters, you agree, right? All the girlfriends and colleagues present looked at each other, not daring to look up. He looked like he didn't want to get involved. Especially the female best friend who had previously advised Suman to break up. If there is a ranking of people who burn bridges after crossing them, her best friend would definitely be at the top of the list. Fearing that Fang Yue would hold him accountable later, he naturally dared not say a word. Outside the box, a group of well-dressed young people gathered around. The gossip fire in my heart is burning. Dude, what's going on in this box? I heard that someone used the name of an ex-girlfriend to trick the boss of Lanting Hotel into treating us to a meal. Yes, that woman's name is Suman. I just heard it. Hiss. Is this woman mentally ill? If I were the owner of the Lanting Hotel, I would definitely not let Zhao Chuander be so polite. Why not just call the police and let the court make the decision? Why did it become like this? If I were the owner of the Lanting Hotel, I wouldn't have the time to care about such trivial matters. Don't dream. You're not the boss, so don't talk nonsense. I think you'd be a good candidate to be a big boss of a Shaw County hotel. Suman stared at her best friend who had previously advised her to break up, wanting to seek help. Qin Yang, please say something. Suman's face was as pale as paper, and she stared at her best friend. Seeing that her best friend looked embarrassed, she kept silent. Suman's chest heaved and his face turned ashen. I almost got hurt from being angry. Break off the friendship. Must break off the friendship. Who are you going to associate with? When we have nothing to do, we are good sisters and best friends. After this incident, everyone pretended to be dead. However, it's not just Suman. Zhao Dequan's forehead was flushed and his eyes were red. I have worked at Lanting Hotel for many years and have seen some shameless people. But I have never seen such a shameless person. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Dequan raised his eyelids and loosened his tie with one hand, looking even colder than before. No need to say more, as the manager of Lanting Hotel, I naturally have my own way of dealing with people. Then he looked at Xu Chang in the corner of the box. Oh, I almost forgot, there is also this gentleman, I can tell you clearly. Fang Yue, President Fang, is the biggest boss in our Lanting Hotel who has absolute control over the company. Everyone here, come to our hotel for dinner, of course you are all welcome. But after eating, you refuse to pay the bill and ask me to force our boss to pay for it. TSK, 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 if you say something like that, I'm afraid it will make people laugh out loud. Upon hearing this, Xu Chang lowered his head in embarrassment. Then he pretended not to hear and began to look around. My heart felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through it, and my face looked ashen. How is this possible? At this time, Zhao Chuander had a cold face and spoke loudly. One is disrespect, starting the meal before their host returns. The second disrespect, the food was snatched away before it even hit the table. 3 disrespects, not only did he choose the expensive dishes, but he also took a few Chinese noodles and took them away. If you can do something useful, would our boss Fang Yue, a top-tier billionaire, care about this little money? That's all the talk. Everyone knows that Fang Yue is indeed the biggest boss of the Lanting Hotel. They looked at each other, feeling extremely frustrated. At this time, the best friend could no longer sit still next to Suman. He frowned and continued to persuade Suman. Suman, why don't you go and apologize to Mr. Fang? Maybe if he's in a better mood, he'll waive our meal expenses. That's right. Mr. Fang is such a big shot. Having dinner with you is already a great honor for you. Why would you want a bicycle? If you don't go and apologize, you'll have to pay the bill now. What several colleagues and close friends said was simply heartbreaking. You guys. When Suman heard this, her regret turned into hatred. What I regret is that I shouldn't have listened to my best friend and broken up with Fang Yue. What I hate is the friendships among these colleagues and best friends, which are like a balloon that can be easily broken. However, Xu Chang and others were already feeling deep regret. I think what she said makes sense. A good man never suffers a loss. Suman, why don't you call Mr. Fang and apologize? But everyone knew, and Suman knew it too. She had already tried to call Fang Yue. However, a few seconds after the dial button was pressed, a prompt tone indicated that the other party had blacklisted the call. The situation is probably already decided at this moment. Even if Suman is willing, she is powerless. 6. Human heart. Outside the box, the discussion among the spectators was still heated. Didn't you hear? The manager just said that the entire Lanting Hotel belongs to Mr. Fang. Didn't they just casually wipe out the small amount of money they paid for the meal? Let me be fair. Judging from the way these people act, anyone would be disgusted by this, not to mention that the person they cheated was actually the owner of the Lanting Hotel. If this had happened in the past, with manager Zhao's temper, wouldn't he have skinned them alive long ago? If you say so, doesn't Suman need to find a corner to laugh secretly for a while? Can you please talk less? I'm almost deaf from all the noise. We are about to get to the most exciting part, so just enjoy the show. You can't shut up about such a big melon. At the door of the box, a dozen burly security guards saw the situation and began to make moves. The security service of their Lanting Hotel is well known in Shanghai. After all, when you are famous, you are prone to gossip, especially those in the catering industry like them, who will naturally pay more attention to the security of their hotel. And the security benefits offered by their Lanting Hotel. Almost 5 times the market price. It is definitely the highest salary in the industry. Therefore, their hotel security guards naturally work harder. This goes on and on. As a result, people who dare to fight, make trouble, and act like a spoiled brat in the hotel are almost extinct. As for those who dare to dine and dine for free, har, that's naturally less. Look, today, a group of fools who don't know how to live or die finally came. Not only did they try to escape the bill, but they even had the guts to put the blame on their boss. Isn't he this performance that comes right to your door? If we can capture them, it not only maintains the order of the hotel, but also protects the boss's reputation. By then, you will definitely get a promotion and a raise, and reach the peak of your life. Only a fool would not be willing. Thinking of this, a dozen burly men stared at Suman and his group with sharp eyes. Like a hungry tiger, there was greed in his eyes. It seemed as if he was eager for Suman and her group to escape from their hotel. Only in this way can they have the opportunity to perform. A group of colleagues behind Suman also have the same idea. They were eager to leave their hotel. After all, it is no longer realistic to expect Fang Yue to pay the bill. So the task of paying the bill naturally fell on Suman. If Suman had the money to pay, that would be fine. But what if she has no money, or not enough money? Borrow money from them. Lend your own money to Suman to pay the bill? Put yourself in their shoes. If you were in this situation, you would definitely not pay it back if you borrowed it. After all, why should you pay back the money you borrowed with your own ability? All of a sudden, everyone began to get restless. Stay away from me. I grabbed this spot first. If there's any movement inside, I'll be the first to rush in. Who the hell squeezed you? This place is so small, where the hell can I go? You? Zhao Chuander glanced and saw that no one had come forward to pay the bill. I am completely disappointed with this group of people. So he took out his cell phone and pretended to call the police. Then he stared at Suman and others with expressionless impatience. I have said everything I need to say. Either you pay me now, or I will call 110 and let the police handle this matter. It's up to you to choose how to deal with it. Suman's face turned pale when she heard this. She slowly turned around and looked at everyone, wanting to ask for help. As a result, her so-called colleagues and good girlfriends all turned a blind eye to the matter, and some even pretended to answer the phone and tried to slip away. But he was stopped by security. Ladies, please stay. The security guard who was assigned closest to the door finally played his role and rushed forward to stop the incident. You can't leave now. Several colleagues tried to remain calm. Why don't you let us go? We were only invited here for dinner. Or someone could pay the bill first, otherwise we will have to resort to legal means. When everyone saw this, they all froze like eggplants hit by frost. I came here with good intentions to help Suman celebrate. Not only was Zhao Chuander pouring cold water on him first, but now even his personal freedom is restricted and he can't leave even if he wants to. The resentful eyes of the people in the box were all focused on Suman. Suman was very disappointed at this moment, and shouted in a nearly crazy voice, "Great, really great, you are worthy of being my best friend. You were on the same side with me just now, why are you all silent now? No problem, I, Suman, will buy this order today, but I will remember what happened today." Suman was so angry that she laughed. Although I didn't want to pay, I had to give in and bow my head when I saw the situation in front of me. Zhao Chuander then called the waiter in charge of this private room through their hotel's service system. "Hello, Manager Zhao." The waiter was very respectful when he met Manager Zhao, his eyes full of respect. It can also indirectly show the importance of Zhao Chuander in the hearts of hotel employees. "Hello, the total amount of consumption is 23,817 yuan. Suman took the bill and was stunned. "Wait. Did you guys calculate it wrong? How could there be so many? I want to recalculate it." Zhao Chuander smiled and handed the bill back to the waiter. "Help this lady to calculate it again carefully." This calculation took noticeably longer. Although everyone felt a little more relaxed at this moment, it was not much better. For example, the phone call in Shuchine has not been put down yet. Then the waiter exhaled and said, "Hello, I have recalculated and calculated the exact total amount of consumption, which is 23,817 yuan. Suman was stunned as she stared at the bill. She never expected that a meal would be so expensive. Of course, this also included the black plastic bags carried by several colleagues. And the contents of the bag were the few Chinese noodles that I ordered earlier. Zhao Chuander saw all of this. At this moment, Suman felt as if she was struck by lightning. They were just having a meal, why was it so expensive? Not to mention Fang Yue, even she herself wanted to run away. Suman noticed Zhao Chuander's eyes, and when their eyes were about to meet, she instantly looked away, just to ease her own embarrassment. However, she could sense mockery, sarcasm, and amusement in the other person's eyes. Zhao Chuander put one foot on the chair, looking like he owned the mountain. Obviously, he wanted to carry out the boss's highest instructions to the end. No more pretending. Showdown. Just want to mess with you. You dine and don't pay, and you're also messing with my boss. Isn't he the saying true? To deal with this kind of person, you have to kill him while he is weak. 7. Is it realistic? Ms. Su, in fact, the ending of many things has been determined since Mr. Fang walked out of the box. Although I don't know what happened between you two, but you broke up with such an outstanding man. I'm really curious, what kind of amazing man will your next boyfriend be? Zhao Chuander stared at Sun Man with a smile on his face, and kept outputting things. Suman frowned, pursed her lips and turned her head away. She felt very aggrieved, but couldn't refute. Suman suddenly turned around and looked at Zhao Chuander with a pitiful look. She stared at Zhao Chuander blankly, and pleaded as politely as possible, "Manager Zhao, I am still Fang Yu's girlfriend after all. Why don't you owe me today's meal and I will pay you back in a few days?" "Stop. Stop. Please don't. I'm just a small hotel manager, I can't stand your torment." Zhao Chuander decisively interrupted Suman's next words, called the security guard over, and prepared to call the police. "No, no. Manager Zhao, please give me some more time." The negotiations between the two parties were fruitless, and more people gathered around, with many pointing fingers in their direction. This moment was simply the most unforgettable moment in Suman's life. She was so embarrassed in public that she wished she could dig a hole in the ground and escape at the speed of light. However, a colleague behind her suddenly exploded. "Suman, are you able to do this? We all came here to help you celebrate your birthday out of kindness, but now you're acting like we've done something wrong." "That's right. It's your birthday, but you asked us to pay. How can you be so embarrassed? Really?" Hearing this, Suman became even sadder. There was silence for a moment. Suman was about to speak when she suddenly heard someone coming out to help her out. Hearing this, Suman's lips curled up slightly with a smile. "Sure enough, there are still people willing to help me. Although what you said is true, Suman also has her own difficulties. Don't say such absolute things. After all, today is her birthday. Have you ever considered her feelings? Suman Hua has helped you up to this point, but I just received a call from my aunt, my grandma is in the hospital." Hearing this, Suman's lips, which had just raised slightly, suddenly froze. "I have to rush over now, maybe I can see my grandma one last time. Can you think of a solution? If not, how about we call the police and ask them to arrest Fang Yue? If I wait any longer, I'm afraid something serious will happen. I really need to leave." By the time she finished speaking, Suman's teeth were almost broken, and the last straw in her heart had disappeared. At the same time, Zhao Chuander was also shocked. Where the hell did this shocking sand sculpture come from? It's been said for a century, Mr. Fang's hotel. Mr. Fang is the boss. He asked his boss to pay the bill right in front of him. I really wonder if all the delicacies she ate went into Gary. Zhao Chuander originally wanted to ask the security guard to arrest the man directly, but unexpectedly, someone else came to help him in the blink of an eye. Suman clearly invited them to come for dinner, but it turned out like this. That's right. If you can't afford to pay, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Suman couldn't help but frown, feeling a little torn. As a party involved, things have developed to this point. She naturally has to shoulder a great responsibility. But, God knows. At first she had never thought that things would turn out like this. Originally, she just said hello to her best friend and asked her to accompany her to celebrate her birthday. Then my bestie's boyfriend found out and said he planned to come along. Suman thought that having one more person, and him being her best friend's boyfriend, wasn't a big deal. So she agreed. But later, someone leaked the news. Her colleagues at the company also found out about her birthday. Dozens of colleagues from the company came to have a free meal, which eventually led to such a large number of people. Suman is the kind of person who is more vain. I thought that my boyfriend always responded to my requests and took good care of me, so I thought I could show off in front of my friends and girlfriends. So she didn't refuse. I never expected it to turn out like this. If she had known this, she shouldn't have called anyone. This was supposed to be a sweet gathering for her and Fang Yue. In the end, it turned out like this, it really is. Suman felt the contentious looks from the guests passing by. His face became increasingly gloomy. I gradually became irritable inside. When she heard a passing lady snort with disdain, she finally couldn't control herself anymore and exploded completely. Stop talking. All right. Pay the bill. Isn't it okay for me to pay for it? Suman gritted her teeth and roared, as if she wanted to vent all the anger and dissatisfaction in her heart. But as soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. You know your own business. At this moment, she had very little money in her pocket. How could one possibly afford this astronomical banquet costing over 20,000 yuan? What does she buy? Suman held the phone in a daze and was silent for a long time. Finally, she opened her mobile banking card and found only 3,000 yuan in it. So she reluctantly maxed out 2 credit cards with a limit of $10,000 each. Finally, he opened a loan platform and operated it like a tiger. After 10 minutes, only 2,000 yuan of loan was borrowed. Then Suman was seen squeezing out a few words from between her teeth. Manager Zhao, pay the bill. Okay, Miss Su, it's my pleasure to serve you. Zhao Chuander gave the waiter a look. Soon, the sensible waiter quickly took out the payment code, as if he was afraid that the money he had collected with great difficulty would disappear again. When Suman confirms payment is complete, her best friends gathered behind her and comforted her. Suman, it's not that we didn't want to help you just now, it's just that today is not a good day, and we don't have much money on us, so we can't help you even if we want to. Yes, and although you paid for this meal, this is your boyfriend Fang Yue's property. After all this, didn't it end up in your hands? The person who said this was none other than Suman's good sister. She was the good sister who just shouted that she wanted to go to the hospital to see grandma for the last time. Well, I just received another call saying that the hospital had recognized the wrong person, so. Hearing this, Suman gritted her teeth and clenched her fists until they made a crackling sound. If she hadn't cared about her ladylike image, she would have even wanted to jump up and punch the other person in the face. Do you really take me for a fool? Suman was so angry that her teeth were itching in her heart, but on the surface she appeared calm and pretended not to care. At this time, other people also came to comfort her and give her advice. However, the core of the topic has unknowingly changed from finding Fang Yue to get the money back to winning over Mr. Fang and making him change his mind. 8. Liars are puppies. The other side. After Fang Yue and Xie He left, the two went to another private room in the hotel. Reordered a menu. Dozens of minutes later, simple yet exquisite dishes were served. Mr. Fang, please enjoy your meal. If you have no other instructions, I will not disturb you two from eating. If Mr. Fang needs anything, please let me know. I'll be waiting outside the door. Lobby manager Zhang Changjiang stood respectfully behind Fang Yue, half-bowed. His expression was fawning and his eyes were full of excitement and awe. Just now in the hall, Zhang Changjiang learned from Zhao Chuander that the Mr. Fang in front of him was actually the major shareholder of Lanting Hotel. With a net worth of billions, he is a true billionaire. Zhao Chuander instructed him to serve Mr. Fang well and not to make any mistakes or show any disrespect. Otherwise, my career as a lobby manager would be over. Zhang Changjiang has been working in the Lanting Hotel for many years, so he naturally understands that what Zhao Chuander said is true. For these wealthy people, they don't even need to do it themselves. Sometimes, just a word or a look will naturally lead to countless people willing to do it for you. He never doubted the terrifying power in the hands of these big shots. So Zhang Changjiang stated on the spot that he would definitely treat Mr. Fang as his own father. We must make Mr. Fang satisfied. Of course, he also has his own little thoughts. Such big shots are rare. If I can really serve them well, then getting a promotion and a raise in salary will only be a matter of a word from these big shots, right? Therefore, Zhang Changjiang works extra hard. Look, from the time Fang Yue and his friends ordered the food to the time it was served, less than a quarter of an hour had passed. All the dishes have been served. Let us not talk about anything else for now, just based on this ability to do things. It was enough to make Fang Yue look sideways. Yes, that's thoughtful. Fang Yue exclaimed in praise, expressing his affirmation of Zhang Changjiang's ability. Thank you, Mr. Fang, for your kindness. Then Mr. Fang, please have your meal first. I won't disturb you too. Zhang Changjiang showed a look of delight, then bowed respectfully and left the box. Fang Yue, have you really figured it out? In the box, Xie He stuck out her tongue because of the spiciness and drank some water. She took 2 sips of cool air and suddenly asked. Fang Yue picked up a piece of Xie He's favorite beef meatball and put it in her bowl. He smiled and said, yes, what I said before was all true. It was not just a momentary anger. Reborn and accidentally activated the system. Fang Yue knew that he had the advantage of being reborn. What kind of woman do you want? even to say something impolite. As long as he is willing to reveal his behind-the-scenes identity as the owner of the Lanting Hotel, countless people will immediately come to flatter him. What kind of girlfriend can't be found? But why bother? After all, he is not the right person. And the right person is sitting in front of him right now, having dinner with him, so why bother thinking about other things and adding to his troubles? He was delighted. She blinked her eyes and looked at Fang Yue staring at her. Her heart trembled. Then she blurted out, "Fang Yue, how about you be my boyfriend?" As soon as she said this, he regretted it. Her cheeks were flushed and she didn't dare to look at Fang Yue. Then she lowered her head and explained weakly, "Well, actually my mother is urging me to get married, so I came to ask for your opinion." It's not what you think. In an instant, he realized that something was wrong again. My mother is urging me to get married, so I'm here to ask for your advice. What kind of magical logic is this? Isn't it obvious? Are you willing to be my boyfriend? Oh my god. What happened to me today? I kept talking nonsense. Looking at his flustered and shy appearance, Fang Yue felt his heart melt instantly. This is too cute. I want to die. Fang Yue held his left hand and rubbed her hair with his right hand. Smiling, he said, "So, may I have the honor of inviting you to be my girlfriend?" His face showed a smile of surprise. "Really?" Fang Yue stretched out his hand. "Don't believe me, pinky promise." He really stretched out her hand and shook hands with Fang Yue seriously, saying, "A liar is a puppy." Fang Yue took his soft little hand, his heart filled with beautiful emotions. He swept away the depression in his heart and said with a smile, "Okay." As the relationship between the two was officially finalized, his tense mood instantly relaxed a lot. A bright smile appeared between her eyebrows, and her little hand grabbed Fang Yue's arm. Happy to accept the food from Fang Yue. Before long, the food was gone. The two walked out of the box and were about to return. A burly middle-aged man jogged over, with tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. This person was Zhao Chuander, who had just dealt with a dispute over a bill runner. Hearing that Fang Yue was still in the hotel, he hurried over to report the mission status to his leader. "Da. Da." Zhao Chuander knocked twice on the box door gently like a mouse. That sound wasn't as loud as knocking a bowl with chopsticks. "Come in." Fang Yue was a little unhappy. I just sorted out the vocabulary in my mind and was ready to say some cheesy love words to He. Which light bulb has grown legs and comes over to interrupt me? Zhao Chuander pushed open the door and first stuck half of his head out to take a look. Seeing Fang Yue staring at him, he smiled awkwardly and walked into the private room, nodding every few steps. "Is the matter settled?" Fang Yue guessed Zhao Chuander's purpose and spoke straight to the point. Zhao Chuander turned his head repeatedly, gave a thumbs up, and had a flattering look on his face, as if saying, "Mr. Fang is indeed a master of foresight," etc. Zhao Chuander was speaking with great emotion, using gestures and actions to recreate his heroic appearance just now. Suddenly, Fang Yue coughed. "Okay, I understand." The tone was calm and casual, even a little impatient. Mr. Fang seemed a little unhappy. "Are you dissatisfied with the outcome?" Zhao Chuander glanced at He who was standing opposite Fang Yue again. "I suddenly realized that I might have appeared at the wrong time. Well, I have something else to deal with outside. I'll go take care of it first and report back to you later." Zhao Chuander wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How come he, who is usually very good at dealing with people, keeps making such low-level mistakes today? Fang Yue felt uncomfortable when he saw Zhao Chuander's embarrassed look and waved his hand with some disgust. "At the moment I am developing a relationship with my current girlfriend. You came over and kept nagging me, always mentioning my ex-girlfriend. What a bummer. No sense at all." Fang Yue calmed down a little when he saw he was there. He waved to Zhao Chuander and said, "You go and do your work first." Zhao Chuander left the room and closed the door carefully, fearing that any noise would disturb the boss's interest. A trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes. "The manager here seems to be afraid of you." Fang Yue didn't know how to explain it. "Let me tell you the story. The system gave me 51% of the shares of Lanting Hotel. I guess he would be considered a psychopath. Maybe I'm so handsome that people can't help but feel in awe of me. Well, that should be it." Fang Yue made up an excuse, smoothed his hair at the temples, and made a common conceited gesture. I don't believe you. Xie He put down the braised pig's trotter in her hand, wiped her mouth, and asked very seriously. I'm your girlfriend now. Fang Yue also nodded seriously. Xie He slowly stood up, walked to Fang Yue, and stretched out her fair and tender little hand. The rest of my life, please give me your guidance. 9. Pretty boy. At first glance, the dialogue sounds a bit childish. But after hearing Xie He's words, Fang Yue actually felt a refreshing sense of enjoyment. Go online less and spend more time with your boyfriend. Fang Yue touched Xie He's head, his eyes full of doting. Don't touch my head, or you won't grow taller. Xie He complained, but her face showed a look of joy as if a long-cherished wish had been fulfilled. It's still early, are you free later? I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to invite my boyfriend to go shopping with me. Xie He's face turned slightly red, and her bright eyes flickered as if they were filled with tiny stars. Looking at Fang Yue with anticipation. Fang Yue frowned in shock, feeling helpless and a little sad. I didn't feel that much before. Only now did he realize that his original body's brain was indeed on his face. He doesn't want to give up his gentle and virtuous childhood sweetheart. But he found such a vain white lotus. Really? Fang Yue didn't know what to say. He gently put his arm around Xie He's waist. His head sank slightly, and the bridge of his nose pushed aside a few strands of black hair and pressed against her fair forehead. What do you think? Just say it directly if you have something to say. Why do we need to be so reserved? Also, don't feel like you owe me anything. If you do, it must be that I owe you. Xie He's face suddenly turned red. She mustered up the courage to look at Fang Yue, but her voice was weak and timid. I'm afraid I'll bother you. Is this really appropriate? Fang Yue smiled slightly, then suddenly knelt on one knee, with his right hand on his chest, like a knight meeting a princess. My noble princess, please feel free to give yourself to me tonight. Without waiting for Xie He to respond. Or rather, before Xie He, who was daydreaming, could come to her senses. Fang Yue had already held Xie He's hand, and the two of them walked out of the box holding hands. Fang Yue walked all the way to their hotel entrance before he suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Xie He. Looking at the latter's rosy face and chest heaving due to heavy breathing. Tired. Xie He bent down, obviously too tired to speak, but shook her head stubbornly. Fang Yue said nothing more. He simply put Xie He's arm on his shoulders and picked her up horizontally. There are so many people on the street. Xie He's face turned even redder and she lowered her head shyly. Fang Yue remained unmoved and stared at Xie He without blinking. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Just when Fang Yue thought that he was deeply in love and couldn't control himself. An angry curse sounded from behind. Don't get in the way. Can't you see I'm going over there? A man in leather riding a motorcycle, with a defiant look on his face and vulgar words. Xie He in his arms shuddered, lowered her head weakly, and clutched the corner of Fang Yue's clothes. Fang Yue was also stunned. He first comforted Xie He gently. Then he turned and looked at the street. In an instant, a hint of coldness flashed in Fang Yue's eyes, and his anger grew. Am I in your way? I'm clearly standing on the sidewalk, how come I'm in your way? The leather jacket man snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Brother, I just love running on the sidewalk, what's wrong with that? Why, you have an objection? How about coming and fighting with your brother? As he spoke, the man in leather jacket glanced at Fang Yue jealously. MD. Pretty boy. Isn't it just because of her beauty? Why do I have to be dumped while you pretty boys are always flattered wherever you go? Pooh. Fang Yue's face turned completely gloomy when he heard this. He just wanted to go shopping with his girlfriend. Why do troubles keep coming? Are you too full and too bored? Fang Yue shook his head and picked up his phone. Although he doesn't intend to do it himself, it doesn't mean he will let the other party go easily. Just as he was about to make a call, Xie He grabbed the corner of his clothes, and worry was revealed in her black and white eyes. She whispered, Fang Yue, forget it. How about we go the other way? Don't bother with him, okay? Fang Yue looked at the girl in his arms quietly. He could understand the girl's worry. After a moment, he nodded. Good. Fang Yue carried the girl and walked towards the brightly lit building in front. The motorcyclist was left alone, disheveled in the wind. Yihao Plaza is the largest shopping mall in Shanghai. As you enter the mall entrance, security guards are patrolling each floor, preparing to close the mall. Fang Yue asked as soon as he entered the door, "Excuse me, where is the store that sells dolls?" His heart was almost warmed up. It turns out he has always remembered it. When I was in kindergarten, the teacher asked everyone about their dreams. Scientists, big stars, artists. He said her dream is to have a house full of dolls. After so many years, Fang Yue still remembers this incident, which really shows that he is thoughtful. It should have been a sentimental moment, but he suddenly burst into laughter. Fang Yue was puzzled. What is going on here? He tried hard to hold back her laughter, holding her stomach, and asked, "Do you still remember your childhood dream?" Fang Yue searched his original body's memory and couldn't help laughing. Unlike other children, Fang Yue's childhood dreams were more reliable. Be a bricklayer. The reason is that moving bricks makes a lot of money. Because my father can support his family of 5 by carrying bricks alone. While chatting and laughing, the two came to the doll store. The store manager was an intellectual woman in her 30s. The store was closed and she was about to turn off the lights. When he saw the guests coming, he immediately came forward and greeted them enthusiastically. "Hello, may I ask what you two may need? We are about to close." Fang Yue smiled back at the store manager, "Consume." Simple and direct. Do you want to earn the money that comes to your door? The store manager made a please gesture and led Fang Yue and He to the display cabinet. At this time, a clerk who had changed into casual clothes came out of the locker room. When the clerk saw another customer coming in, his face darkened and he couldn't help feeling a little resentful. Can't get off work on time again. Actually, we can't blame the clerk entirely. In a store like this that only sells high-end dolls, there are far more people looking at them than buying them. Sometimes the clerk would spend a lot of time talking, but once he made a quote, 99% of the people would leave with a horrified expression. Without sales, there is naturally no commission. After working for several months, I can only make ends meet with the basic salary. If she hadn't found a new job, she would have resigned and run away long ago. Fang Yue walked to the counter and glanced at it indifferently. The clerk who was supposed to be introducing the shop was just sitting at the cash register, not moving. Fang Yue frowned and said nothing. Then he looked at the store manager. "Do you have that Huazi doll?" The store manager frowned and thought for a moment. "Are you talking about Huazi, sir? This should be it, right?" The store manager nodded and pointed to the lounge area beside him. "Please take a seat, my two guests. I'll go check the warehouse. Xiao Yi, make 2 cups of coffee for the guests." He asked in surprise, "Do you know Huazi too?" Fang Yue shook his head. Few men know about this brand. But Fang Yue had heard that this doll was a world-renowned luxury brand. The exquisite workmanship is absolutely one of the best. It's okay if you don't have money. But Fang Yue didn't need this little money at all, and he was giving it to his girlfriend. If you want to give a gift, you have to give the best. The plainclothes clerk heard the conversation between the two and looked at Fang Yue with a pout. The little face is quite white. But the whole set of clothes, from head to toe, cost no more than 500 yuan, which does not look like someone who can afford it. You know, Huazi is the Hermes of dolls, with the highest selling price being 40 million. Even the ordinary model costs several million. Can this pretty boy afford it? While thinking about this, the plainclothes clerk quietly replaced the coffee with water. "Anyway, I can't afford it, so just give me a glass of cold water as a token of my appreciation." Still expecting her to make coffee. What a hassle. 10. What a coincidence. Fang Yue inadvertently saw the plainclothes clerk's contemptuous behavior. But I didn't take it seriously. First of all, he couldn't expect everyone to be kind to him. This is unrealistic. Secondly, the two are not from the same world. For example, would a billionaire bargain with a stall owner or curse at him at the market? Of course not. If there is no place for people here, there will be other places for them. At worst, you can change to another store. It's not worth his anger at all. However, Fang Yue looked at his happy expression. The smile is very pure. Obviously, the latter is looking forward to the gift he is about to receive. Seeing this, Fang Yue didn't say much, but just smiled along. After a while, the store manager who went to the warehouse to check came back quickly. The store manager held a photo in his hand and introduced enthusiastically. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. We still have a commemorative model in the warehouse. The price is 6.25 million. Fang Yue took the photo from the store manager and took a quick glance at it. Judging from the pictures alone, the jewelry and accessories on the doll's clothes are extremely exquisite, and its makeup and hair are extremely regal, high-end and elegant. It's worth the extra money. I want it, swipe the card. Fang Yue took out the bank card and handed it to the store manager. The store manager was a little overwhelmed. Although the store's transaction rate is very low, it is basically the kind that can make a living for a year after it closes. This was the first time she had met a customer as decisive and efficient as Fang Yue. The store manager took the bank card with both hands, and said with a little more respect, "Sir, the warehouse is a little far from here. How about you leave me an address and I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you tomorrow?" Fang Yue did not give a direct answer. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on the paper cup. The store manager looked over. Without Fang Yue saying anything, the store manager immediately understood what he meant. "Yi Li, how do you do things? Didn't I ask you to make 2 cups of coffee? What the hell is going on?" The store manager shouted sternly, looking extremely ugly. Finally, a customer came to patronize the product and it seemed like it would be sold out soon. But in the end, she got into such a mess. Yi Li, the plainclothes clerk, flushed instantly. She didn't expect that she had made a mistake. "I thought he was just a gigolo who didn't know his place. But the result is a real rich man. This is more than 6 million. I bought it without blinking an eye. Manager, I'm really sorry. This is my negligence in my job. How about I go to the warehouse? This guest, is this okay with you?" Yi Li looked at Fang Yue with full of apology, staring at him intently. Her red lips are slightly open, the corners of her mouth are slightly upturned, and her charm is revealed in every gesture. "Won't it be just a trip to the warehouse? If I could get in touch with this rich man through this opportunity. Not to mention taking a trip. Even if it's 10 or 100 times, she's willing." Just as Yi Li was immersed in her beautiful fantasy, a familiar rumbling sound was heard. Then, a man in leather jacket walked into the store. He shouted, "Yi Li, why haven't you gotten off work yet? A group of my brothers are waiting for you at the bar." Fang Yue glanced at the person who came. The visitor also noticed Fang Yue. "Is it you? Either the world is really small, or the screenwriter is just clever in writing it." The motorcyclist came to pick up his girlfriend from get off work, but unexpectedly he ran into Fang Yue and Xia He again. Although we are not enemies, it does not affect the jealousy. When the clerk saw their boyfriend coming, he felt a little more confident. "Lu Yang, I may not be able to accompany you today. This customer just bought an oiseler, and the store manager asked me to pick it up now." The clerk had a calm expression and spoke in a natural tone. If Fang Yue hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this was the person who looked down on others just a minute ago. This woman is quite capable. The biker guy started to get angry. The brothers have cleaned up the place and are waiting to meet the sister-in-law. Now you tell me I can't go. Is T my Xingdar Lu Yang brother's face a face? Very natural. This account was again put on Fang Yue's head. "I haven't asked, brother." Lu Yang followed the rules and first tested Fang Yue's strength. Fang Yue answered modestly, "An ordinary consumer." Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, his eyes were somewhat intriguing. "Are you going to argue with me today?" Fang Yue blinked and looked at Xia He in confusion. What is he saying? Why can't I understand? Xia He could sense that Fang Yue was going to cause trouble again, but she felt helpless and simply chose to watch. Spoil him. Let your man do whatever he wants. The biker looked at his phone, became impatient, and turned to the store manager. Does she have to go get it now? Does she have to go get it? The store manager nodded somewhat awkwardly. The guests are our parents who provide us with food and clothing. If our parents say they want something now, we have to go and get it immediately, right? If she doesn't go, is she going to let me travel at night? After a while of stalemate, His cell phone rang. The motorcycle man looked at He who ran to the side to answer the phone, his eyes rolled, and he smiled obscenely. Hey, what phone call should we avoid? Brother, is it possible that the hat you bought online has arrived? Fang Yue frowned, and a terrifying murderous aura spread throughout his body. He has already let the biker guy off once. But you are shameless after being given the chance. They even dared to bring the war to Xia He. Do you really think he has no temper? Fang Yue calmly picked up the phone and made a call. After a moment, Fang Yue put down his phone and looked at the man on the bike coldly. Enjoy your last moments. The words fell. Fang Yue turned and looked at the clerk Yi Li. Aren't you going to get something? Why are you still standing here? Yi Li felt a little aggrieved. It was clearly Lu Yong who was arguing with you. Why are you angry at me? Lu Yong is the same. You are just a street urchin, but you dare to challenge the real rich people just because you got some money from the demolition of your family. If I wasn't attracted by your financial situation, I wouldn't have given a damn about playing with you. Yes sir, I'll go right away. Yi Li took out the key of her electric scooter and ran out of the store quickly. With the sound of Zouir unlocking the car, the electric scooter drove towards the road with its faint yellow light on. The biker was completely furious. Just being left here like this? What the hell is going on? However, their surprise was not over yet. Fang Yue's next sentence almost gave him a cerebral hemorrhage. Manager, it's too late today. Let's go back first. You can have someone deliver the goods to this address tomorrow. Fang Yue walked to the cashier counter, picked up a pen and quickly wrote a line on the notepaper, then tore it off and handed it to the manager. Then he took his hand and walked to Lu Yong in a leisurely manner. Go back. I heard something happened on Xingda Road. Seeing Fang Yue's playful smile, Lu Yong's face changed slightly. At this time, his cell phone rang. What? Who the hell dares to act wildly on my brother Yong's territory? Hold on, I'll be there soon. Lu Yong pointed at Fang Yue, his arms shaking with anger, but he didn't know what to say. Excuse me. Fang Yue gently pushed Lu Yong away and protected Xie He as they left the store. It was almost dawn. Fang Yue couldn't help but yawn. Send you home. Xie He's expression was a little disappointed, and she muttered to herself in an almost inaudible voice, didn't they say tonight? Fang Yue didn't hear clearly, but guessed what Xie He was trying to say, so he went forward and hugged Xie He. In that case, don't you think it's too fast? I would feel like an animal. Hearing the latter part, Xie He burst into laughter, put her arms around Fang Yue's waist, stood on tiptoes, and said softly, let me take care of the rest of the time, okay? Fang Yue's heart suddenly beat violently, as if it was about to burst out of his chest. There is also Xie He's elegant body fragrance and the alluring spring breeze from her breath. I'm dying. Good. 11, number 1 in the district. Fang Yue was full of expectations, but still pretended to be calm as someone who had experienced many ups and downs. He happily followed Xie He into the taxi that was parked on the roadside waiting for passengers. Master, the east gate of Jinxiu Garden. The driver received the command, started the engine, released the handbrake, lifted the clutch, and stepped on the accelerator to rush out. Somehow, Fang Yue felt that the moon was particularly round tonight. My mood suddenly became better than ever. Even the driver who was in his 50s started to look at Yinzu more and more. After the vehicle stopped, Fang Yue stubbornly stuffed a 200 yuan tip into the driver's hand. Don't ask why. What I'm asking is that my brother is happy today, you may not understand. Walking along the tree-lined path and breathing in the wafting fragrance of osmanthus, Fang Yue waved and greeted the doorman and patrolling security guards one by one, like an old tenant who had lived here for many years. However, Xie He seemed to be unaware of Fang Yue's abnormality. As always, she is like a little fangirl, casting admiring glances from time to time. Yes, the person you like is so charming no matter what they do. Arriving at the unit where Xie He lived, Fang Yue saw a small courtyard on the first floor under a street light. Various flowers and plants that are not suitable for planting in Shanghai are now cared for and are full of vitality. The days ahead will surely not lack for romance. When Fang Yue was sighing, Xie He had already opened the door and entered the house, then hurriedly ran to the bedroom and closed the door. A few minutes later, Xie He, wearing a dark green cheongsam with lotus patterns, appeared in front of Fang Yue again. Like fireworks in the world, with all kinds of customs. Is this still the well-behaved little sister in my impression? She is obviously a girl who is just over 20 years old. But she wears it to show the sense of time and the gentle and elegant femininity that a cheongsam should have. It's as if the cheongsam is worn ingrained in my bones. Fang Yue glanced at the living room, picked up the boiled water that had been on the table for who knows how many days, and drank it all in one gulp. It turns out that the temptation of traditional Chinese-style uniforms is the most exciting. With the help of the bedroom light, Shir he saw Fang Yu's beating Adam's apple and burning eyes, and he was not as shy as he was outside. A knowing smile. Are you sleepy? Fang Yue shook his head decisively. In this case, anyone with a Y chromosome can perk up. Shir he walked up to Fang Yue and kissed him gently but unexpectedly. I have to catch up with the live broadcast. Please sit here for a while. Call me if you need anything. After saying that, Shir he walked back to the bedroom gracefully. Fang Yue's Capricorn problem came back. Things didn't go according to my plan. It was the first time Shir he kissed me, but I was not prepared at all. So imperfect. But thinking about the greater benefits in the future, Fang Yue endured it. Wrong. What do you mean later? I want it today. Thinking of this, Fang Yue finally remembered that he was a system owner. System. Hey. Open sesame. Fang Yue tried to call the system, but the system seemed dead. Shir he was live streaming and heard Fang Yue mumbling to himself. She turned around and asked, Fang Yue, what's wrong? Fang Yue answered loudly, it's okay, I'm watching short videos. As soon as he said that, Fang Yue regretted it. The biggest taboo for female anchors is to be single. Although Shir he is a talent host, a large part of her fans are attracted by her appearance. Who can tolerate their goddess having a boyfriend? And it seems they are already living together? Sure enough, Shir he's live broadcast room exploded immediately. Fuck. Man. Didn't we agree to be each other's angels for life? Anchor, you're a liar. When I think of the host I've been thinking about and someone else, my heart feels like it's been stuffed with 20 grenades. The comments in the live broadcast room became increasingly darker, gradually including personal attacks. Shir he was not good at pleasing the audience, and when she saw the content of the barrage, she got a little angry. He put the violin aside and started arguing with the audience. I'm a woman, what's wrong with having a boyfriend? If Shir he was like those green tea anchors and lied that the person was her brother or neighbor. Although the reason is blunt, it can still attract a lot of brainless fans. But Shir he admitted it. In the eyes of the audience, admitting frankly has become stubborn, unrepentant, and willful. The rhythm takes off. There were originally 20,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, but now they were divided into two groups. One group is the music lovers who listen to songs and seek guidance, the rational fans. The other group is the LSBs who are pushed pictures of thin waists and long legs by big data every day, and they are YY type fans of appearance. The latter is spraying, the former is protecting. Shir his mentality was a little shaky, her face was a little pale, and she sat in front of the computer in a daze. Fang Yue felt something was wrong in the living room and quickly opened the app store on his phone. With a bronze hand that has played tens of thousands of Super Ghost games and demonstrated king-level hand speed, he downloaded the Maotai live streaming app. Just now, I heard Shir he say, hello, friends of Catspore, when greeting the audience. Fang Yue clicked on the local channel and immediately saw Shir he on the popularity list. Be good. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 100,000. The power of trolls should not be underestimated. Fang Yue saw that Shir he's live broadcast ID was Xiao He Jian Jian. I clicked into the live broadcast room and just happened to see the golden barrage floating across the room. The number one on the list, Hachin Night Scene, is now online. The barrage was boiling again. The number one is here, it's going to be a good show. I guess their host is going to ask multiple choice questions. Everyone, be quiet for a moment and leave the chat channel to Big Brother. Shir he frowned. Fang Yue outside the room also had a frown on his face. The ID number one on the list seems to be filled with the aura of a love rival. As a host, do I not deserve love? Fang Yue asked his question in the chat box. ID 1999, what the hell is this? Did we let him speak? ID Xiaoher Jian guard captain, that's it, a level 0 account, what is it pretending to be? The few people who thought that Fang Yue's news was very objective were instantly physically blocked by trolls. Hachin Knight sends out the space battleship, everyone come and watch. A system message floated by. The screen is full of uniform comments, all of which are filled with the word, grand. Hachin Yi applied to connect with the anchor. Shir he came to her senses and clicked to agree. Is your boyfriend? The night sky over the rice fields seemed to be questioning. Shir he replied expressionlessly, yes. ID Xiaoher guard captain, Cat S poor hot search, number one on the $1 million reward list, with a head full of green grassland, breaking up with the anchor. Some viewers also typed out content that instigated He Qianyise to rob the bride. He Tianai said in a cold voice with a sense of superiority, "There are not many people in this world who are better than me, and there are even fewer who are qualified to compete with me. But I respect Xia his choice. The most important thing for a man is his bearing." Fang Yue looked at the phone screen and thought, does this person know Xia He? He quietly got up and walked to the bedroom to take a look at Xia He. For some reason, less than an hour had passed, but Xia He looked extremely haggard. Xia He did not speak this time. Instead, she poured her emotions into her fingertips and typed out a line of words, "In my heart, he is irreplaceable, and no one is worthy of being compared to him." Fang Yue was moved. This silly girl doesn't know how to treat the audience politely, and she even said something that is likely to attract criticism. It turns out she is so stubborn. He Qianyise asked, "This person you are talking about is not the big brother next door that you have always missed, Fang or something?" Xia He did not reply. "Sometimes, your indifference will be taken as consent by others." He Tianai said contentiously, "Xia He, what you said just now was a bit of a forced way to save face. You know my strength in real life. I am 100 blocks away from my peers." Xia He sneered, "So? Everyone should fawn over you and please you." He Qianyise did not deny it. "In your live broadcast room, I spent about 2 million. Although it's not much, it's still number one. No matter how you look at it, it's better than your boyfriend who found a broken jar, right? Are you a foreigner?" The person asking the question was a level 0 account named Fang Yue's ID. He Qianyise replied in a Versailles way to this small account that he normally looked down upon, "I am not talented, but I am a returned overseas PhD and I am also a financial advisor to the world's 5 largest financial groups, and your uncle. I just asked you if you were a foreigner, and you kept talking so much." Fang Yue interrupted He Qianyise angrily. This kind of person is really annoying. Even hateful. What does it mean to throw away everything? Who is the broken jar? If you can speak, say a few more words. If you can't speak, just clamp your ass shut. If you insult me, the best we can do is fight. Xia He, buy a calculator and calculate how long you have left to live. From what you said just now, it can be simply understood that being number one on the list is amazing, right? Fang Yue chose to fight back. The most effective way to fight back is to defeat your opponent in the area he is most proud of. And be quick. The first move made him unable to turn over. "Let me tell you something." Fang Yue tagged the night scene of He Qian night. Fang Yue leaned back on the sofa, took a deep breath, and started to operate. "I regret to tell you that now, you are no longer number one. 10 million rewards. Ding. The host triggers the system task. As a qualified Sea King, how can I lose to a foreign worshipper? Task, log into the live broadcast platform and reward any female anchor with more than 1 million coins. Mission reward, proficiency in 18 common languages, master level piano proficiency. This system is really. You really know how to pick the right time. When I called you, I put on the cage, and just when I was about to act better than you, you came out to steal the limelight. However, this spotlight grabbing is really the icing on the cake." Fang Yue did a simple calculation and found that the total amount of rewards for He Qianyise was 2.26 million. 452 space battleships, 5,000 yuan each, exactly 2.26 million. Fang Yue ordered 5 extra small gifts worth 10 yuan each. It has just 5 more reward points than He Qianyise. Top the list. Although the last 50 yuan seems a bit cheap and a bit disgusting. But this is exactly the effect Fang Yue wants. The live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. The small account that was just ridiculed actually became the number one on the list. The trolls all felt a little uncomfortable. Reality is not satisfactory, so I go online to criticize someone to find some sense of accomplishment, but I get slapped in the face too. Or a group mocking skill. However, Xia He did not notice the huge waves in the live broadcast room, and tilted her head with a sad look on her face. Fang Yue walked into the bedroom, looked at the simple but very tidy layout, and gently stroked Xia He's hair. "Go sit down for a while, I'll talk to them." Xia He raised her head, her eyes a little tired, and it was obvious that the audience's comments had broken her defenses. But in Fang Yue's opinion, this was very touching. "I was originally afraid that Lian Fang Yue would also lose his mentality, so I wanted to pretend that nothing was wrong. But Fang Yu's tone was not one of negotiation, but of command. And in front of the audience whose number had soared to 210,000, Fang Yue carried Xia He away in a domineering manner, hugging her like a princess. The live broadcast room was filled with a mysterious atmosphere. Did the anchor's boyfriend think that the criticism she received just now wasn't bad enough? How dare you add fuel to the fire with this act, which is tantamount to blatant provocation? But I understand it once I think about it. After all, he was a man who spent 2 million in anger for his beloved. Isn't that how all the domineering CEOs on TV act? The chat box was as quiet as if the internet was disconnected. The reality is that the weak are bullied and the strong are feared. Fang Yu's move made the keyboard warriors temporarily forget the skill of arguing. Fang Yue comforted Xia He for a moment, then returned to sit in front of the computer and began to study the live broadcast interface very naturally. In the interactive game, Fang Yue saw a letter-reading game. That is, the audience sends their own emails, and the host reads them aloud as required. Let's just play this, and everyone can send emails over. Fang Yue is different from other anchors. His attitude is as cold as facial paralysis, which makes people feel uncomfortable, but also very fresh. Who has ever seen a host with a sour face, as if the audience owes him money? The few female fans in the live broadcast room began to think that Fang Yue was quite cool. Hachin Yi, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, saw Fang Yue surpass himself and become number 1 on the list. Surprise and anger followed. I just finished mocking this poor bastard and got slapped in the face. The clown was actually me. No. I, Chu Huan, am a child of destiny. I have never lost to anyone. While thinking about how to fight back, I caught a glimpse of Fang Yue trying to play the email reading game. I had an idea in my mind at that time. Chu Huan called his secretary, who had already fallen asleep, issued an instruction, then lit a cigarette and looked at the computer screen with pride. Reading emails. Let me teach you a lesson. Chu Huan's foreign secretary was quite efficient. She rushed to the computer and started looking for information without even having time to put on her clothes. After all, the boss Chu Huan is too scary. Provoking him is more terrifying than running naked on the street. Fang Yue had already read aloud letters from 2 viewers. Although he was too lazy to mobilize his emotions, his voice was charming. Instead, he gained a wave of female fans. When Fang Yue clicked on the new unread email that appeared on the public screen, his face suddenly changed. Romani. An international student audience member exclaimed. This is the most obscure and unpopular language among all existing languages. Adding together all the foreign language students in the country, there are no more than 20 people studying this language. Chu Huan was delighted when he saw Fang Yue's embarrassed expression. Although I don't know where the money for your tip comes from, I want to tell you that in terms of talent and knowledge, you are a younger brother. Fang Yue was silent for a long time, and even scratched his head helplessly. Those trolls who had just been slapped in the face by Fang Yue's lavish spending became emotional again. Read it quickly. Is their host asleep? No, you don't understand, do you? MD, what I said is the same as you can all understand. Fang Yue sat up straight, frowned, and stared at the content of the letter on the screen. There was a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. The fish is hooked. Fang Yue suddenly opened his mouth and recited a long string of words that most people had never heard of. I didn't expect that Romani language is quite nice. Their ups and downs, the rhythm, the rise and fall, it turns out that language is a beautiful art. No, is this anchor chanting? What the hell is he talking about? Strictly speaking, I don't understand. Is there anyone who understands? Please let me know if their host is fooling people or not. Others may not understand, but Chu Huan definitely understands. What the hell? How could he speak Romani? And he sounds more proficient than me. Chu Huan punched the keyboard, releasing feathers all over the sky, and then called his secretary in anger. After the secretary answered the phone, he quickly sent another letter to the live broadcast room. Another foreign language. The content this time is not difficult, but the problem is that it is pieced together in 8 languages. Chu Huan's anger subsided a little, and he said angrily, if you can read it this time, I will eat the table. It turns out that you should never underestimate the power of a system. If they say you will be rewarded with 18 languages, then those are 18 languages. There will be no shortage of any of them, and you must be proficient in them so that you can directly accompany the head of state on diplomatic visits. What is the point of just 8 languages? Every time Fang Yue pronounced a word or phrase, Chu Wan's heart felt like being poked with a rolling pin. Is there still the law of the king? Is there still justice? Who on earth is this person? How can he know everything? Fang Yue's performance made Chu Wan lose his mind. The overwhelming praise from the audience in the live broadcast room almost drove him crazy. I'll fight you. Chu Wan's hands were shaking violently, and the mouse jumped 7 or 8 times before it jumped to the position where it should appear. Top up. Take back the top spot. The first place on the list is mine. He is also mine. No one can take it away. Chu Wan's eyes were like a nuclear weapon with a yield of 100,000 tons, which could not only kill people but also destroy the entire Earth. Hachin Yise rewarded the anchor with 99 space battleships. Fang Yue calmly looked at the system prompts floating across the screen, his eyes filled with indifference and disdain, and took out his mobile phone. Fang Xinshin gave the anchor 99 space battleships. Fang Xinshin sent 1 little red heart. Kill people and destroy their hearts. I'll give you as much as you give. And always have 1 cent more than you. If human blood pressure has a limit, Chu Wan is already at the critical point. He attacked the mouse violently as if he was the murderer of his father. Chu Wan's rewards came in succession again. This time it's 999 space battleships. Nearly 5 million yuan. Come on. Follow me. Play with me. Can you afford it? Chu Wan laughed wildly, he was really crazy. When Fang Yue saw the 5 million gifts coming in, he was still shocked even though he had prepared himself mentally. The word that comes to mind is fragrant. 13. Money laundering. The psychological quality of these so-called returned overseas doctors and business elites is too poor. It's almost a life-threatening situation. Fang Yue took a look at the balance on his bank card and recharged the decimal point after the 7-digit number. Flash forward. Once you start working, there is no turning back, you have to stick to it to the end. Fang Xinshin gave the anchor 999 space battleships. Fang Xinshin sent a small red heart. Still the same recipe, still the same taste. Chu Heng was suddenly stunned. Damn it. This is impossible. How could this idiot have so much money? You know, he has spent millions of dollars in total. Those are all real soft coins. What is the other party's reason? Chu Heng's expression gradually became distorted and hideous, and a look of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a barrage of comments caught his attention. The anchor is not using the woman's money to give tips, right? That's right, the anchor is not setting up a trap to trick the top guy on the list into joining, right? Chu Wan suddenly realized, his expression showing 7 parts anger and 3 parts disdain. It's fun to spend a woman's money, right? Although Chu Wan's keyboard is broken, he will still complain about you even if he just clicks on the soft keyboard with the mouse. What kind of man are you? Not only are you poor, but you also pretend to be cool. And you are designing to lure me into this? The trolls in the live broadcast room who had just been beaten down by Fang Yue instantly regained their health after hearing the words of their former number 1. It turns out this guy is using his money to show off. TSK, I was wondering, how could a small account rush to the top of the list at this time, so this is what's going on. The anchor fainted in the toilet crying when he saw his savings of many years gone to waste. When Fang Yue saw the barrage, he felt an itch on the back of his head. These people really are. The power of the internet is truly amazing. At the Cat's Paw headquarters, several super administrators gathered together, staring at the background data of his live broadcast room, and looked at each other in bewilderment. From the moment Fang Yue started to rush to the top of the list, abnormal alarms came from the background. The alarm means that the data in this live broadcast room has really exploded. Rather than the false popularity brought by protocol numbers, zombie fans, scripts and the like. In half an hour, the heat was still rising. It's not a rise, it's a surge. Check the relevant information of this person called, it is a newly registered account. In other words, this person's purpose is very clear, which is to give rewards. Not to mention big platforms like Maotai, even on other small platforms, there are a lot of people who recharge tens of millions. But it's such a big one-time deal. Could it be that some illegal organization is colluding with the anchor to launder money? The supervisor was just about to report the situation to the general manager who happened to be checking on the staff. But I saw General Manager Wang Ping chatting enthusiastically with the head of the technical department. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were held back by the super administrator. The manager on duty held a cup of tea and stood respectfully beside Wang Ping. Wang Ping spoke eloquently and enthusiastically, telling his subordinates important news that only people at their level could access. I heard from Zhao Chuander that a wealthy man came to Shanghai with amazing strength and bought 67% of the shares of Lanting Hotel in one go. The manager on duty opened his mouth wide and said, "Wow, billions of dollars, they just bought it, it must be because they have a mine at home." Wang Ping frowned and thought deeply, "By the way, what's the name of that rich guy Fang something?" "Fang Yue." The programmer who was working nearby blurted out. Wang Ping nodded repeatedly, yes, it's Fang Yue." "How did you know?" The programmer was stunned for a moment and explained, "Mr. Wang, I mean that someone just spent 7 million on the platform. His real name is Fang Yue." "What did you say?" "Mr. Fang came to our platform." Mr. Wang pushed aside the duty manager beside him and rushed to the programmer. "Use the super account to send a message to Mr. Fang and say that I want to make an appointment to meet him." "That's not necessary, boss." "Do you still need to meet others in person?" The programmer was puzzled. Wang Ping tapped the programmer on the head. "What do you know? Do you know who he is?" "Who is he?" "Didn't the team leader just say that he is from a money laundering organization?" The programmer was scolded for no reason and felt a little indignant. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and give me Mr. Fang's phone number." Wang Ping saved Fang Yue's number while cursing, and then dialed it. Fang Yue was looking at the comments in the live broadcast room helplessly, feeling melancholy and not knowing what to do, when the screen of his mobile phone suddenly lit up. I took a subconscious look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. I thought it was a harassing call and wanted to hang up, but when I saw the several eights at the end of the number, I hesitated for a moment but decided to answer it. "Hello." The person on the other end of the phone was very polite. "Hello, I am Wang Ping, the general manager of Maotai Live." "Oh, what's the matter?" Fang Yue was not sure of the other party's true identity, and he didn't understand the purpose of the other party's call. "It's like this. A few days ago, when I was having dinner with my friends, I heard that a big guy came to Shanghai." Before Wang Ping finished speaking, Fang Yue hung up the phone. Baffling. "A big guy came to Shenzhen, what does it have to do with me?" When Fang Yue answered the phone, the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly stopped. The phone call was hung up, and the barrage of comments suddenly exploded again. "This gigolo is so good at pretending. He even got a call from the general manager of Cat's Claw. Where did he hire this gigolo? Don't be too aggressive, or you might hurt your back. This is just the beginning. How can 7 million yuan alarm the top management of Cat's Claw? When did Cat's Claw become so shameless?" Fang Yue was completely speechless, so he didn't explain anything. There's no need to lower yourself to make excuses. Wang Ping felt a little depressed after the call was hung up. After all, he is the general manager of a listed company. His identity is known and few people dare to hang up the phone on him. Although Cat's Paw is a large and powerful company, it has recently entered a period of downturn. With the influx of capital and fierce competition in the same industry, the company had some financial problems, and this round of financing was not very smooth. Otherwise, Wang Ping would not have lived and eaten in the company for several months in a row, spending the whole day in the office thinking hard. After all, it's not the same as before. When Cat Claw was at its peak, it was invincible in the entire live streaming circle. At that time, let alone a reward of tens of millions, even if it cost hundreds of millions, Wang Ping might not pay attention. And now, with the super rich coming to our city, isn't this a chance for Cat's Claw to make a comeback and go one step further? Wang Ping still did not give up and asked the programmer to switch the interface to the live broadcast room where Fang Yue was. As soon as I clicked in, I saw overwhelming comments. A super rich man is a super rich man, and he always attracts crowds of people wherever he goes. Etc. Something is wrong, why are the comments scolding him? And it seems to be because of the phone call I just made. How is this possible? He Zhejiang. Wang Ping roared, causing dozens of employees in the office to tremble. Technical supervisor He Zhejiang didn't even have time to put down his cup. He ran behind Wang Ping and asked, "Boss Wang, do you have any instructions?" Wang Ping yelled, "Instructions, you uncle? What do you do for a living? You don't care about the mess in the live broadcast room. Are you just going to tolerate those trolls destroying our green live broadcast environment? The manager on duty was a little confused. Mr. Wang, please explain clearly. Wang Ping started cursing in his heart. This He Jian usually looks very smart, but what happened now? Has his brain gone to the toilet? I've watched his live stream before. It's always been positive and energetic, and she's never violated any rules. But what's going on with those haters now? He Jian was puzzled. You can't even send messages, and you have ever entered a live broadcast room? If you are in a bad mood and want to take it out on me, just tell me. I get scolded every day anyway. Mr. Wang, calm down. This number one is indeed very suspicious. Think about it. Recharging millions of dollars during this period of time, no bank has such a service. Wang Ping snorted coldly and ordered the programmer to retrieve Fang Yue's recharge records. After seeing the record, Wang Ping's expression was as I expected. Pick out your eyeballs and wash them thoroughly. I give you 5 minutes to calm down, or you'll be kicked out tomorrow. After saying that, Wang Ping walked out of the office area cursing. When the employees saw manager he being scolded, they tried their best to restrain themselves but still couldn't help laughing out loud. What are you laughing at? The programmer quickly sat up straight and pretended to analyze the data. Oh shit. The programmer didn't know what he saw and suddenly started swearing. He Jian frowned, walked behind the stunned programmer, and squinted at the transaction details. Oh shit. The one who swore this time was He Jian. 14. The birth of a number one sister. Payment amount, 2,260,050.00. Payment method, Dubai First Royal MasterCard. Payment status, payment successful. Payment amount, 4,995,000.10. Payment method, Dubai First Royal MasterCard. Payment status, payment successful. He Jian was dumbfounded. I was really dumbfounded. Royal Black Card. It is the one with gold edging and diamond-studded body, which is the standard configuration for the rich. This is the universal card that made the CEO of the world's first bank say, if you, the valued customer holding this card, want the moon, we will immediately set up an airline for you. A professional team is on call 24/7 to serve every cardholder. It is not a personal consultant or VIP customer service, but a team of more than 10 people dedicated to serving one person. There are no limits and no restrictions. More importantly, this card is by invitation only, and you can't get it even if you have money. No wonder Mr. Wang asked us to calm down the pace of the live broadcast room immediately. Mr. Wang is truly far-sighted and wise. If I offend this guy, it's possible that my cat's claws will be broken. Everyone, cheer up. Ban those who are stirring up trouble forever. Put this live broadcast room on the main feed. No one is allowed to remove it without the order from President Wang. Also, notify the art team to work overtime immediately to design a unique avatar, frame, and props for this holy He Fang. The super managers immediately got busy, and everyone was very enthusiastic. Many years later, when I recalled the past, I thought about the fact that I had fought side by side with a world-class tycoon. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Chu Wan watched the rhythm of the live broadcast room gradually subside, his face full of disbelief. Is it over just like that? My money is just going down the drain? Fang Yue, I will make sure you die miserably. Chu Wan collapsed weakly on the carpet, his eyes dull and his expression bleak. He blankly opened the address book on his phone. Xingde Road is 3 kilometers away from He's home. Liu Yong hurried back to the nightclub he was in charge of, but found the door was sealed. The younger brothers also disappeared one by one. There was only an old man watching the cars at the door. Uncle, what's going on? The old man moved tremblingly to Liu Yong, his vocal cords looking like a transformer had been transplanted into them. Yong, this is so scary. I have never seen such a big scene in my whole life. They all carried guns and armor, and my crotch was soaked. Liu Yong was shocked. Why don't you just go out and pick up your girlfriend? Is it like this? Who is that Fang Yue? No one in the entire Xinjiang has the ability to do something like this, right? Where are you going, uncle? Liu Yong stopped the old man who was about to slip away. The old man rolled his eyes at Liu Yong and said, of course I went back to change my pants. It would be so embarrassing if someone saw me like that. Liu Yong looked at the messy entrance of the nightclub, where almost no belongings were left intact. An idea was born in my mind. Uncle, please wait a while before leaving. I will buy you a new one tomorrow. The old man ignored Lu Yang and continued walking across the street. I'll give you another $500. Hearing about giving money, the old man finally stopped and looked back at Lu Yang. Give me the money first. Lu Yang muttered to himself, and reluctantly took out a stack of banknotes from his trouser pocket. He counted out 5 and stretched them towards the old man. The old man's staggering legs jumped back to Lu Yang like a spring, snatched the money and quickly put it into his pocket. Lu Yang took out his mobile phone, opened the live broadcast software, and while changing the settings of the live broadcast room, he acted with his uncle. You'll have to be as emotional as possible later. The more tragic the better. After a while, Lu Yang started broadcasting. The name of the room was changed to It's So Hard to Be an Entrepreneur, and the live streaming store was smashed by competitors. The third uncle entered the role in a second, crying and waving his hands continuously, looking as if he didn't want to talk about the sad past. At first glance, you can tell that he is a veteran actor who has been honing his acting skills on a daily basis. But something seemed wrong. Why are there only 7 people in the live broadcast room? Not really. The last time I was beaten up, I was live streaming the stitches in the hospital and there were 50,000 people watching. I also received more than 10,000 yuan in rewards. Is the title not attractive enough? Or has the third uncle's acting skills deteriorated? Perhaps the only living person in the live broadcast room, an ID named Xingde Road Chuanji, sent a private message to Lu Yang. Brother Yang, let's finish it early today. Everyone has gone to see Xiao He Jian Jian, and Hammer is the only one who came to see the monkey. Lu Yang switched to the platform homepage with half belief and half doubt. Just as he was about to search for Xiao He Jian Jian that Chuanji mentioned, he saw it in the most conspicuous position on the homepage. Male anchor. Looks familiar? When I clicked on it, I realized that I didn't hold the phone firmly and it fell to the ground. Lu Yang picked up the phone with the broken screen and confirmed it again. Isn't this the gigolo from today, the big idiot? 700,000 popularity points, today's reward is over 10, 100, 100, 140 million. And at this moment, there was a constant flow of gifts ranging from 1 cent to a few dollars in the live broadcast room, and from time to time there were also a few hundred or thousands of rewards floating around. But Fang Yue did nothing. Just sitting in front of the computer and watching short videos on my mobile phone. Isn't he this too fucking fake? Is this what people call making money while doing nothing? Lu Yang was a little jealous. They are both doing live broadcasts, but why do they spend the whole day playing the victim and talking about the good and bad of their friends, and still can't make much money even after working so hard? What about Fang Yue? Besides being taller, more handsome, richer, and having a prettier girlfriend, what else does he have? The world is so unfair and fate is so cruel. Just when Lu Yang was about to make a few social quotations to provoke a fight and gain some popularity, Fang Yue has gone off the air. Well, the show suddenly went offline without saying a word. The audience in the live broadcast room was as confused as Lu Yang. Just leaving like that. Not even a good night. When our fans adjust air. This is too much. No, I won't sleep anymore. I'll just wait here for him to start broadcasting. I have to scold him or else I'll feel upset. The audience was chattering in the black screen live broadcast room, and a line of gorgeous system barrages floated across the entire channel. Warmly welcome Mr. Fang from Lanting Hotel to join the Maotai platform. Lanting Hotel? Is it the one in Shenzhen? And which one is Mr. Fang? What's the channel? The key words Lanting Hotel and Mr. Fang were included in the comments in almost every live broadcast room. Some sharp-eyed viewers noticed the change in the ID of He Fang Shenzhen, the number 1 in Xia his live broadcast room. There is one more avatar frame and one more official certification. Chairman of Lanting Hotel, Fang Yue. It's really terrible to be uneducated. The majority of netizens were so shocked that their brains were about to burst, but they couldn't think of a word to express their shock. Just shit. Mr. Fang is so awesome. So it's Mr. Fang. No wonder I liked him so much the first time I saw him. Mr. Fang and the anchor are really a perfect match made in heaven. That night scene of the rice field, or a room that was offline for 10 minutes accounted for 71% of the traffic on the entire platform. In today's world where traffic is everything, Xia He has become the number 1 star in cat claws. All the major guilds held a video conference overnight and listed Xie He as the number one person who should not be provoked. 15. Such a good time. Fang Yue turned off the computer, got up and walked out of the bedroom. Xie He had fallen asleep on the sofa in the living room. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she had a sweet dream. After all, Xie He was a woman that Fang Yue could not control, so the cheongsam seemed a little tight and affected his breathing. So in a daze, he subconsciously tugged at his collar. Fang Yue's pupils focused accurately on where they were supposed to be. Attractive collarbone. And the smooth, white, looming mountains. I'm a little thirsty again. Fang Yue couldn't help swallowing. Restrain the roaring beast in your heart. Fang Yue picked up Xie He and gently put her back on the bed in the bedroom. Just as he was about to leave, Xie He woke up. Looking at Fang Yue, who was almost sticking to her, Xie He was a little flustered at first, but then turned her head away shyly. Fang Yue. Fang Yue put away his distracting thoughts and seamlessly switched to gentleman mode. It's okay, go to sleep. Somehow, Xie He felt a sense of inexplicable loss. The wonderful feeling of anticipation and fear in my heart just now disappeared in a flash. Fang Yue originally thought. Do something secretly. After all, it was the middle of the night, and there was such a beauty lying in front of him. To say I don't have any idea at all. That's pure bullshit. I don't think most readers will agree with this. However, although the two grew up together, their relationship has long gone beyond friendship. But after all, we have just confirmed our relationship. With such rapid progress, it seems that there is a little lack of preparation. Then, the two people stared at each other, trying to make each other sober. The scene was really awkward. Well, your bed is so big. Fang Yue shamelessly wanted to say something to liven up the atmosphere, but this is what came out of his mouth. Xie He sat up cross-legged, holding her chin with one hand, and moved closer to Fang Yue's face. Her gentle and sweet breath surrounded Fang Yue's five senses. Do you want to feel it? This scene, this atmosphere. All 639 muscles in Fang Yue's body tensed up. Xie He, how could you do this? I never realized you were so good at flirting before. It's really too much. However, Fang likes it more. Fang Yue's soul had not yet returned to his body when he was hit by another blood-limiting killing blow. Xie He gracefully stood up and gently unbuttoned her cheongsam. Black, lace, it turned out to be. Fang Yue felt as if struck by lightning. My head is buzzing. Is this so powerful? Fang Yue turned his head away, wanting to beg for mercy. It's really hard to keep him here. Xie He's angry voice came to my ears. What are you thinking about? You can't take off your clothes before sleeping. Are you afraid of Mao, Fang Yue? You are no longer the coward Fang Yue. Fang Yue turned back decisively and admired his prey openly. No, beauty. It is said that women are the strangest animals in the world. It just happened in the blink of an eye. Xie He had taken off her clothes and covered herself with the quilt. He turned off the lights and uttered two words gently but firmly, sleep. Fang Yue groped his way to lie down in the darkness, but felt a pair of gentle hands gently covering him with a quilt. Fang Yue, I'm a little shy. Hey! Fang Yue, where are your clothes? When Xie He's hand touched Fang Yue's skin, she felt like she was electrocuted and quickly withdrew her hand. But then he came to his senses quietly again and hugged the arm that made him feel extremely secure. Fang Yue sneered in his heart. When it comes to taking off clothes, your brother Yu can definitely be called an extraordinary master. The surging blood rushed straight to the brain, violently attacking Fang Yue's pituitary gland. The girls have taken the initiative. If Fang Yue continues to be passive, it would be too weak. A little cold light arrives first. Afterwards, the cell phone rang. The festive exclusive ringtone kind of spoils the mood at this moment. Today is a good day. Everything you want will come true. Today is a good day. Caller's note, mother. 1 o'clock in the morning. 60-year-old Li Tsuifan is still calling her son. Hey. Mom. Fang Yue's heart turned cold along with his blood. Don't you know what a meaningful thing your son is doing? This is a feat that concerns the future of the Fang family. Li Tsuifan's loud voice rang out, son, how is your work recently? Is it hard? Fang Yue squeezed closer to Xie He and replied, it's not hard. Now your son has made a name for himself, and you are living a comfortable life. As he spoke, Fang Yue raised his eyebrows at Xie He. With the help of the light from the cell phone, He saw Fang Yu's smirk and gently pinched his waist. The force is not strong, but the nails are a bit harsh. Fang Yue snorted softly. After all, Li Tsuifan was an experienced person and she immediately realized that something was wrong with her son. Son, who is with you at this late hour? Is it Suman? When mentioning Suman, Li Tsuifan's voice began to sound unnatural. Not her. Fang Yue hurriedly explained, I haven't had time to tell you and my dad that Suman and I broke up. Break up? Good division. You're not going to have a new girlfriend so soon, are you? I'm telling you, son, finding a girlfriend is a big deal, you must never find someone like Suman again. Li Tsuifan's tone changed from surprise to happiness, and then to worry. Fang Yue decided to give her mother a surprise. Confess your relationship. Mom, you also know my new girlfriend, it's He. Fang Yue heard the sound of something falling to the ground opposite. Then I seemed to see my mother jogging in my memory. And the sound gradually faded away. His father, our son has made great achievements. Summer grain. After a while, Fang Yu's father Fang Qianjin, wearing a coat and flip-flops, walked into the living room and picked up the mobile phone on the ground. Hey, your mom told me that you are dating He. Questioning tone. Fang Yue just moved his lips but didn't have time to make a sound. Fang Qianjin started to scold loudly again. You are so careless, you have nothing, you never learn anything, and now you want to harm He, what a good girl, you. Seeing Fang Yue being scolded like this, He decisively went to the phone and greeted Fang Qianjin. Uncle Fang. Fang Qianjin was like a grenade that had misfired. He smiled awkwardly, He, let your Aunt Fen tell you. Fang Qianjin handed the phone to Li Tsuifan and mouthed, why didn't you tell me He was here too? Li Tsuifan was also unwilling to answer the phone and took several steps back. What can I say when the conversation turns to this? But when he saw Fang Qianjin's eyes, which were as bright as light bulbs, he still put the phone to his ear. Fang Yue, He, well, it's getting late, I won't disturb you two from resting. Li Tsuifan was about to hang up the phone. Fang Qianjin jumped around anxiously, waving his arms and shouting in a low voice, ask him when he will come home. Oh. Li Tsuifan made an okay gesture to Fang Qianjin to show her comfort and conveyed the message to Fang Yue. Fang Yue answered without even thinking, tomorrow, I happen to have time tomorrow. He also expressed that she wanted to meet the parents with Fang Yue. Li Tsuifan hung up the phone happily. Thank you. Fang Yue hugged He and said emotionally. He asked knowingly, thank me for what? Fang Yue kissed his forehead lightly, thank you for helping me out, otherwise my dad would have scolded me until tomorrow morning. Then thank you too. He hugged Fang Yu's arm tighter. Thank you for acknowledging my existence in front of my uncle and aunt. 16. He is being targeted. By the time Fang Yue got up and took a shower, He fell asleep. He was really asleep and didn't respond when I called him a few times. Do I have to take a shower now? Fang Yue beat his chest and stamped his feet, feeling extremely upset, as if he had lost hundreds of millions. A mobile phone and a pack of cigarettes. He sat with Fang Yue all night. The next morning, He woke up and stretched comfortably. But Fang Yue was nowhere to be seen. I went to the living room and poured myself a glass of water. When I saw the cigarette butts in the makeshift ashtray made from a beverage bottle, I started to get worried. He won't be angry, right? I called Fang Yu's cell phone, but was told the other party was busy. Fang Yue called Zhao Chuander and asked him to arrange a car to take him home later. Then we went to a breakfast shop near the community and ate while waiting. About 20 minutes later, Zhao Chuander came over jogging, panting. Fang Yue looked at Zhao Chuander in confusion. Zhao Chuander explained, there was a traffic jam and the car stopped at the intersection. Fang Yue nodded, come with me to get something. Just now, He was looking for Fang Yue, but now Fang Yue can't find He again. I knocked on the door several times, but no one responded. After contacting her by phone, I found out that He had gone out to prepare gifts for Fang Yu's parents. The two had no choice but to wait in the corridor. Fang Yue didn't sleep well last night and felt tired after standing for a while, so he squatted down without caring about his image. Zhao Chuander has been working in the workplace for many years and has a meticulous control over details. The boss is squatting, and you must not stand. Otherwise it will seem that the boss is not tall and majestic enough. If you squat, I squat too. Zhao Chuander's image is low average, greasy and wretched, and he doesn't look like an upright person at all. Sure, he is a celebrity in Jinshu home. Almost all property staff know that there is a beautiful woman living in Building 7. The only way for the security guards in the control room to kill time is to secretly observe Xie He through their surveillance camera. As soon as the security guard on duty switched the camera to Building 7, he saw Zhao Chuander's fat body. He was sneaking around Xie He's door. Is the goddess being targeted? As a qualified security guard, it is your obligation to eliminate safety hazards for the owners. When the other security guards heard that Xie He's house was suspected to be scouted by thieves, they rolled up their sleeves and rushed out without saying a word. He looked at the group of people who suddenly appeared, holding weapons and surrounding himself and Fang Yue. If he hadn't been wearing a security uniform, Zhao Chuander would have thought he had passed by Liangshan. What are you doing? The leading security guard asked back, what are you doing again? How dare you imitate me in speaking? Zhao Chuander was ready to reveal his identity. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, put your hands on your head and stand against the wall. A security guard kicked Zhao Chuander in the calf. Zhao Chuander is actually very timid, and his toughness all along comes from his identity as the general manager of Lanting Hotel. When I saw this situation, I felt a little scared. But the boss was watching him. You have to hold on, Lao Zhao. Zhao Chuander's aura was fully revealed. Go and call your manager. Security foreman Har. Do you know whose territory Jinshu homeland belongs to? The property of Shenzhen, a tycoon in Shenzhen. You bold, greasy man, can you meet me just like that? These guys are really stubborn. Their hard approach didn't work, and the soft approach was too cheap, so Zhao Chuander had no choice but to look to Fang Yue for help. Fang Yue shrugged and spread out his hands. The subtext is, it's not a big deal, you can handle it yourself. Zhao Chuander thought that this must be Mr. Fang testing him. Grit your teeth and stamp your feet. For the sake of your job and a bright future, you have to fight. Zhao Chuander took out his cell phone and was about to call Shenzhen himself. Bang! The security guard thought Zhao Chuander was going to call someone, so he flew forward and controlled him. Zhao Chuander's face was pressed against the wall. He glanced at the broken phone and cursed. You guys are done. Shenzhen is also fucking done. Not even the gods can save him. I don't know who kicked Zhao Chuander in the butt again. Seeing that the security guard was becoming more and more excessive, Fang Yue stood up to try to stop him. You should at least ask us why we are doing this here. The security guard in charge of monitoring snorted coldly. How can you be a resident here? I have been in this community for 3 years. There are more than 2,600 residents. I know everyone's pets. Fang Yue almost burst into swear words. Why are there so many idiots these days? It's a miracle that he has worked for 3 years without being fired with this kind of brain. Seeing the security guard approaching him, Fang Yue became a little panicked. I'm not afraid of reason, but the security guard's unreasonable attitude obviously shows that he wants to treat me and Zhao Chuander the same. Otherwise, the protagonist's halo is really good. A pleasant system voice sounded. Ding! The host is detected to be in danger, triggering the system task. The Sea King cannot be insulted. Mission: give the nearest person a hard slap in the face. Mission reward: A. Grandmaster level fighting skills, B. AAA, I choose A. Fang Yue made his choice impatiently without waiting for the system to finish. The security guard just walked up to Fang Yue and stood still, without having time to speak. Fang Yue raised his hand and slapped him. I'm sorry bro, I didn't mean to hit you. In the security guard's confused eyes, Fang Yue slowly said, but I have to beat you. It's time to show some real skill. 3 times 5 divided by 2. It really only took 3 hits, and Fang Yue knocked down 2 of the 5 people on the opposite side. The hit missed because the security foreman noticed something was wrong and ran away. Fang Yue helped the surprised Zhao Chuander up and pointed at the other 2 security guards behind him and said, tell your boss Shenwan-san to wait at home. I will go to collect Lao Zhao's medical expenses in a few days. Zhao Chuander reminded quietly, it's Shenzhen. Who cares about Shen? It's none of my business. Fang Yue waved his hand and didn't want to talk about this issue anymore. After seeing Fang Yue's skills, the 2 security guards who escaped the disaster did not fully realize how terrifying Fang Yue was. I was still thinking, is there any law against beating up a security guard in broad daylight? Call the police. You must call the police. Jinshu Garden is one of the top 3 high-end residential areas in Shanghai, and many dignitaries live there. So when the police center heard that there were people gathering here to fight, they took it very seriously. The team was led by Zhu Feng, deputy captain of the Public Security Brigade. In the jurisdiction of me, the black-faced Yarmer Zhu Laojiu, there are actually people who dare to cause trouble. This is simply outrageous. After a while, Zhu Feng arrived at the scene of the group battle. At first glance, I saw Zhao Chuanda, who was covered in dust. Mr. Zhao. Zhu Feng once had the honor of accompanying his superior to have a meal at the Lanting Hotel, where he met Zhao Chuanda. Zhao Chuanda works in the service industry, so he naturally knows the leaders of various local public institutions well. Without caring about the aching buttocks, he stepped forward and shook hands with Zhu Feng. Then he recounted his experience with exaggeration. The sound and tears were mixed together, and those who heard it were heartbroken. Zhu Feng naturally believed it. As the general manager of Lanting Hotel, would he have nothing to do after eating and frame you guys? After taking away several security guards involved in the incident for interrogation, Zhu Feng noticed Fang Yue behind Zhao Chuanda. Mr. Zhao, who is this? Zhao Chuanda hurriedly introduced, this is the chairman of our hotel, Fang Yue. Hey! Zhu Feng almost laughed out loud. I never thought that I would meet the real big boss of this city just because I didn't call the police easily. I'm sorry, Mr. Fang, we didn't manage it well and frightened you. 17, Crow's Mouth. I guess he will be back soon. Besides, I'm not familiar with Captain Zhu, so there's nothing much to talk about. After a few brief greetings and exchanging mobile phone numbers, Zhu Feng left happily. I asked Zhao Chuanda for the car keys, the license plate number and the specific parking location, and asked him to go back to their hotel first. Mr. Fang, you don't need me to follow you. Just drive a car and pay a bill. Zhao Chuanda didn't want to miss this opportunity to get close to his boss. Are you kidding? What does he think about you being a driver? My girlfriend and I are meeting their parents, what are you going to say? Matchmaker? Leave quickly, or your money will be deducted. Fang Yue pretended to threaten. Zhao Chuanda disappeared into the corridor with a whoosh. What a pity. If Lao Zhao were younger and thinner. With the explosive power just now, he still has a chance to sprint past the second-level athletes. Fang Yue felt inexplicably emotional. Waited another half an hour. He came back carrying 2 heavy bags and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I forgot you didn't have my key and kept you outside for so long. It's okay. Fang Yue took the bag from He and asked, how about we just go? He looked at the time and saw that it was indeed late, so she nodded in agreement. Came to the Phantom that was polished to a shiny finish. He was slightly surprised. Fang Yue was seen fumbling for a while before he finally managed to start the vehicle. It's like. This car is like stolen. Sitting in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt, he finally couldn't help but ask a question. Fang Yue. Fang Yue glanced at He. This car. Mine. Fang Yue replied easily. He knew this was impossible. Fang Yue knew exactly how much financial resources he had. The most likely possibility is that he rented a luxury car specifically for himself. He was somewhat touched, but remained very calm and rational. Fang Yue, I think men should be down to earth, not too concerned about face, and certainly not do anything illegal or disorderly. I don't really care about material things, and I can already guarantee a good life for us now. A warm feeling surged in Fang Yue's heart. Okay, I understand. It took Fang Yue almost 2 hours to drive the distance of 40 or 50 kilometers. He is like a traffic safety guard. Whenever Fang Yue wanted to exert force and test the performance of the vehicle, I could always see he glaring at me. Safety first. As soon as they entered the township where Fang Yue's parents worked, they attracted the attention of passers-by. What kind of car is this? It's so big and long? It's almost as good as the minivan I have at home. Amid the admiration of his neighbors, Fang Yue gracefully spun the car, parked it on the side of the road, tidied his appearance, and then slowly got out of the car. He opened the door for He like a gentleman, took his hand, and walked into the courtyard under the gaze of dozens of eyes. Isn't this the child of the old Fang family? Is that girl his girlfriend? He's so handsome, even prettier than the stars on TV. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. The Fang family has made great progress. Fang Qianjin was squatting on a stool, peeling shrimps carefully, preparing to make his son's favorite spicy shrimps. Like most fathers in the world, when she is with her son, she always looks unhappy, with a serious and sour face, and she complains about this and that. But deep down, her son is everything to her. Dad, I'm back. Before Fang Yue entered the house, their voice came from outside. Fang Qianjin didn't have time to put away his kind and relieved smile. In a panic, the scissors pierced his hand. Seeing this, he hurriedly ran forward and held Fang Qianjin's wrist. While directing Fang Yue, go find some gauze. Fortunately, Fang Qianjin works as a technician in the company, so he is bound to get into bumps and bruises on a daily basis, and he has daily medicines such as gauze at home. After bandaging it carefully and helping Fang Qianjin sit on the sofa, he picked up the scissors and peeled the remaining prawns. Fang Qianjin said, "Don't do it, let Fang Yue do it. It's not right for a girl to do work when she first comes home." He was a little puzzled. "First time here? When I was little, I followed brother Fang Yue around all the time." "That's right, let me do it. You're so delicate, what if you get hurt?" Fang Yue has a bad mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he hummed softly, then frowned. Fang Qianjin stood up and knocked Fang Yue on the head. "You little bastard, shut your stinky mouth." Fang Yue felt aggrieved and speechless. "It wasn't me who asked her to do it. I just didn't have the time to take over." Fortunately, he only had her finger pricked by the lobster's antennae, so she didn't need to treat the wound. Fang Yue rolled up his sleeves, shook his head helplessly, and continued the unfinished work of the two. Li Tsuifan came back from shopping and was excitedly preparing to gossip to Fang Qianjin about the news that there was a nice car parked at the door. But she saw that her husband's hand was wrapped in gauze, and he pinched her fingers with a worried look on her face. "What's wrong, Lao Fang?" Fang Qianjin glared at Fang Yue angrily. "It's all because of you, your unlucky son, you have such a bad mouth. If you weren't my dad, I would have jumped up and had a debate with you. Why is everything pushed onto me?" Li Tsuifan stared at Fang Qianjin, conveying with her eyes the instruction of "Don't scold your son in front of your daughter-in-law." "Son, stop it, let's go out to eat, Mom will treat you." Fang Yue stopped immediately upon hearing this and wiped his hands, which were covered with fishy mucus. In this family, Li Tsuifan has the final say. Fang Qianjin's family status is not proportional to his voice. Li Tsuifan changed into the embroidered gown that was at the bottom of the suitcase, and forced Fang Qianjin to put on a suit jacket that he rarely wore on weekdays. "Walk out of the yard." I saw Fang Yue get into the Phantom. "Son, did you drive this car?" Li Tsuifan and Fang Qianjin looked at each other, both shocked. Fang Yue nodded, "I bought it." Li Tsuifan looked at he again, as if seeking confirmation. He smiled awkwardly and nodded reluctantly. "Oh, my son has made great progress. This car must be worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 yuan." Li Tsuifan excitedly walked around the car, touching here and there, with light in her eyes. Fang Yue almost fell out of the car. "Mother is so naive. You said a car worth 8 million yuan was worth only 2 or 300,000. In fact, Fang Yue didn't know. The car purchased by Zhao Chuander himself is no ordinary Phantom. It's a custom version. The price is at least over 10 million. The family came to the most famous specialty restaurant in town. People from several towns around and even other provinces line up to taste the restaurant owner's cooking. When we arrived at the restaurant, there was no place to park on the roadside. Fang Yue had no choice but to park the car diagonally at the door. He considerately found a business card from her bag, wrote Fang Yue's cell phone number on the back, and walked into the hotel with Li Tsuifan. Li Tsuifan didn't know what method she used, but she persuaded the boss to vacate a small private room for her. Fang Yue asked his parents to go in first, and he waited for he outside the bathroom, fearing that she would not be able to find her room when she came out. At this moment, a man who looked drunk bumped into Fang Yue. 18, classmate. Fang Yue turned his head and glanced at the man. Tian Daking, a classmate in elementary school. His family originally ran a textile factory. Later, his father mortgaged the factory and used the loan to open a gas station. Then he mortgaged the gas station and bought a piece of land in partnership with others. It's always about collateralizing something, or a revolving loan. Putting aside the question of how much money his family owes the bank, his standard of living is still very enviable. Chen Daking also recognized Fang Yue and smiled contemptuously. It's Fang Yue. It seems that he is doing well now and can afford a whole lamb banquet. The signature dish of this specialty restaurant is their whole lamb banquet. Faced with Chen Daking's ridicule, Fang Yue did not care, but politely took 2 steps back to make way for Chen Daking. Their whole dining process was warm and happy. Fang Yue's parents have witnessed his understanding and thoughtfulness since she was a child. The only thing the 2 elders were worried about was whether he would like their son who had accomplished nothing. Especially Fang Chenjin, who repeatedly warned Fang Yue not to let he down before picking up the chopsticks. The family ate so much that they could hardly walk fast. Before I even walked out of the hotel, I heard a burst of cursing coming from the door. Several diners were also watching. It turned out that Chen Daking's Audi A8 was blocked by 2 cars. One of them was the Phantom driven by Fang Yue. The other one was a low-end white Jetter. The Jetter owner came out with good intentions to move his car, but was met with ridicule from Chen Daking. How dare you park such a crappy car in front of the door? What if it hits my car so closely? The most infuriating thing is that Chen Daking kicked the door of Jetter. What Fang Yue is most keen on now is to take care of this kind of other people's business. There's another car, why don't you scold me and pick on this big brother? Fang Yue walked to the front of the crowd and glanced at Chen Daking. In Chen Daking's opinion, money is everything and you can do whatever you want if you have money. Unless you meet someone richer than you. This is my friend's car. I'll just call him later. This reason is really perfect. He not only answered Fang Yue's question, but also fabricated the identity of the Phantom owner's friend to elevate himself. Fang Yue widened his eyes, his face full of envy and disbelief. Wow, Daking is awesome. He has such a rich friend. If I'm not mistaken, this car must be worth several million, right? Chen Daking waved his hand modestly and said, it's nothing, only about 7 or 8 million. He couldn't help but laugh. This guy is so funny, he's really good at pretending, he talks about it as if it's his car. Hearing his laughter, Chen Daking looked in the direction of the sound, and suddenly a beautiful flower bloomed on his originally unhappy face. Who is this beautiful lady? He naturally took Fang Yue's arm, I'm his girlfriend. Chen Daking was jealous. I didn't expect this guy to have some skills and be able to hook up with such a beautiful girl. Why can't I meet Chen Daking? Fang Yue saw through Chen Daking's thoughts and said modestly, how can I compare to you? You got married with the school beauty at the age of 20. In some towns and villages, there are still many people who get married before reaching the legal age. Chen Daking had a disgusted expression on his face, don't mention her. If I had known she would be so fat now, I would never marry her even if you beat me to death. Fang Yue's expression became even more disgusted, but he immediately regained his composure. It was clearly Chen Daking who raped the girl, but the school beauty's family felt ashamed, so they did not call the police or make it public. In the end, the 2 got married after negotiation with their parents. After marriage, the school beauty was treated like a tool and gave birth to 3 children for him. This school beauty has such a hard life. Such a good girl, with a bright future, was ruined by such a bastard. Fang Yue couldn't help but spit. At this time, the Jetter owner had already driven away. Fang Yue asked Chen Daking, now that the car is gone, ask your super rich friend to move the car out. By the way, let me also broaden my horizons and see what someone who drives an $8 million car looks like. Chen Daking was a little embarrassed. But there was no direct rejection. Instead, he used the excuse that it was too noisy here and went to the corner to make a phone call. The Phantom's license plate is from this city. I, Chen Daking, am a well-known figure in the city. As soon as the call is connected, I will reveal my identity first. Maybe the other party will give me some face and acknowledge me as a friend. Well, that's clever. Chen Daking dialed the number he left in the car, and just 2 seconds later, the other party answered the call. Hello. Chen Daking, why does this voice sound familiar? It seems to have an echo. No need to fight, it's right here. Fang Yue waved to Chen Daking and raised his cell phone. Chen Daking walked back to Fang Yue doubtfully and glanced at the incoming call number on his phone. It really is mine. Awkward. Chen Daking's face was filled with embarrassment and more embarrassment. Who the hell are you trying to scare? Tian Daking understood that Fang Yue was playing a trick on him and wanted to make a fool of himself. Don't blame me for being unjust if you are unkind. The so-called early bird catches the worm. Tian Daking said to Xie He, my lady, you may not know who Fang Yue was before, right? Xie He widened her eyes, I know, what's wrong? God is totally tickled to death. Tian Daking, who was speechless, calmed down instead. How could Fang Yue afford a phantom? Could it be that he found a job as a driver and drove his boss's car to show off? Or maybe this car belongs to this beautiful lady. Looking at this beauty's dress and temperament, she really looks like a fair, rich and beautiful woman. There's no way around it, there are only these two possibilities. This car is actually yours, right? Tian Daking asked Xie He. Xie He blinked, thought for a moment and then replied, yes, isn't his mine? Tian Daking was speechless again. Seeing Tian Daking being humiliated, many people secretly rejoiced. The restaurant dishwasher who had been bullied by Tian Daking almost clapped her hands. Fang Yue smiled slightly, opened the car door and got in. Just as he was about to start the car, a man came out of the hotel calling Fang Yue's name. The young master of the restaurant, Fang Yue's junior high school deskmate, Niu. Brother Yu, why didn't you tell me you were here? I wanted to make you some delicious food and have a couple of drinks. Fang Yue pointed at the steering wheel and said, don't drink and drive, don't drive after drinking, drive safely, start with me. Niu gave a thumbs up and praised, great, brother Yu, you can drive a phantom now, where are you going to make a fortune? Now, take me with you next time. Fang Yue's face darkened and he pretended to be unhappy, brother Shen, you are making fun of me again. Your business is so popular, why would you want to be with me? Niu clenched the car window and threw a few rolled up bills into the car. You came to eat, why do you have to pay? The corners of Fang Yue's mouth began to rise, as if he saw the youth days that were free of utilitarianism and extremely simple. Is this my sister-in-law? When Niu saw Xie He sitting in the passenger seat, he gave Fang Yue a look that said, you understand, I understand too. Hurry back and greet the guests. Fang Yue patted Niu on the shoulder and handed him the business card with Xie He's phone number written on it before dinner. Contact me when you get to Shenzhen, and we'll get drunk together. Okay, I still have a few dishes to cook. I'll go to the city to find you in a few days. Fang Yue and his family drove away, and Niu turned back to the kitchen. Tian Daking got into the car cursing and stepped hard on the accelerator. Niu mother stood at the door and shouted, you haven't paid yet. Tian Daking shouted angrily, keep the account. 19. Identity exposed. Just returned to Fang Yue's parents' home. Xie He pulled Fang Yue aside and asked in a low voice when they would go back. However, Li Cuifan, who had been observing the two of them, heard them and said, why are you in such a hurry? You finally came back. Xie He looked embarrassed. Feeling Li Cuifan's enthusiasm, he didn't know whether he should tell the truth. Fang Yue explained the time limit in the live broadcast agreement. Oh, I see. Li Cuifan was a little reluctant, but still very understanding and let the two of them get down to business first. Wait for me. As he said that, Fang Yue went out alone and took the things out of the trunk. A complete set of live broadcast equipment, and the best quality available in Shanghai. How can you bring your girlfriend to meet your parents and then leave after dinner? Just live here, we'll go back after dinner. Fang Yue helped Xie He connect the equipment. After turning it on and testing it to confirm it was normal, he left the room, leaving Xie He with a quiet live broadcast environment. Since Xie He didn't bring her guitar, she could only chat and sing with her fans. Li Cuifan was in the living room asking about the progress of their relationship when she suddenly heard singing coming from the room. Is this my daughter-in-law singing? It's so beautiful. Fang Yue nodded. Fang Qianjin said unresponsively, you are really shameless. You haven't even started dating yet and you're already calling me a daughter-in-law. Li Cuifan rolled her eyes at Fang Qianjin. Fang Yue smiled awkwardly. After Xie He logged into the live broadcast room, he did not notice any difference from the past. I just feel like there are a little more barrages than usual. There were even a few anchors who requested to connect with him online. Or they are those top-tier anchors who are not on the same level as themselves and are ranked in the top few on the platform. Xie He did not refuse and simply chose to connect with multiple people via microphone. Wow, it's really beautiful. Yeah, she didn't even use the beauty filter. There are really not many anchors who are so confident. There was even a former professional esports player labeled as a superstar who got a space battleship without saying a word. Miss Xiaohe, do you want to play League of Legends? When can I help you rank up? I'm a terrible support, I'm afraid I'll let you down. Don't be afraid, you see, I will assist you. Fans in the live broadcast room joined in the fun and typed 666 all over the screen. Being able to make the world's #1 ADC voluntarily give up his main position and continue to carry the team is a huge achievement. He smiled faintly. Okay, I'll call you when we play next time. Of course, don't stand me up. The former professional player sent a platform friend request to He. Hey, isn't the host at home? The decoration in the room seems different. A sharp-eyed fan asked on the public screen. He responded generously, yes, I went back to my hometown with my boyfriend today. The live broadcast room exploded again. What, Mr. Fang is with you? Ask Mr. Fang to come out. I have a multi-hundred-billion-dollar project to discuss with him. It's over. Our innocent female anchor has learned how to show affection. Meet the parents. I guess the host and Mr. Fang are getting married soon. Congratulations. He was confused. Judging from the situation, the Mr. Fang that the fans are talking about should be Fang Yue. But when did Fang Yue become President Fang? And all the fans in the live broadcast room knew about it. Could it be that he had a battle with Xu Huan last night and made up a lie to deceive everyone just to save face? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was too much of a joke. At this time, an internal email was sent. Due to your excellent live broadcast content and historical achievements on the platform, you are invited to participate in the Catspor Global Star Anchor Starlight ceremony to be held on the 1st of next month. If you win the grand ceremony PK, you will have the opportunity to join the Maotai platform's 100 million yuan renewal plan. Please bring your ID card and paper copy of the contract agreement to register at the Nanda Cat's Claw headquarters before the 30th of this month. He read the content of the email unconsciously. The die-hard fans in the live broadcast room were about to cry. The anchor finally made it. An original music anchor sent his congratulations, but I was really excited inside. Which girl doesn't want to be recognized by everyone in the field she is engaged in? Just when he almost forgot that the fans had just called Fang Yue Mr. Fang, her cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number, but the authentication information is Maotai Entertainment. Hello, how are you? He greeted softly. Unexpectedly, the person on the other side was more polite than he and directly addressed her as you. Hello, Miss Xia. I am Wang Ping, the general manager of Cat's Claw Entertainment. Wang Ping? Mr. Wang, hello. What can I do for you? Wang Ping's flattery could be heard through the phone. Ms. Xia, did you receive the email from the platform? It's the one about the anchor ceremony. Received. Thank you for the company's kindness. Ms. Xia has always been very outstanding. It is our honor to have an anchor like you under our company. Wang Ping has such a sweet mouth. But no matter how eloquent you are, there will always be a time when you run out of words. Finally, Wang Ping revealed his true intentions. Ms. Xia, are you sure you want to attend this anchor ceremony? Yes. He nodded heavily. If you have a chance to prove yourself, why not go for it? Wang Ping was overjoyed, as if he saw a brighter future for Cat's Claw. Will the Fang always accompany you? He frowned and asked tentatively, why did everyone call him Mr. Fang when the show started today? Broken. Wang Ping slapped his head hard. It turns out that he still doesn't know Fang Yue's identity. Some wealthy people deliberately hide their identities and have a normal relationship with the girl they love. There are too many stories like this in novels, movies and TV dramas. If Wang Ping accidentally lets the cat out of the bag, will Fang Yue be unhappy? It's nothing. I just had some interactions with Mr. Fang and Fang Yue some time ago, so I asked a few questions. Wang Ping made up an excuse and hung up the phone in a hurry. He was thinking about Fang Yue's recent abnormal behavior and gradually became absent-minded. I accidentally saw the reward list of my live broadcast room. Number 1 on the list is the sacred Herfang. Isn't Tichu 1 number 1 on the list? And what's up with this suffix? He pointed the mouse at Fang's ID. That line of authentication information that was enough to make he dumbfounded appeared. Oh. I see. When she found out that her boyfriend was hiding his identity from her, she ran to question him angrily and even broke up with him. That's a sentimental scene in the novel. Xie He lives a very realistic life. Fang Yue has never concealed his identity. And he did so much for Xie He silently. As long as you are sincere to yourself, having money is just icing on the cake. Xie He explained to her fans in front of the camera. I have something to do, so I'll be off the air now. I think it will be on again in the evening. Everyone in the live broadcast room heard the conversation between Wang Ping and Xie He just now. Everyone thought Xie He was going to question Fang Yue. They typed, "It's over, it's over. The anchor will be on the hot search again tomorrow." Fang Yue was explaining to his parents why he had become a major shareholder of Lanting Hotel. He didn't mention the system, but just said that a mysterious person suddenly transferred the shares to him. Although it is a bit ridiculous to transfer shares worth billions to a stranger, it is more credible than saying that it was given by the system check-in. Suddenly the door of the room opened a little. Xie He poked her head out with a strange look on her face. "Fang Yue, come in for a moment." 20. I want to be Mrs. Fang. Oh. Fang Yue felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. As soon as I entered the house, Xie He stood at the door and closed it gently. Fang Yue looked at Xie He anxiously. "What's wrong?" Xie He raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a strange smile. He walked casually to Fang Yue, grabbed his collar, pulled him to his side, and pushed him onto the bed. "Mom and Dad are still outside." Xie He covered Fang Yue's mouth, leaned close to his ear, and asked gently, "Who are you?" Fang Yue's eyes suddenly widened. Xie He stroked her hair gently, and her willow-like long hair drew an elegant arc in the air and fell lightly on Fang Yue's cheek. The cute little mouth turned up slightly, as if repeating the question just now. Invisible teasing is the most deadly. But Xie He still had no intention of stopping. She sat up straight, her slender fingers dancing in the air, slowly stopping on the buttons of her shirt. With eyes full of affection and natural charm, she said, "If you hesitate for a second, I will take one." Click. It's the sound of swallowing saliva. Is Xie He's tone a threat? Or a tease? As a man, of course you should never obey. Seeing Fang Yue's attitude of being unafraid of boiling water, Xie He smiled slightly. Fang Yue. Xie He blocked Fang Yue's mouth. He used his own mouth to block Fang Yue's mouth. Fang Qianjin and his wife, who were outside the door, first heard Xie He calling Fang Yue. Then Fang Yue's voice, which was a bit difficult to describe, came out. "You bastard, what are you yelling about? You scared me." Fang Qianjin stood up and was about to walk towards the room. Li Cuifan grabbed him and scolded him. "The young couple is chatting in the house, why are you, an old man, going there? If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why are you holding me so tightly? Come on, take a walk with me." Seeing the look from Li Cuifan, Fang Qianjin suddenly realized. In the room, Xie He is still confronting Fang Yue. Fang Yue is still fighting with his inner self. Still not telling me. Xie He's fingers gently slid across Fang Yue's cheek. What? This was the plot direction I had always dreamed of. But Xie He's initiative made Fang Yue feel a little helpless. Is the bed at Lanting Hotel big? Fang Yue was like a child who had done something wrong. "You know everything." Xie He pouted and said faintly, "I don't want to know either, but the dazzling authentication information is hanging in the live broadcast room, it's hard for me not to see it." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you." Fang Yue explained in a deep voice, "I just don't know how to tell you." "Silly boy, I don't blame you. Besides, you never hid anything from me." Xie He let out a long sigh, got up from Fang Yue, and returned to her original little woman appearance. Fang Yue indeed did not hide anything from her. Take the phantom at the door for example. Fang Yue said many times that the car was his, but Xie He just didn't believe it. Fang Yue sat up and gently took Xie He's hand. Xie He lay on Fang Yue's shoulder, her eyes full of affection. "Fang Yue, you are different now." Fang Yue put his arm around Xie He's shoulders. "I know, you're more handsome than before." "Stop it." Xie He was angry and punched Fang Yue gently on the chest. "I mean, you are so rich and powerful now, there will definitely be a lot of girls who want to get close to you, will you?" As she spoke, Xie He hugged Fang Yue tightly, as if he would break free from her arms if she wasn't careful. Huh. Fang Yue tilted his head and thought for a moment. "Why, do you girls look for boyfriends based on whether he is rich or has status? No. He sat up in shock upon hearing that, and even spoke incoherently. I'm talking about those bad women, like Suman. If she knew your identity, she might come back to you. You've been dating for so long. What if you soften your heart and get back together with her? Fang Yue laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. He was really unhappy this time. Fang Yue looked into his beautiful eyes and said affectionately, No, I am very narrow-minded. Now that I have you, there is no room for anyone else. Are you kidding? As the owner of the Poseidon system, are you petty? Even if you are loyal to the core, can the system agree? But he hugged him even tighter. It was as if he wanted to rub Fang Yue into his body. Fang Yue, do you know? When I moved to a new house when I was 12, I cried all the way in the car. I thought I would never see you again in this life. Until later I heard that you also transferred to a city high school. Every day after school, as long as I have time, I will go to your school to see you, just from a distance. Just looking at it makes me feel so happy. Fang Yue's eyes seemed to have sand in them, and they felt a little sore and swollen. He has loved to cling to me since she was a child, and I used to think it was just a simple brother-sister relationship. But I never thought that she had such feelings for me, and her obsession was so deep. What virtue and ability do I have? Fang Yue, do you like me? He suddenly asked. This question is a problem that has troubled men for thousands of years. The difficulty lies in the fact that the question is simple, but the variables of the answer are too uncertain. If you answer directly that you like her, she will say that you answered too quickly and that you are just playing around. You said you don't like it. Only a fool would say he doesn't like someone. Doesn't that mean he is forcibly ending the affair? What do you think? Fang Yue chose to ask back. He raised her head and observed every detail of Fang Yue's expression. I guess you like me, right? Well, whatever you say is what it is. Look, this is a perfect answer. His eyes flickered, sometimes confused, sometimes determined, as if she was making an important decision. Finally, he stood up and locked the door. Then he walked to the window and closed the curtain. Then, the silk shirt and black skirt slipped down in front of Fang Yue one after another. Fang Yue saw the most beautiful scenery in the world. Staring into his eyes, there seemed to be autumn water flowing, lingering, and before he knew it, he had been bewitched. What are you doing? He put her index finger between Fang Yue's lips. Don't talk. I want to be Mrs. Fang. The clear sky outside the window suddenly became overcast. With a flash of lightning, just like the cry of all troops attack in Summoner's Canyon, raindrops from the sky rushed to the ground like soldiers sweeping across the battlefield. Pedestrians on the street began to run towards home, and the area covered by rain clouds was filled with bustling noise. But the noise did not prevent the lily on the windowsill from blooming proudly. The lilies are still pure, but under the ravages of the storm, they have become a little more indulgent, trembling and swaying in the wind. It bloomed beautifully throughout the afternoon, expressing a certain desire and conveying a certain appeal with all its enthusiasm. Beautiful and charming flowers, slender and upright branches, even more proud in the wind and even more gorgeous in the rain. Just like the mood of Fang Yue and he, flustered yet calm, ups and downs. 21. Chu Wan returns to his country. The rain stopped in the evening. Fang Qianjin and Li Cuifan also came back. He was a little shy and didn't dare to look up at Fang Yue's parents. Li Cuifan looked at Fang Yue's tired expression and seemed to understand something. From the moment he entered and left the kitchen to cook, his mouth never closed, and every time his eyes passed by they were filled with endless love. While eating, he simply ignored the father and son of the Fang family, and piled up pieces of meat in his bowl. It's getting dark and I'm worried that it's unsafe to drive at night. He suggested going back early. And promised to visit them often in the future. Fang Qianjin and Li Cuifan stood on the side of the road and watched the two leave. The car had long disappeared from sight, and Li Cuifan was still standing there, unwilling to go into their house for a long time. Fang Qianjin's eyes were slightly red, and he said with emotion, I finally let go of the stone in my heart. The car was driving steadily on the provincial road, and Fang Yue no longer had the idea of driving fast. After all, he had just experienced a godlike freedom, and he wanted to enjoy it for a few more years. It's he. Sitting in the passenger seat, his hands never left Fang Yue's arms. That's so clingy. There is no talk of safe driving anymore. How was your live stream today? Did those people stop bashing you? Fang Yue looked ahead and asked with concern. He shook her head, with our boss Fang protecting me, who dares to criticize me? It was Wang Ping, the general manager of Cat's Claw, who called me. Wang Ping. Fang Yue felt that the name was very familiar. He asked, Fang Yue, if I want to attend the Cat's Claw Anchor Festival, will you support me? No. Fang Yue was a little unhappy. Why? Is it because you don't want me to show up in public? He was a little depressed, but she particularly liked the feeling of being dominated and possessed by someone. No. Fang Yue's answer was still concise and to the point. Hey, could you please speak properly? He shook Fang Yue's arm and started to act coquettishly unconsciously. Kai. It's a close call. When Fang Yue heard his coquettish speech, his body went numb and the car veered off course instantly. He quickly steadied the steering wheel and stepped on the brakes. I mean, why should I support that? The smile on his face suddenly froze and her mood fell into the abyss. How could that be? How could he say such a thing? Fang Yue, you lied to me when you said you liked me, right? He is about to cry. Fang Yue replied, no. Why on earth is that? His emotions were about to get out of control, and her tone of voice rose several degrees. Fang Yue parked the car on the side of the road, pressed the hazard lights, unbuckled his seatbelt, and turned to face He. You said the wrong thing. He was almost dying of anxiety. Fang Yue, can you finish what you want to say at once? Don't speak 2 words at a time, okay? Even if I die, can you let me die knowingly? See, you still don't realize your problem. Fang Yue suddenly hugged He and said softly, I'll only say this once, don't call me Fang Yue from now on, call me husband. He was stunned for a while. Suddenly realized. He pinched Fang Yue's arm hard and said, you are so bad. Fang Yue smiled and asked, how was it, did I look like a domineering CEO just now? No. He wanted to pretend to be angry, but she burst into laughter. Fang Yue was tickling her. The 2 people were laughing and joking, and the phantom parked on the side of the road was swaying. Vehicles honked angrily as they passed by. Obviously there was some misunderstanding. Don't move, let me kiss you. Fang Yue finally got close to his face. He also wisely closed her eyes and stopped pretending to resist. Ding-a-ling. Another damn phone call. Fang Yue felt a headache when he saw Zhao Chuander's number. This Lao Zhao, did he get the position of general manager through the back door? He always comes out to cause trouble at the critical moment. Hello. Zhao Chuander first began his routine flattery and greetings. Let's talk business. Fang Yue shouted. Zhao Chuander was so scared that he almost forgot what he was going to report. Mr. Fang, are you going back to the hotel tonight? Reply. Oh, then I understand. Zhao Chuander answered too quickly, and Fang Yue hadn't finished speaking yet. Reply, or not reply, what's it to you? Spying on your boss's whereabouts is a big taboo in the workplace. You misunderstood, Mr. Fang. Several important guests are coming tonight and there are not enough suites, so I would like to ask for your permission. Which one? After hearing the content of the call, he pointed at Fang Yue with her mobile phone and made a few lip movements. Live at my place. Anyway, it doesn't matter where Fang Yue lives. Rather than occupying the room, it is better to move out. After all, it costs hundreds of thousands for one night. I don't want to live here anymore. Let's get out. After receiving Fang Yue's affirmative answer, Zhao Chuander didn't even have time to hang up the phone, and hurriedly shouted to the door, hey, whoever, quickly get Consultant Chu from the Huazi group back, there's a room. Zhao Chuander is truly a born businessman and doesn't want to miss any business opportunity. Fang Yue hung up the phone and saw He in a daze. Without thinking too much, he started the car and continued on his return journey. When he heard the words, Huazi group, and Consultant Chu, her body trembled noticeably. Chu Huan once said that he served as an investment consultant for several foreign financial groups. Among them is the China-Europe group. Is it him? Is he back? If Chu Huan returned to China for work, that would be fine. But what if it's because of me? He was worried. After all, that incident still casts a shadow on me. When Chu Huan heard that the Lanting Hotel no longer had a presidential suite, he pretended to be angry and left, but in fact he did not go far. How can I take revenge on Fang Yue after I leave? Fortunately, Fang Yue agreed to give up the room he had reserved, which was exactly what Chu Huan wanted. There were 7 other people traveling with Chu Huan. The 8 people were busy all night. After a while, he complained that there were water stains on the bathroom floor. For a moment I suspected that the sheets in the room were not changed, but simply tidied. Zhao Chuander, who was finding fault with everyone, regretted doing this business. Late at night, Mayor Liu, who had been busy all day, quietly came to the Lanting Hotel without any accompaniment to meet Chu Huan and his party. The Huazi delegation came to China this time and brought nearly 10 billion yuan in funds for investment. Investment promotion departments in several regions want to get a piece of this fat meat. Mayor Liu had been in meetings all day and his waist was sore from sitting. He wanted to rest early, but he received an overseas call from the China-Europe group while in the car. The delegation has arrived in Shanghai and is staying at the Lanting Hotel. They hope to discuss cooperation matters with Mayor Liu as soon as possible. Mayor Liu was afraid that the matter would be leaked out due to the huge event and then be known by leaders of other surrounding cities. So I only brought the driver. As soon as he saw Chu Huan, Mayor Liu enthusiastically extended his right hand. Chu Huan had no intention of shaking hands. He picked up the handicraft in the room and said meaningfully, "Xincheng is well known, but seeing it is better than hearing about it." Derogatory. The demoted Mayor Liu could hear Chu Huan's dissatisfaction. Political achievements are the most important. Mayor Liu immediately called Zhao Chuander over, pointed at his nose and scolded him, asking him how he was doing his service work. Zhao Chuander kept apologizing to Chu Huan until Chu Huan ordered him to leave. As soon as he went out, Zhao Chuander hurriedly sent a text message to Fang Yue. The general idea is don't come to the hotel these 2 days because there is a difficult boss here. After reading the message, Fang Yue laughed for no reason. This plot is finally interesting. 22. Share his past. At Lanting Hotel, you will encounter many such guests. Zhao Chuander can definitely handle it. But Fang Yue just wanted to go and see it for himself. How difficult is the so-called difficult thing? Fang Yue put on his shoes and went out, and was run into by Xie He, who had just finished taking a shower. Are you going out? Fang Yue nodded. Something's going on at the hotel. I'll go check it out. Xie He asked, do you want me to join you? Fang Yue did not refuse. Since there has never been any intentional concealment, it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to let the employees get to know the boss lady. Xie He quickly dried her hair, changed into comfortable casual clothes, and followed Fang Yue out the door. When the hotel doorman saw the phantom drive through the gate, he immediately reported to the lobby manager Zhang Chanjiang via intercom. Zhang Chanjiang made another brief call to Zhao Chuander. As soon as Fang Yue parked the car, Zhao Chuander and Zhang Chanjiang rushed over and rushed to open the car door. Where are the people? Fang Yue asked after nodding to the 2 of them. Zhao Chuander answered truthfully, he is still in the room, and Mayor Liu is also there. Oh. Fang Yue responded and walked into the lobby with Xie He. Who is that girl? She seems to be very close to Mr. Fang. I saw her a few days ago. She seemed to be Mr. Fang's new girlfriend. She was in the upstairs private room. I heard that Mr. Fang confessed his love to her on the spot. A girl at the front desk showed an intoxicated look. It would be great if Mr. Fang could confess to me. Even if I could only be his girlfriend for 1 day, it would be worth dying for. Zhang Chanjiang glared at the gossiping girls and said, what are you chatting about during work hours? Several girls returned to their respective posts unhappily, but their eyes kept glancing at Fang Yue. Zhao Chuander walked up to Fang Yue and asked, Mr. Fang, do you want to go up and see the mayor? No need. Fang Yue shook his head, just wait for him here. To be honest, Fang Yue has never had any experience dealing with government officials. I came here in the middle of the night just to meet that troublesome guy. Zhao Chuander had someone bring stools to Fang Yue and Xie He, and the 2 of them sat at the front desk, waiting boredly. Finally, Mayor Liu and Chu Huan walked out of the elevator one after another. Just about to walk towards the door, Chu Huan saw Fang Yue, the man in the live broadcast room whom he hated so much. Wait a moment, Mayor Liu. Chu Huan was rarely polite to Mayor Liu. Then he walked straight to the front desk and slapped the marble table. I want to complain. Fang Yue didn't know that the arrogant man in front of him was Chu Huan, their former number 1 in Xie He's live broadcast room. He watched Chu Wan's performance quietly without saying a word. He was confused for a moment. We finally met. The girl at the front desk performed her job duties normally and asked Chu Wan about the problems he encountered with a smile. Chu Wan snorted coldly, "You dare to call yourself the top hotel in Shenzhen? The business card you applied for is simply rubbish. The facilities are rubbish, the service is rubbish, and I am not satisfied with anything at all." He spoke a long string of words like a machine gun, but didn't specify what he was dissatisfied with. Typical of looking for trouble. Mayor Liu also came over and looked at Zhao Chuander with scrutiny. There are other guests in the lobby, and Chu Huan's noise will definitely have a bad impact. Many guests who are processing formalities have begun to stop and watch. Zhao Chuander quickly interrupted, walked up to Mayor Liu, pointed at Fang Yue and introduced him. "Mayor Liu, this is the chairman of our Lanting Hotel, Mr. Fang Yue." Mayor Liu subconsciously stretched out his hand, but accidentally caught a glimpse of Chu Huan's expression. Fearing that he would add fuel to the fire, he lowered his half-raised hand and just nodded slightly. Fang Yue stood up from the stool and nodded back to Mayor Liu, being polite yet respectful. Chu Huan laughed and said, "Mayor Liu, you saw it. As the chairman of the hotel, he encountered a complaint from a guest but did not come forward to solve it. Instead, he just watched the show as a bystander. It really opened my eyes to see that such an enterprise could become the face of Shanghai. Let's talk about the investment later." Mayor Liu felt a little disappointed when he heard this. When it comes to investing, if you're told wait and see, chances are you're done. But he took his anger out on the Lanting Hotel. After all, whether the China-Europe Group invests in it or not, the Lanting Hotel is still a major taxpayer in Shanghai. Especially according to rumors, Fang Yue's strength is for more than that. Fang Yue's eyes flashed, and his expression was very intriguing. "Enjoy and look forward to it. Have you finally met a decent opponent?" Mayor Liu ordered the Lanting Hotel to make rectifications within a specified period of time and to give Chu Huan a satisfactory reply. Still holding out for the last glimmer of hope for the Huazi group, Chu Huan gave Fang Yue a provocative smile, walked over to Xie He, and took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello, Miss Xie He." Xie He sat there indifferent. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Chu Huan tried to save his dignity and continued walking towards Xie He. But before Chu Huan's hand touched Xie He, he flew out. Fang Yue shook his hand, which was a little painful, and said lightly, "I'm sorry, there was a big fly just now." Chu Huan was knocked to the ground by the slap. He got up from the ground in shame and anger, with 5 red fingerprints clearly imprinted on his face. He yelled at Mayor Liu, "You see, this is how Shanghai treats guests." Mayor Liu was also shocked. Ever since he took office in Shenzhen, no one had ever dared to take action in front of him. Fang Yue walked up to Chu Huan, his expression calm but murderous intent lurking in his eyes. "What's wrong with hitting you? If you dare to hit Xie He again, I will not let you leave Shenzhen." "Sure, you can try." Chu Huan had harassed Xie He before, but was firmly rejected by Xie He every time. During the overseas academic summer camp, he even tried to get close to Xie He through some shady means. However, Xie He discovered him in time and called the police to escape. Afterwards, he was still determined to do something evil and spread the fabricated story about Xie He and himself everywhere, trying to use the pressure of public opinion to force Xie He to submit. Out of desperation, Xie He could only ask her father for help. Xie Hongtao used his own power to teach Chu Huan a lesson, and only then was the heat of the incident barely calmed down. Chu Huan was much quieter during that period. Until Xie He returned to China, Chu Huan apologized to Xie He many times through various channels, saying that he deeply regretted what he had done. Xie He's heart softened and she verbally forgave Chu Huan. But in my heart, that past event still casts a certain shadow. Chu Huan originally wanted to exaggerate this past event and alienate the relationship between Fang Yue and Xie He. But he never expected it. Xie He's love for Fang Yue was so great that she even confessed such a thing. The reason why Fang Yue was like a spectator, watching Chu Huan making trouble in the hotel calmly, was because he already knew what was going on. More importantly, we are not afraid of Chu Huan's reckless behavior. Chu Huan racked his brains to discredit the Lanting Hotel in order to defeat Fang Yue. Fang Yue didn't care at all. Who is the Joker? 23. Humanoid Police Dog. Fang Yue saw Mayor Liu off and then sent Xie He home safely. As usual, I chatted with her and coaxed her to sleep. But he himself suffered from insomnia. Maybe the excitement during the day hasn't completely subsided yet. Since I can't sleep, let's go out for a walk. I heard that behind Jinxiu Community is the most famous bar street in Shanghai. Come to think of it, Fang Yue has never been to a bar in his life. When I went out, two sneaky dark shadows flashed by. Fang Yue didn't care. After all, maintaining law and order is not my job. Yijianshan Shui, just looking from the outside, is the largest nightclub on Bar Street. The girl soliciting customers in front of the door is also very enthusiastic, seducing passers-by with shining eyes as if they were her lover. Fang Yue walked in calmly. Maybe this way others won't be able to tell it's his first time here. It turned out to be a quiet bar. It was completely different from what Fang Yue saw on TV. There were no flashing neon lights, and no young men and women shaking their heads wildly. Everyone was very calm, chatting in pairs or drinking alone. Fang Yue felt that the only difference between this place and the tea house was the drinks. Now that you are here, make the most of it. Because all the tables were occupied, Fang Yue just found a seat closest to him. Opposite is a beautiful lady wearing sunglasses. The waiter came to Fang Yue, bowed and asked, "Hello sir, what would you like to drink? Is the beer too low?" Fang Yue smiled politely, "Whatever." The waiter was stunned. What the hell is this? At this time, the beautiful woman sitting opposite Fang Yue took off her sunglasses and said to the waiter, "Give him a glass of mine." Only then did Fang Yue begin to look seriously at the woman who was smiling at him. Her eyebrows were beautiful, like willow leaves in spring, gradually becoming thinner and lighter as they fade into her temples. Her eyes are also very beautiful, especially against the backdrop of her eyebrows. They are bright and clear, with a hint of sadness, as if telling a sad and lingering story. For this appearance, Fang Yue gave her a score of 99. The other point is to warn myself not to have other ideas. It's really hard to describe this woman's appearance. Although she is not very old, she has a mature charm that comes from having experienced many things. But there is not a trace of worldly air in it, it seems like a fine work of art. Both radish and royal. It can't be whole. It's so beautiful it's unreal. "Hey," the beautiful woman called Fang Yue. Fang Yue came back to his senses, a little embarrassed. "Hello, my name is Fang Yue. Chen Muge." Chen Muge, what a familiar name. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Chen Muge raised his eyebrows and said with a playful smile, "Before you came in, no less than 10 people had said the same thing. But now, they should all be in the hospital." "Fang Yue?" As he spoke, four muscular black men rushed out from somewhere and rushed towards him aggressively. Wearing the same black suit, black tie and white shirt, you can tell at first glance that he is a bodyguard. But it has only been a few minutes since Fang Yue came in, and he has not had any conflict with anyone. "Wait a moment." Fang Yue raised his hand and made a stop gesture. "Can you tell me what's going on?" Chen Muge raised his hand and 4 bodyguards stopped behind him. "I'll tell you when I'm in a better mood." Fang Yue asked casually, "When are you in a good mood?" Chen Muge raised the corner of his mouth, "When I saw you being knocked down." The 4 bodyguards moved. The fist as big as a sandbag, like an unreasonable rainstorm, wrapped in the sound of wind, was swung in front of Fang Yue's face. Fang Yue could only fight back. What else? Just sit there and get beaten. Black people are much taller and bigger than humans, and their strength is also an order of magnitude higher than humans. But no matter how strong a person is, his body is still made of flesh. Fighting techniques, integrating the strengths of various schools, including boxing, wrestling, taekwondo, Muay Thai. That's right, Fang Yue used Muay Thai. Fierceness and toughness are the characteristics of Muay Thai. Lethality is an important reference value for testing a boxer's level. No courtesy, no holding back. After a series of crackling sounds, 4 bodyguards lay on the ground. Perhaps, it should be either a broken arm or a broken leg. Fang Yue sat back in his seat and looked at Chen Muge. "Now, can you tell me why?" Chen Muge was amazed at Fang Yue's fighting ability. These 4 bodyguards are all former mercenaries. They are masters who have truly experienced the baptism of fire and escaped death countless times. It is not an exaggeration to call him the king of soldiers. When he met Fang Yue, he couldn't even last a single round. This Fang Yue is definitely not an ordinary person. Chen Muge's eyes were a little dim, but he didn't show any fear. "You are very capable, but that doesn't stop me from hating you." "Where did this come from?" Fang Yue was confused. But he was more curious about why Chen Muge hated him for no reason. He stood up and walked towards Chen Muge. Chen Muge finally showed signs of panic. Step back. But every time she took a step back, Fang Yue moved closer. Until Chen Muge's back touched the decorative wall of the booth. In this scene, others would think that the two people were doing a wall bang. Tell me, why? Fang Yue's tone was calm, yet full of oppression. Chen Muge blushed. Because I hate scumbags. I hate LSP. Tens of thousands of beasts roared in Fang Yue's heart. Do I know you? When did I ever cheat on you? Or do I have the word LSP written on my face? Baffling. Chen Muge snorted coldly. She felt that Fang Yue just didn't want to admit it. You smell like a woman. Chen Muge said coldly. Is there? Fang Yue smelled his clothes and found no special smell. Well, even if there is, what does it have to do with you? As he spoke, Fang Yue moved closer to Chen Muge and they could already feel each other's breath. Chen Muge's breathing was rapid due to panic. That smell means you have been close to a woman, and it was no more than 2 hours ago. Huh? Fang Yue became curious. Because before going out, he did hug Xie He for a while. Are you a police dog? When Chen Muge saw Fang Yue comparing him to a dog, he felt insulted and there was a bit more anger in his eyes, but he still couldn't hide his original panic and fear. At this time, a man wearing a floral shirt and dressed seductively came out of the bathroom. Seeing Chen Muge being forced into a corner, he waved his orchid finger and ran over gracefully. What are you doing? Let her go. Fang Yue looked at the charming man and felt a little disgusted. He shouted, stand there and don't move. If you dare to come over, I will beat you to death. Chen Muge said, he is my agent. Oh. Hearing the word agent, Fang Yue guessed that Chen Muge should be someone from the entertainment industry. No wonder he felt familiar with her. He might have seen her on TV. Go on. Chen Muge said, you should have a girlfriend, or you may have just had an affair somewhere. Well, then what? You looked around as soon as you came in. You must be looking for a prey, right? Fang Yue added, I'm sitting next to you, do you think I want to pick you up? At first glance, Chen Muge's inference seems reasonable. But this wouldn't lead to the bodyguard hitting me, right? Fortunately, I have acquired the Grandmaster level fighting skills, otherwise, with my body like this, I would have been beaten to a pulp. Seeing Fang Yue lost in thought, Chen Muge suddenly smiled, with a smug look as if saying, it's just as I expected. Fang Yue couldn't help but smile bitterly, you are really weird. Do I smell? Well, maybe I do. That's the smell of my girlfriend. I was looking around because it's my first time in a bar, and I sat here with you, just randomly looking for a spot. I admit that you are beautiful, but that doesn't mean I want to seduce you. On the contrary, I have almost no interest in you because your beauty is too fake. The beauty is too fake. What it means is, I suspect you are artificially synthesized. 24. Are you free for a drink? Chen Muge's eyes widened. What makes you say that? Fang Yue asked back, then what right do you have to say that about me? Chen Muge lowered his head, go away, just think of it as a misunderstanding. Fang Yue turned around and walked inside. He picked up the wine on the table and drank it all. It can't be for nothing. After saying this, he walked out of the bar. The seductive man walked up to Chen Muge and asked in a low voice, Miss, are you okay? Chen Muge shook his head. Miss, why don't you let me take action? In the hand of the charming man, there was a silver broken blade. If I take action, he will die. Put it away. Yes. The seductive man put away the dagger. If Chen Muge hadn't given him a look just now, how could Fang Yue have scared himself? Help me check Fang Yue's background. Chen Muge said tiredly. Fang Yue walked out of the bar and felt a gust of cold wind blowing towards him, making him feel dizzy for a moment. This wine is quite strong. I walked to the bus stop at the corner of the street and saw a huge advertisement next to the bus stop sign. Fang Yue stopped. Is T the person in the advertisement the woman just now? I glanced at the lower right corner of the ad again. Sure enough, the superstar, Moon, Chen Muge. No wonder it looked so familiar. Fang Yue shook his head and inadvertently saw another suspicious figure. He was a young boy who was still childish, about 16 or 17 years old, and he had been following Fang Yue not too far away. Seeing Fang Yue turning around, the boy hid behind a road sign in panic. What happened today? It seems like everyone I meet is a little abnormal. Let us go to their hotel and have a look. Fang Yue stopped a taxi. The boy who was following him quickly took out the old-fashioned cell phone from his pocket. While talking on the phone, he hailed a taxi and followed the taxi that Fang Yue was riding in. Lanting Hotel. Chu Huan also did not sleep all night. I was extremely angry. He drank 750 milliliters of the drink in one breath, then sat on the bed and opened his laptop. Log into the Maotai platform. I habitually clicked into Xia He's live broadcast room. He took a look at the fan rankings and quickly switched off. The humiliation came to my mind again. Just click into a channel. Popular at this time. A sexy and hot female anchor is making seductive expressions and twisting her waist flexibly. She looks somewhat similar to Xia He. Reduced configuration vs top configuration. Super VIP Chen Yise entered the live broadcast room. This is a login prompt that will only appear after the platform recharge reaches a certain amount. Although there were a lot of comments in the live broadcast room, the female anchor named Qingmeng still noticed Chu Huan. After all, isn't the purpose of an anchor like her who relies on flirting to gain attention to attract the attention of wealthy men? Although she was on the hot list of the time period, it doesn't mean she is very popular. At this point, none of the first and second tier anchors are here, so being popular doesn't really mean anything. Hello, little brother. Qingmeng sent a private message to Chu Huan. Chu Huan was in a trance for a moment, and for a moment he thought it was Xia He who was chatting with him. Hello. Chu Huan replied. Seeing the rich man's reply, Qingmeng felt secretly delighted and an undisguised smile appeared on her face. The audience in the live broadcast room also started to make a noise. Their host's expression, is she in heat? Their host is really good, he's a great horsefork worm, I like him so much. No, wait for me for a few minutes, I'm going to the bathroom. Chu Huan took a look at the introduction of the live broadcast room. Qingmeng, female, 25 years old, anchor of Dingxin culture, height 165 centimeters, weight 56 kilograms, measurements. Currently living in Shanghai. Shanghai? Are you in Shenzhen? Chu Huan asked in a private message. Qingmeng replied, yes, little brother. Chu Huan had a gloomy face, which looked a little creepy under the light of the screen. He tapped on the keyboard and asked. I'm here too, would you mind coming out for a drink? Qingmeng was embarrassed, no, it's too late now. I'm a girl and I'm scared. Chu Huan sneered. Is this a game of hard work? I can send someone to pick you up. Where are you? Is it far from the Lanting Hotel? When Qingmeng saw the words, Lanting Hotel, she thought that her spring had finally come. He is a diamond VIP on the Maotai platform and lives in the Lanting Hotel. If he isn't rich, then what is he? Can I see what you look like? Qingmeng asked. Although she loves money and does live streaming for money, it doesn't mean she will be with any man. What if this Chen Yi is like the previous sponsors, fat, short and ugly? Chu Huan sent his work photo without hesitation. He is handsome and tall, with a well-proportioned figure and a cold and unruly temperament. Qingmeng sent his address. Brothers in the live broadcast room, it's already so late. I'm sleepy now, so I'll end the broadcast now. Bye. What time is it? Don't we usually broadcast live until morning? Several fans who had been getting freebies for a long time said in dissatisfaction in the live broadcast room. Qingmeng ignored them, quickly closed the live broadcast software, and then started taking a shower, changing clothes, and dressing up. 20 minutes later, a high-end business car stopped downstairs of Qingmeng building and honked twice. Qingmeng deliberately waited for a few minutes before going downstairs to appear not to be so casual. The staff of Lanting Hotel are carefully selected and professionally trained to provide guests with the most distinguished service experience. Take the driver who came to pick up Qingmeng for example. He was a college graduate who had just graduated. He was handsome and had a good appearance. He was very pleasing to the eye just by looking at him. What's more, there is such a handsome boy who will help you open the car door, adjust the seat for you, and ask you what music you like to listen to even if the journey is short. During the trip, they will also remind you of the recent weather conditions in Shanghai, and if necessary, they can also book all legal services for you. Washing hair, dyeing hair, cutting nails. These are all possible and are more professional than some professionals. Enjoying the sincere and considerate service of the handsome driver, Qingmeng's heart was already filled with joy before she even arrived at the Lanting Hotel. The car stopped in front of the hotel lobby. The driver said goodbye politely and wished her a pleasant stay. Qingmeng had an illusion that he had become a superior person. Unconsciously, I couldn't recognize my relatives while walking. Bang! Qingmeng was just looking up while walking and bumped into someone. Fang Yue was holding a cup of tea and had just passed the front desk when he bumped into Qingmeng, who was walking towards him. Qingmeng's high heels tilted and she fell to the ground, knocking over the trash can next to her. Are you okay? In Fang Yue's opinion, as long as everyone enters the Lanting Hotel, they are his guests, so he has no intention of blaming them. Qingmeng doesn't think so. Who is so blind? Didn't you know I was going to the presidential suite? Presidential suite. But seeing that Fang Yue was sincere and handsome, the situation was not too embarrassing. He cursed softly and stormed into the elevator. Fang Yue stood in front of the elevator for a while, holding the half-spilt cup of tea. When he saw the floor the elevator stopped, he frowned slightly. 25, that's it. This Chu Huan is quite good at playing. The elevator stops on the 17th floor, which has only one room. It's the presidential suite that Fang Yue gave up. Safe, quiet and private. But when I thought about the person I didn't like very much, who was about to make love with such a woman with such a heavy smell of women in the bed where I had slept before and might sleep often in the future, I felt a little uncomfortable. Why bother with him? What else do you have to do after eating? Fang Yue finally found a reason to stop himself from thinking about the sheets getting dirty. Since I had nothing to do, I decided to take a tour and establish my authority as the chairman. He took out his cell phone and called Zhao Chuander. Old Zhao, come to the lobby and walk around with me. Never go on patrol alone. This is the advice given by an expert to business owners at a lecture. Especially the new boss. Think about it, you just became a boss and you need to inspect your territory. But most of the employees don't know you. You say he doesn't listen to you, even talks back to you, and even says you're playing big shot. Aren't you embarrassed? It's different when you take care of an elderly person. If you find any employee violating the rules, the old man will step in to please you without you having to say anything. Just like Fang Yue's thoughts now. For example, if you were sleeping and I found you, before I could say anything, that clever old man Zhao Chuander would definitely go up and scold you. Then use a bunch of exaggerated compliments to welcome your own shining debut. With this preparation, an image of oneself as superior is created. If you want, you can also say a few pretentious quotes to deepen your employee's impression of you. Fang Yue thought to himself, I am really a management genius. Bite. Fang Yue was very familiar with it was the voice of the system. But, at this point, what does it want to do? Ding! Random task released. Successfully requested the contact information of the most beautiful guest at Lanting Hotel within 2 hours. Task rewards, A. Double your assets. B. You will never be able to imagine. Cut. What reward? Absolutely unimaginable. But to be honest, option A is not very attractive to the other party. Double the billions doesn't seem like much money. What is the difference between 50 yuan and 100 yuan? I choose B. Accept the mission, and the timer begins. If the mission is completed, the reward will be issued within 24 hours. If the mission fails, 10 points of seeking value will be deducted. Let us just get started. Etc. System, what is the seeking value you are talking about? The system is silent. Just like Halley's Comet, it appears only once in a century and is elusive. Old Zhao, I have something else to do, you don't need to come. Fang Yue called Zhao Chuander again. Then he sorted out his thoughts and walked back to the front desk. The receptionist on duty greeted Fang Yue again. Fang Yue nodded. Help me retrieve all the information of the guests staying in the hotel. The girl in charge of check-in simply tapped a few times on the keyboard and then turned the monitor to Fang Yue. Mr. Fang, are you looking for someone? Fang Yue glanced at the screen and was dazzled. It turns out that the hotel business is so good. There are 490 guest rooms, accommodating more than 700 people in total. Among them, 320 are women. After excluding those under 18 years old and over 35 years old, there are still 197 people. Fang Yue rubbed his head and said, please pick out the ones you think are outstanding in appearance. The girls at the front desk were a little confused, and then a little frustrated. Is Mr. Fang selecting a beauty? What beauty are you looking for? Are our receptionists so unattractive? But no matter how much you complain, you still have to follow the boss's orders. Several girls at the front desk gathered together and started commenting on the ID photos one by one. No, this won't do. The cheekbones are too high. It will bring bad luck to your husband. This is beautiful, this one. Fang Yue leaned on the edge of the stage, yawning out of boredom. Half an hour later, the front desk supervisor uploaded the photos selected according to the requirements to the pad and handed them to Fang Yue. Fang Yue slid the screen and looked at it for a while, then nodded slightly. These girls have pretty good taste, and the ones they pick out are basically above 7 points. There are 9 in total, so it shouldn't be difficult to pick out the most beautiful one. Hey, this beauty looks familiar. Chen Muge. Chen Muge actually lives in Lanting Hotel. Then there's no need to choose. All the goddesses recognized by their whole nation have been shortlisted. What's the point of choosing? Which room is she in? Fang Yue pointed at Chen Muge's ID photo and asked excitedly. Don't get me wrong, this excitement has nothing to do with hormones or dopamine. It's simply the joy of completing the system task. The front desk supervisor shrugged and replied apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Fang, this Ms. Chen went out in the evening and hasn't come back yet. Fang Yue couldn't help scratching his head again. What should I do? Within 2 hours, I successfully got the contact information, and my target had to be the most beautiful guest. Fang Yue began to ponder over each word, trying to see if there were any loopholes in this mission. However, no. The girls at the front desk looked at their boss scratching his head, squatting down, and frowning, wondering what had happened. Mr. Fang, are you looking for Ms. Chen? Fang Yue nodded repeatedly. Do you know where she is now? I don't know. The front desk supervisor shook his head, but I have her registration information, so I should be able to contact her, right? Oh shit. This brain. Yes, there is registration information. Fang Yue laughed at his own stupidity. This task is not difficult. Isn't it just a way to contact you? Fang Yue began to save the mobile phone number left by Chen Muge. 1863. Wait a minute. Fang Yue looked up and asked, do you think it's possible that this number is not hers? R. The front desk supervisor was stunned by the question. It should be. But it seems possible that it is not. It is better to be safe than sorry. Fang Yue cleverly dialed the number using the hotel's landline. Chen Muge answered quickly, hello, hello. Fang Yue confirmed the number to make sure he did not dial the wrong number. But this voice was not the same as the one he heard in the bar. It suddenly became aloof and cold. Hello, this is Lanting Hotel. Fang Yue lowered his voice, not wanting Chen Muge to recognize him. Chen Muge asked naturally, what's the matter? Fang Yue said seriously, tonight's joint inspection requires the guest's real name information. May I ask if this mobile phone number belongs to you, Ms. Chen? Chen Muge didn't think much about it and answered yes. Fang Yue was overjoyed. The mission was completed just like that. That's it? Well, Ms. Chen, I have nothing else to do here. Goodbye. In the last sentence, Fang Yue forgot to use false voice. Chen Muge on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. The voice. Fang Yue. Chen Muge was impressed. It was more than impressive, it was unforgettable. After all, he was the first person to do this to me. Chen Muge's face changed. Crew, go back to their hotel. 26. Kidnapping. At this time, Chu Wan had already started a cooking exchange with Qing Meng. When hungry diners see some relatively tasty ingredients. Heat oil in a pan. High heat, stir fry. This is a sport that tests both arm and waist strength. Chu Wan mistook Qing Meng for Xia He, and his obsession and frustration made him almost crazy. Qing Meng has been in the world for a long time, so naturally she knows how to please people and tries her best to cater to them. Generally speaking, stir-fried dishes take less time to cook. Chu Wan calmed down and immediately fell into thinking. What is this disgust in my heart? I actually spent nearly 10 minutes entangled with such a woman. Qing Meng is not Xia He after all. One is the white moonlight in the sky. One is a stinking ditch that countless people stepped on when heavy rain came. But if a person has hatred in his heart, he can tolerate a lot. This Qingmeng is hypocritical, greedy, and utilitarian, and he will do anything to get to the top. Just from the potential to be a chess piece, she is very suitable. He and Chu Wan are a perfect match. Do you want to be Cat's Claw's number one sister? Chu Wan suddenly asked. Qingmeng was stunned. She suspected she had heard wrongly. Do you want to be Cat's Claw's number one sister? Chu Wan repeated it again. How could I not want to? Qingmeng nodded heavily. Chu Wan stated his plan straight to the point. I will invest in Cat's Claw on behalf of Huazi Group, and you will be the top lady then. In this world, anyone who is interested in money has heard of Huazi's name. Qingmeng has begun to fantasize. Fantasy. She forgot that she didn't have that ability originally. In the trance-like clear dream, his eyes became much clearer, and even had a hint of pure desire. Chu Wan was in a trance and seemed to see Xie He again. The entire room was suddenly covered with mosaics. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards will be distributed within 24 hours. Fang Yue felt a little bored. Feeling a little sleepy. Just as I was about to leave the hotel, I ran into Chen Muge, who had hurried back. It's you? Chen Muge stood in front of Fang Yue. Fang Yue did not deny it and smiled politely in response. What exactly are you going to do? Chen Muge's eyes were 7 parts puzzled and 3 parts wary. A chill ran through the body of the charming man, Crew, and he took a step forward. Of course Fang Yue would not tell the real reason. Ms. Chen, you can understand that I am interested in you. Well, for now, this reason is the most reasonable. Heh. Chen Muge raised his eyes coldly. Sure enough, he is a scumbag, LSP. There is no reason to refute this. Keilu's voice was full of threats. My lady is not someone you can touch. Miss? Aren't you her agent? Fang Yue began to become curious about Chen Muge's true identity. Seeing that Fang Yue didn't care about his warning at all, Keilu said in a deep voice, please don't have any thoughts about the lady. No idea, I'm just curious. You shouldn't ask. Keilu felt he had to prove himself. Fang Yue smiled slightly. As the owner of Lanting Hotel, I have the obligation to care about every guest. So, my curiosity shouldn't be excessive, right? The corner of Chen Muge's mouth twitched. The other party's feelings became more complicated. He exchanged glances with Crew. Is it him? This is a common idea between the two. Chen Muge appeared in Shenzhen. Check-in at Lanting Hotel. This is no coincidence. It was just because Chen Muge wanted to see what kind of person could make his father make such a decision. Now I see it. No surprises, even disappointing. What else does this person have besides his handsome appearance? Fang Yue still knew nothing about this matter. I just feel that this big star doesn't look normal. Bye, I should go back to bed. Fang Yue walked around the two of them and headed towards the taxi waiting area. I vaguely heard Chen Muge and Crew communicating something. When the car drove out of the hotel, Fang Yue saw the suspicious young man again. A strange feeling came over me. But I can't tell what's wrong. Tracking? Not really. I don't seem to have any deep hatred with anyone. You're overthinking it. Maybe it's not the same person. Don't all homeless people look the same? Fang Yue lay in the back seat of the taxi and took a nap. When they arrived at the community, he was woken up by the driver. I called Xie He at the door and asked her what she wanted to eat. Power off. It was not until Fang Yue knocked on the door for a long time that he realized something might have happened. Because during this period of time, Xie He is usually still sleeping. It's impossible not to be home. After asking an old man who was doing morning exercises, Fang Yue found out where the property was and hurried over. Hello, I want to check the surveillance. The girl on duty asked politely, hello sir, have you lost anything? No, it's embarrassing. Fang Yue felt that this sentence was a bit strange, but he didn't think much about it and urged the girl on duty at the property again. The girl turned on the monitor and switched the picture to the building where Xie He lived. Cut to 1 hour ago. Fast forward, for X speed. 8 times. Stop. Fang Yue saw a familiar figure carrying Xie He and getting into a van with the license plate number SHNSB 250. Lu Yang? The girl on duty at the property management was also shocked. This kind of thing has never happened in Jinqiu homeland. If people knew that a kidnapping had occurred in the community, not to mention what the owners would think, I would not be able to explain it to Boss Shen. Copy this surveillance video and send it to my phone. Fang Yue left his cell phone number and ran out of the duty room. The girl on duty hesitated for a moment and dialed a number. Ju Feng had worked an overnight shift and had just finished handing over his shift. He was about to take a shower and take a nap in the lounge. Just took off my clothes and walked into the public bathroom. The cell phone rang. I took a look at the number and felt it looked unfamiliar, so I didn't take it seriously. I put the phone aside and started cleaning. Fang Yue called Ju Feng 3 times in a row, but no one answered. I called Zhao Chuander, but the call didn't go through. Fang Yue was a little panicked. I called the hotel front desk directly. Hello. I'm Fang Yue. Hello, Mr. Fang. May I ask? Don't say anything. Listen to me. No matter what method you use, contact Zhao Chuander as soon as possible and ask him to call me back. Mr. Fang, is something wrong? The girl at the front desk sensed that something was wrong with Fang Yue. Sure, he was kidnapped. After Fang Yue finished speaking, he hung up the phone helplessly. The girl at the front desk receives different guests and handles different incidents every day, so her psychological quality is much stronger than that of ordinary people. With almost no hesitation, the girl at the front desk's voice appeared on the intercom's emergency channel. Attention all departments, Miss Shear has been kidnapped. Employees who do not have work on hand please gather in the lobby as soon as possible. Zhao Chuander fell off the sofa. In order to be lazy, I deliberately muted my cell phone and tuned the intercom to the emergency channel, which is usually deserted. Who would have thought? Looking at the missed call on the phone, Zhao Chuander's heart was trembling. Why are you sleeping at this time? Call the police. Why didn't Mr. Fang call the police directly? Zhao Chuander directly called Li Xiao, the deputy mayor in charge of public security. Li Xiao's hearty laughter came through the phone. How come Mr. Zhao has time to contact me today? Zhao Chuander told Li Xiao about Xia his identity and the kidnapping, and Li Xiao's smile disappeared instantly. I'll notify the entire city to search immediately. I'll be at the hotel in 20 minutes. There is strength in numbers. In less than half an hour, the news of Xia his kidnapping had spread throughout Shenzhen. Armed police officers are on duty at every intersection, strictly checking passing vehicles. Liu Yong felt guilty and saw police officers everywhere on the street, so he drove into an old residential area. 27. No results. Even people who have lived in Shanghai for decades have never seen the spectacular sight of a policeman every 3 steps and a police car every 5 steps. People speculated that something big must have happened. Even some otakus who never leave their houses all year round have learned some of the situation from TV and live streaming platforms. Some 18th-tier anchors seized this rare opportunity, spread out to every corner of Shanghai, and took advantage of the popularity. According to reliable information, a big shot will come to Shenzhen today. I heard from my uncle's neighbor's second aunt that a shocking crime happened near her home. What is the specific situation? Please follow my camera and let's find out together. In the blink of an eye, several versions appeared. And each one of them is well made. Even most of the employees of Lanting Hotel were sent out, holding the photos given by Zhao Chuander and asking questions door to door. After calling the service staff to no avail, some picky guests came to the lobby to complain. Among them are Chu Huan and Chen Muge. Chu Huan naturally knew what was going on. It was under his instructions that Liu Yong kidnapped Xia He. The current public security is really. So your country's police force is wasted like this. And where are all the people in this hotel? What a terrible stay. As Chu Huan's deliberate pace progressed, some guests with bad tempers began to complain. Chen Muge was standing outside the crowd and accidentally saw Chu Huan's smug face. This Fang Yue is likely to be in trouble. At this time, Fang Yue was standing at a big intersection, feeling very anxious. He tried his best to control his emotions, and kept telling himself that he should be calmer at this time. It makes no difference. At this time, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Hello, Mr. Fang, I am Zhu Yun from Beihai Law Firm. I currently have. Fang Yue interrupted coldly, I'm busy now. But having said that, Lawyer Zhu Yun has a nice voice and should be good looking too. Fang Yue despised himself. At this moment, he actually had time to think about whether a strange woman was pretty or not. Just as I was about to put my phone back in my pocket, it rang again. This time it's Chen Muge. Fang Yue. Please keep your words short. I have something important to do right now. I already know. Chen Muge seemed very calm. First, withdraw your people. The hotel is in chaos. Then, I'll mobilize my fans to help find it. Thank you. Fang Yue told Chen Muge the situation he knew and share his information. Chen Muge was actually feeling conflicted. After all, his first impression of the other party was not very good. But my heart told me that I couldn't just watch an innocent person fall into danger. Chen Muge sent a message for help on the social software. In today's society, there are two most incredible things. One is the shamelessness of a certain overseas country. One is the appeal of celebrities. Chen Muge has more than 90 million fans on a certain social software, and currently there are more than 1 million of them in Shanghai. How can we turn a blind eye to the goddess's request for help? For a time, fans from various groups took to the streets, some driving luxury cars and some wearing flip-flops. They are all looking for someone named Xie He. Shanghai is particularly lively today. Some people who were unaware of the situation thought it was a large-scale parade. However, a day passed and still nothing was found. Liu Yong brought Xie He to an uninhabited two-story courtyard in an old residential area. I don't know how many times I went out to ask, but every time I saw people on the street looking for Xie He. Liu Yong couldn't help but get angry. He went back to their house and slapped Xie He in the face. The guy next to him was a teenage dropout, the one who had followed Fang Yue and reported his whereabouts to Liu Yong. When the younger brother saw Xie He being beaten, he thought of his sister lying on the hospital bed. Brother Yong, please don't hit people, okay? Liu Yong glared at his younger brother. Why, are you feeling distressed? The younger brother shook his head. Aren't we doing this for money? Just take the money, why do we have to beat people up? Why? I'll tell you why right now. I don't know how many times I got hit on the head. Why? Because I'm happy. The younger brother ran out of the house in fear. He never expected that Brother Yang would be so cruel that he would even beat his own people. It was already late at night and the search personnel had gone back to rest one after another. Only Fang Yue was still running around like a headless fly. Chen Muge called and asked Fang Yue for Xie his underwear. Although Fang Yue was confused, he still went back to get Xie his socks and asked Chen Muge to meet him at the entrance of the community. Chen Muge picked up the socks, put them next to his nose and smelled them. Fortunately, Xie he doesn't have athlete's foot. Fang Yue asked, "Are you really a police dog?" Chen Muge rolled his eyes at Fang Yue and said, "It's natural. I'm sensitive to smells. Is this even possible?" Fang Yue suspected that Chen Muge must have activated some roaring sky dog system. Chen Muge said, "It's been too long, the smell is almost gone, but we can still give it a try." So Fang Yue and crew followed Chen Muge, crossing from one street to another. I have traveled almost half of Shanghai. Finally, Chen Muge stopped at the old residential area. Fang Yue also found the van with the license plate, SB250, at a nearby corner. However, although this residential area is almost deserted, there are still many migrant workers living here temporarily. It's too unrealistic to search door to door. In case the criminal is alarmed again. There were still several hours before dawn, so Fang Yue asked crew to take Chen Muge back to their hotel to rest while he searched nearby for a while. After Chen Muge left, Fang Yue found a step and sat down. I'm a little sleepy. I haven't slept for more than 30 hours. But there is still no news about Xie He. I wonder if she has been bullied. Once you start worrying, what follows is wild speculation, and you tend to think the worst. As he thought about it, Fang Yue realized something. Why kidnap Xie He? And it seemed like it was premeditated and he knew exactly where Xie He was. For revenge? How could Xie He have such a big grudge against someone? For money? But why hasn't anyone contacted me yet? Because of yourself? Fang Yue really didn't want to think about himself. Indeed, I have gone too far in some things recently and have been pretending too much. But, these don't warrant kidnapping, right? MD, how can a living person be lost? Fang Yue perked himself up and walked towards a noodle stall not far away. At this time, some workers who were working overtime were still eating. Fang Yue directly stated his purpose. My girlfriend is missing. It's definitely nearby. If anyone can find it, I will reward you. A young man who was slurping noodles got so excited that he gasped and the noodles flew out of his nose. How much? 10 million. 10 million. The young man gave the noodle stall owner 10 yuan, and the owner said, "Don't worry, as long as your girlfriend is here, I will find her for you even if I have to tear down this place." 28. The betrayer. The news that someone offered a reward of 10 million for clues spread in the residential area. First, the young man who made the promise to Fang Yue called his colleagues and friends who lived nearby. Colleagues and friends then spread it to their respective circles of friends. Even the 76-year-old Mr. Sun, who had suffered a stroke, was pushed awake by his wife, and they agreed to go out to earn money together. Little brother Lu had been standing guard at the door, so naturally he heard the news. 10 million. Brother Yang only gave me 50,000 if I kidnapped someone. If I had 10 million, my sister's illness could be cured. My parents don't have to work in factories when they are over 60. Little brother Lu began to waver and his psychological defenses began to loosen. At the same time, the police also narrowed down the scope based on the surveillance at the intersection and basically locked down Xia his location. Zhu Feng and another middle-aged police officer brought armed police to this old residential area. Captain Zhu. When Fang Yue saw Zhu Feng, he still greeted him and was not unhappy because he did not answer his call during the day. Zhu Feng felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say directly that he forgot to save the number. He could only make the excuse that he was too tired from the night shift and accidentally fell asleep. This is Captain Wu Songtao of the Criminal Police Brigade. Zhu Feng introduced the middle-aged police officer who was traveling with him to Fang Yue. Wu Songtao and Fang Yue shook hands politely. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fang, I made you laugh." "Is that embarrassing? Isn't it?" Before they set off, the two were scolded by Deputy Mayor Li. What do people eat on weekdays? A kidnapping case can happen in broad daylight in a high-end residential area like Jinxiu Home. Wu Songtao cursed, "If I catch that bastard, I will give him a few slaps in the face. He has brought shame to Shenzhen." Fang Yue asked, "Is the suspect from Shanghai?" Zhu Feng nodded. "According to the license plate number provided by Mr. Fang, the owner of this silver gray van is from Shanghai, named Lu Yang. He is a frequent visitor to the bureau and often hangs out in the Xingda Road area." By comparing the surveillance camera footage at the intersection with the portrait, we confirmed that the person driving the car during the day was Lu Yang. Oh. Although the situation was inappropriate, Fang Yue couldn't help but laugh. This Xingda Lu Yang brother is really not very smart. Who commits a crime while driving his own car? There were a constant stream of people on the street in the early morning, and both captains felt that something was a little strange. A few passers-by were heard saying something like, "Don't let the 10 million get away," and they all looked at Fang Yue at the same time. Mr. Fang is very generous. How do you want Fang Yue to respond to this? You say that money is external to one's body and is not as important as the safety of one's girlfriend. It's too cliché and readers will get bored. Or is it that I am happy because I have money? This makes it easy to be sprayed and killed. Fang Yue answered the two as modestly as possible. It's normal, just a small amount of money. This time, the topic was really exhausted. Gradually, the enthusiastic crowd, who were originally full of high spirits, became depressed. Could it be that the kidnapped girl isn't even around here? The bad guys nowadays are all very smart. They are probably trying to confuse the enemy and attack from the east, right? Oh, forget it. Don't force it. Just go to bed. You have to go to work tomorrow morning. Most of the enthusiastic people had left, and a thin young man quietly appeared behind Fang Yue. "Brother Lu." "Hello, Mr. Fang." Fang Yue turned around and recognized the man who had followed him all night. "Do you know me?" What this sentence really means is, "How do you know my name?" Brother Lu's legs were unnaturally stiff, and he was ready to run away at any time if the situation got bad. "I've been observing here for a long time, and I heard those two officers address you like that." Fang Yue looked at little brother Lu. The temperament is indeed a bit sneaky. But from his relatively clear eyes, it can be seen that this child is not a bad person. "So I didn't connect him to the kidnapping case. Why are you following me?" Lu's answer was simple, "For money." Fang Yue was actually stunned by what he said. "I'm starting to admire this guy a little. Straightforward and simple. If you want money, you've come to the right person." Fang Yue asked, "How much do you want?" Brother Lu asked another question. Will you really give me 10 million for providing clues about that girl? Yes, what's wrong? Brother Lu confirmed again, you are not lying to me. Fang Yue tilted his head and looked at little Brother Lu. Okay, I believe you, the lady you are looking for is here. Captain Zhu. Fang Yue shouted and ran in the direction that Brother Lu pointed. Zhu Feng and Wu Songtao simultaneously threw their cigarette butts in their hands to the ground, stomped them out with their feet, and followed. A group of armed police saw the three people suddenly moving and didn't know what was going on. After a few seconds of silence, the large force began to charge into the residential area. Little Brother Lu was chasing closely behind, but he was always more than 10 body lengths behind. You ran away, here you are. Hearing little Brother Lu's voice, Fang Yue and the two captains turned back. Several people stopped outside a small courtyard with cracked walls. Is it here? Fang Yue confirmed with Brother Lu. Brother Lu confirmed and nodded. Wu Songtao said, wait for me to call a skilled brother to climb over the wall and take a look. Before he could finish his words, Fang Yue leaped over the courtyard wall. Wu Songtao glanced at Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng said helplessly, there's nothing we can do. Let's break the door. If anything happens to him again, Deputy Mayor Li will definitely stew us both. The sound of the door breaking woke up Lu Yong, who was taking a nap. He subconsciously left Xie He behind and ran outside. Just as he ran to the door, Fang Yue, who had rushed over, kicked him back. Lu Yong fell heavily to the ground and felt that his internal organs were displaced. With the moonlight outside the window, Fang Yue saw Xie He tied to the corner. His hair was messy and there were lingering slap marks on his face. Bang! Fang Yue raised his leg and kicked Lu Yong in the lower abdomen again. Lu Yong was wriggling in pain on the ground like a maggot breaking out of its cocoon. After making sure that Lu Yong had no chance of escaping, Fang Yue strode to Xie He and shook her gently. When Xie He saw Fang Yue, she burst into tears. Fang Yue held Xie He in his arms, patting her to comfort her while looking coldly at Lu Yong lying on the ground. The severe pain from his body made Lu Yong sober up a lot. He suddenly realized what he had done. Kidnapping, starting sentence is 10 years. If Fang Yue gives another gift or something, he will definitely be sentenced to life imprisonment. How can we let our youth be ruined like this? You have to run no matter what. Lu Yong struggled to get up and staggered towards the door. Stop! Fang Yue shouted louder. Carefully helping Xie He sit on the chair, Fang Yue walked closer to Lu Yong step by step. The footsteps were clear and rhythmic. It seems like a countdown of life. At this time, Wu Songtao and Zhu Feng arrived with armed police and subdued Lu Yong. Lu Yong suddenly laughed. Being caught by the police is better than being caught by Fang Yue. As long as you are alive, there is hope. In Lu Yong's opinion, rich people like Fang Yue all value their lives more than anything else. Beating a suspect in front of the police is also a serious crime. Fang Yue shouldn't act on impulse, right? Captain Wu, Captain Zhu, please take Xie He out first. Give me 5 minutes. Wu Songtao and Zhu Feng looked at each other, and finally nodded in tacit understanding. Xie He hugged Fang Yue tightly. No, I won't leave, I want to be with you. Lu Yong had already imagined what would happen next, and began to scream hysterically, you can't leave me here. The police killed someone. The shrill sound spread over the residential area. Save your energy, or you might not be able to scream later. Fang Yue gently stroked Xie He's forehead and said softly, be good, cover your ears and close your eyes, it will be fine soon. Xie He was very smart and naturally knew what Fang Yue was going to do. She didn't stop it, even though she always thought fighting was a bad thing. But I've been missing for nearly 2 days, Fang Yue must be worried sick, right? During these 30 hours or so, Fang Yue must have been in agony, right? He needs to vent. Lu Yong never uttered another scream. Because I can't shout anymore. When the police took Lu Yong away, both of his legs and one of his arms were broken. More than a dozen teeth have fallen out. Even Wu Songtao, who was used to bloody scenes, didn't want to look at Lu Yong anymore. Tell me, is it that Xingda Road can't accommodate you anymore or what? Why do you have nothing better to do than to bother Fang Yue? That's the walking GDP of Shanghai, someone that all city leaders look up to. The suspect attempted to escape and fell from the upper floor. He was seriously injured and was first sent to the hospital and assigned someone to guard him. Wu Songtao ordered the dying Lu Yong to be taken away, and patted Zhu Feng, who was standing there stupidly. At this time, Fang Yue and Xie He must have a lot to talk about. A beautiful night needs no light bulbs. After this ordeal, Xie He held Fang Yue tightly and refused to let go. Her hot lips seemed to want to melt Fang Yue into her body. Fang Yue stood quietly, slightly bending his knees to cooperate with Xie He. Their hatred in my heart did not diminish in the slightest. Because when Lu Yong begged for mercy just now, he revealed the name of the mastermind behind the scenes. Chu Huan. 29. Meet the ex-girlfriend. Brother Lu luckily escaped the disaster. The police did not take him and Lu Yong away together. Maybe it's because Brother Lu looks too timid and doesn't he seem like someone who would be brave enough to kidnap someone. Fang Yue helped Xie He out of the door, and little Brother Lu fell to his knees on the ground. What are you doing? Little Brother Lu slapped himself and said sorry solemnly. Fang Yue reacted, you have a share too. Xie He gently tugged at Fang Yue's sleeve, don't embarrass him, he helped me before. What kind of thinking is this? Just because he helped you, can it offset the sin of kidnapping you? I once helped an old lady cross the street, and one day I accidentally hit her while driving. I said to the police, let me go, I will help her cross the road. Let us keep things separate. At most, Brother Lu has come to his senses and returned to the right path. But Fang Yue didn't make things difficult for him. First, I don't want to ruin a young person's future that is full of endless possibilities. Second, the culprit is still at large. The reason why Fang Yue did not tell Captains Wu and Zhu that Chu Huan was the mastermind behind the scenes was because he wanted to solve the problem in his own way. Moreover, the police surrounding their hotel is bound to have a negative impact on their hotel. Fang Yue took Xie He and rushed back to Lanting Hotel. However, the front desk told me that Chu Huan had checked out and left more than 10 minutes ago. Chu Huan is not stupid. After learning that Xie He had been kidnapped by Lu Yong, he first returned to the room calmly and called Lu Yong to ask about her location. If the phone call is not going through, it means something has changed. Habitual offenders like Lu Yong will definitely be severely sentenced once they are caught. In order to reduce his sentence, he is very likely to give himself up. Have to go. Poor Qing Meng was still on the balcony of the presidential suite, holding a glass of red wine, enjoying the first ray of sunshine in Shanghai. The staff opened the door and Qing Meng was startled. She hurriedly adjusted her nightgown, the fork of which was almost to her belly button. Who are you? Hearing Qing Meng's question, Fang Yue looked carefully and was also stunned. This woman does look somewhat like Xie He. But the biggest difference between the two is that one is as pure as moonlight, while the other is covered in dust. Receiving Fang Yue's glance, the housekeeping staff said, Mr. Chu has checked out. We are going to tidy up the room now. Do you want to stay longer? Where are the others? Qing Meng was speechless. The employee replied, he has left the hotel. You can contact him privately to find out where he went. Qing Meng's hands trembled, and the wine glass almost fell to the ground. He murmured, She wanted to ask, was she being taken advantage of for free? Fang Yue walked out of the room and called Wu Songtao in the corridor. Tell Chu Huan the truth that he is the mastermind and ask the police to stop him as soon as possible. Wu Songtao put down the phone but did not take immediate action. The suspect Lu Yong was still in a coma and he did not hear it with his own ears. Adhering to the principles he had followed during his 20 years as a police officer, Wu Songtao did not believe Fang Yue's one-sided statement. When Qing Meng changed her clothes and was about to leave the room, the screen of her cell phone lit up. I'm going to Bin Hai first. Remember what I told you. See you at the anchor ceremony. Chu Huan? Qing Meng's mood improved a lot and she no longer cared much about the hotel staff's attitude towards her. When Lu Yong woke up, the police officer in charge of the case again questioned the mastermind behind the scenes and finally confirmed that what Fang Yue said was true. The plane Chu Huan was on had already taken off for half an hour. Wu Songtao nervously told Fang Yue about the failed interception. Fang Yue expressed his understanding. After all, if it is too easy to catch, it will seem very stupid. The anchor ceremony would be held in 2 days. Fang Yue did not explain anything specifically, but just said that he would be on a business trip for a few days. In order to make up for it, Wu Songtao was not idle either. He went to the bureau in person to submit an application for arrest in another place. But this process takes n working days. Fang Yue took Xie He to the hospital for a physical examination, which confirmed that she was fine, but the bruises on her face would take a day or two to fade. Do you still want to go to the anchor ceremony? Fang Yue asked Xie He for her opinion. Xie He touched her face, her eyes somewhat unwilling. I want to go. Good. Fang Yue arranged for someone to book 2 plane tickets, prepared some necessities, and went to the airport waiting room. The plane was about to take off in 40 minutes, and Fang Yue remembered the phone call he had hung up. Beihai Law Firm, Ju Yun. I dialed the number and the other party answered quickly. Hello, I'm free now. Unexpectedly, Ju Yun said, I'm sorry, Mr. Fang, I'm on vacation. Let's talk about work next week. Toot. Sooner or later you will pay for what you have done. Fang Yue smiled helplessly, put away his phone, put his arm around Xie He's shoulders, and hummed a tuneless pop song. Xie He, however, seemed intoxicated by what she heard. It is rare that your loved one is willing to sing for you. Why bother about whether he sings out of tune or not? After boarding the plane and finding his seat, Fang Yue saw an old acquaintance at a glance. Suman and her bestie. There was also a middle-aged man covered in gold. The middle-aged man's eyes were fixed on Suman's private parts. If it weren't for the honor of having an overbite given to him by his parents, he would have been drooling. Suman was a little disgusted and kept dodging. Qin Yang, her best friend, communicated frequently with the middle-aged man, and pointed at Suman from time to time. Although Suman is snobbish, she is Fang Yue's girlfriend of 2 years after all. Seeing her being touched intentionally or unintentionally by such a greasy old man, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Cut the Gordian knot. This statement only exists in theory. Suman and Qin Yang finally saw Fang Yue. Especially when Suman saw Xie He snuggling in Fang Yue's arms, her heart was broken. It's not that her love for you is so deep, she's just unwilling to accept it. Why? I wasted 2 years of my youth on him when he was a pauper. Now that he has money, it was taken away by others. When passing by Fang Yue, Suman deliberately stopped and stretched out her right hand. Nice to meet you again, Fang Yue. Fang Yue raised his hand subconsciously, but ultimately refused to shake hands. Yeah, what a coincidence. Hearing Fang Yue's cold answer, Suman's expression twitched. She forced a smile and walked to her seat. The middle-aged man asked Qin Yang, Xiao Qin, who is that person? Qin Yang leaned towards the middle-aged man and said sarcastically, Suman's ex-boyfriend. The middle-aged man snorted in displeasure, he is just a young boy, how can he compare to me? Qin Yang's eyes flickered, and she laughed so hard that her body shook. Yes, Mr. Feng, how can he compare with you? He is just an embroidered pillow. An embroidered pillow, a very metaphorical irony. The middle-aged man also laughed out loud. For some reason, Suman felt uncomfortable when she heard Qin Yang and the others' bad comments about Fang Yue. I went to the bathroom, saying I felt a little unwell. Qin Yang looked at Suman's back and said to the middle-aged man, Don't worry, Mr. Feng, when we get to Binhai, I will definitely find a way to make your wish come true. The middle-aged man pinched Qin Yang's chest and said with a wretched smile, How can we take her down? If you two can do it together. You are so bad, Mr. Feng. Qin Yang beat the middle-aged man in a complaining manner and fell into his arms. 30. Hidden Family. Suman stood in the bathroom for a long time, her mind filled with the intimate scenes of Xie He and Fang Yue. A small part of it is the intimacy I saw, and most of the scenes come from my imagination. For 20 minutes, Suman still couldn't figure out how much worse she was than Xie He. In terms of appearance, the two are not of the same style and cannot be compared, but each has their own merits. In terms of figure, Suman seems to have a slight advantage. Xie He, besides being gentle, well-behaved, considerate, and having positive values, what else is there? Suman was indignant. To the point of psychological distortion. Swear secretly. It has nothing to do with love, it's just because I don't accept it. Seeing that Suman had been in the bathroom for a long time and had not come out yet, the flight attendant knocked on the door with concern. Hello, how can I help you? Suman replied unhappily, it will be out soon. After washing her face, tidying her hair, and looking at her charming self in the mirror, Suman walked out of the bathroom with satisfaction. Suman returned to her seat, and the middle-aged man was already getting a little impatient. What have you been doing for so long? Suman smiled, but moved to the side, deliberately keeping a distance from the middle-aged man. Cousin, what do you think of that girl? The person Suman was referring to was Xie He. My cousin stood up, stood on tiptoe, and leaned over to take a look. Then he sat down with satisfaction. Suman and Qin Yang both heard the sound of swallowing saliva. Well, it's good, it can be called the best. I have to say that this cousin has a very unique vision. The truly wealthy men who hunt for beauties are often quite picky about them. Judging from the appearance alone, Suman with an 8-point score is a top-notch horse, while Qin Yang with a 6-point score is a tool for after the lights are turned off. For someone like Xia He, her appearance score is around 8 points, but with the unique temperament of an art student, this score is already off the charts. Most importantly, Xia He has a pure innocence that most women do not have. Seeing her cousin's approval of Xia He, Suman felt that her plan could begin. Qin Yang looked at Suman in confusion and asked in a dissatisfied voice, "What do you mean?" Suman said openly, without hiding it from her cousin, "Since my cousin likes her, I'll send you her number." My cousin didn't even pause before pulling out his cell phone. After turning on the phone, Suman's message came. The flight attendant bowed to the two and said, "Excuse me, sir and madam, for everyone's safety, please turn off your cell phones." Suman pressed the power button and put the phone back into her pocket. My cousin glanced at the stewardess, saw the badge on her chest, and said disdainfully, "On this plane, is anyone's safety more important than my happiness?" Airline stewardess. What are you talking about? What does it mean that your happiness is more important than the safety of hundreds of people? The reason why the cousin made things difficult for the flight attendant was to attract Xia He's attention and establish his image as a domineering boss. The momentum is there, but the image has not been established. Which boss has a B cup? Which boss's abdominal muscles are perfect? Which boss is bald and has an overbite? Xia He had fallen asleep and did not see this funny scene. Fang Yue was awake. I thought, is this person telling a formula crosstalk? When the flight attendant saw my cousin put away his phone, she didn't say anything more. She smiled and nodded, then retreated to the crew rest area in the corner of the cabin. Qin Yang started to flatter him. "Suman, your cousin was so proud just now." Suman smiled awkwardly but politely as a response. The cousin said leisurely, "To be arrogant, you need strength. Unlike some people, they just rely on their pretty faces to deceive the feelings of young girls." That's right. Fang Yue seriously suspected that his cousin was implying something about him. Pretty boy? Have you ever seen a pretty boy so handsome, so rich, and so, what? Suman really has no interest in her cousin, even though she knows he is rich. But Fang Yue is rich now. And handsome too. It's just that Fang Yue's good looks were previously hidden by poverty. Qin Yang looked at Suman's indifference, but she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. At this rate, if the cousin wants to take down Suman, he has no choice but to break the law. Fortunately, Qin Yang had made a promise in front of her cousin. Suman didn't know her cousin's strength, but she knew it very well. Strength? Qin Yang thought, if Suman knew her cousin's identity, would she change her mind because of the shock? "Cousin, I've known you for so long, what do you do?" My cousin frowned. "Didn't I tell you? I've been thinking about you all day and can't remember anything else." Qin Yang's voice was so sweet that it couldn't be described in words. She followed her cousin's gaze and pointed at Suman. "Oh." The cousin understood and sat up straight, ready to tell Suman about his family's long history. "Do you know the 3 richest families in the world today?" Qin Yang observed Suman and answered in cooperation, "I know. In addition to the 7 financial groups, there are 3 hidden families with assets spread all over the place. It is said that the assets of these 3 families have already exceeded 13 figures." Fang Yue almost laughed out loud at the double act. Damn, 13 digits, ghost money, right? Still a hidden family. Suddenly I'm curious, what the hell is this? Fang Yue listened attentively. When the cousin heard Qin Yang's answer, he nodded with satisfaction. Yes, of the 3 major families, the 2 overseas are either making money from the war or a nouveau riche who spend money without restraint. The Bei family in our country has a much richer foundation than theirs. Suman frowned slightly. Kitano. Seeing that Suman was interested, the cousin continued, "I am from the Kitano family, and my full name is Kitano Tang." Oh. Fang Yue thought that this person was really Qin Yang's cousin. It turns out this is my cousin. But why does it sound like the name of Benimaru country? Qin Yang continued to cooperate with Kitano Tang. "So, cousin, how powerful is the Kitano family?" Kitano Tang narrowed his eyes and said proudly, "Generally speaking, they are rich enough to rival a country. To be more specific, With the strength of the Kitano family, they can build a superpower in the desert. As Qingyang wished, Suman was really shocked. If this cousin wasn't a huge liar. That is, poverty limits her imagination. And there is Fang Yue. I was also shocked. How can this person brag so much? Building a nation in the desert. Still a superpower? Do you have so many talents? Seeing that his identity was so useful, Kid Ano laughed triumphantly. At this time, a girl in a sweatshirt sitting in the front row stood up. The length of those legs, oh no, that aura, is at least 1.8 meters. The woman in the sweatshirt walked straight to Kid Ano Hall and said in a gentle but dignified tone, "Sir, please keep your voice down. You are disturbing others' rest." Kid Ano was suddenly accused and was about to get angry, but when he saw that the person coming was a tall beauty, his anger immediately disappeared. "Oh, I didn't realize there was such a beautiful lady on the plane. Thanks for the compliment." The hoodie girl rolled her eyes and walked towards her seat. "Beautiful lady, can you please leave me your phone number? Can we have dinner together some other day?" The woman in the sweatshirt stopped and turned to stare at Kid Ano Tang. "Then let's have a drink, get a room, and talk." Kid Ano was about to nod. The woman in the sweatshirt continued, "According to Chinese law, your behavior constitutes harassment. I can sue you." Fang Yue couldn't help it this time. The woman in the hoodie heard the laughter, looked at Fang Yue, and her eyes gradually widened. What a coincidence. Fang Yue pointed at himself, "Are you talking to me?" The woman in the hoodie said, "I'm Zhu Yun, a lawyer at Beihai Law Firm. 31, designation of heirs. Are you going to the seaside?" Fang Yue remembered that Zhu Yun said on the phone that she was on vacation. Zhu Yun nodded, "I'm going to attend the cat's claw anchor ceremony. Are you a host too?" Fang Yue glanced at Xia He subconsciously. When Zhu Yun saw Xia He, a hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. "Is she that Xiao He Jianjian?" Zhu Yun lowered her voice, afraid of waking up Xia He. Fang Yue nodded, "Yes, her name is Xia He, my girlfriend." Zhu Yun blinked, as if thinking about something, and finally said, "You are so lucky." This made Fang Yue completely confused. We were having a good chat, why did the topic suddenly turn to fortune-telling? Zhu Yun explained, "You are so lucky to have such a good girlfriend and a huge inheritance waiting to be inherited. She's really nice." Wait a minute. A priceless inheritance? Where did this astronomical inheritance come from? Shares in Lanting Hotel are not inheritance. Seeing Fang Yue's bewildered face, Zhu Yun asked tentatively, "Do you know Mr. Juter?" Fang Yue had no impression of this name. Zhu Yun was also confused. The heirs and the heirs do not know each other. Oh my god, this world is crazy. Fang Yue was confused and asked seriously, "You are talking nonsense, what's going on?" So Zhu Yun slowly told the story that even a movie couldn't make. To put it simply, the head of an overseas family, on his deathbed, found the most famous Beihai law firm in the country and designated that 90% of his property be transferred to a young man named Fang Yue in Shanghai. The Fang Yue in front of him looked exactly the same as the one in the photo sent by Mr. Dutt. Zhu Yun is also a worldly wise man, and has handled many cases involving property inheritance. He has also handled a lot of assets worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. The fact that Zhu Yun was shocked only showed that the legacy Duterte left to Fang Yue was truly astonishing. Various stocks and securities are worth approximately 400 billion. There are countless properties all over the world. There is more than 700 billion in cash alone. Fang Yue thought about it. Trillion assets. It turns out that Kitanodo's claim that the hidden family's assets were in the 13 figures was not an exaggeration. But it really exists. But why? Fang Yue couldn't figure it out. There are two doubts. First, he had never been abroad, so where did the photos Dutt sent to Zhu Yun and her agency come from? Second, is there really such a thing as pie falling from the sky in this world? No, it's not pie anymore. But it's a real Big Mac 1,000-layer burger. The most reasonable explanation is that the system owed me a reward. An unknown reward for successfully obtaining Chen Mugei's contact information. The system has said that all rewards will be distributed in a reasonable and legal manner and can be used with confidence. Nothing is more reasonable than inheritance. Zhu Yun muttered, "If I had so much money, no, not so much, I could stop working and travel around the world." Everyone loves money, but everyone loves it in different ways. Some people want to get something for nothing. Some people work hard to get closer to their dreams step by step. Zhu Yun may belong to the latter. Although she directly stated that she had a dream of getting rich, Fang Yue could not see the slightest materialism in her eyes. A gentleman loves money, but he gets it in a proper way, openly and honestly, without any hypocrisy. Fang Yue joked, "Okay, you quit your job and I'll support you." He just woke up and heard the word keeping from Fang Yue's mouth. He pretended to be angry and hit Fang Yue. Seeing this, Zhu Yun also laughed. Kitano felt ashamed. "I asked you for your contact information, but you didn't appreciate it and didn't give it to me." What was going on when he turned around and ran to Fang Yue to chat enthusiastically? And that he, her boyfriend, hooked up with another woman right in front of her, but she wasn't angry. Who exactly is this Fang Yue? Why can I be surrounded by girls? In an instant, Kitano Tang felt that Qin Yang beside him was no longer attractive. Suman is not so attractive anymore. When I finish what the master has told me to do, I will definitely take care of you all. Beitang gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "Suman, and those two women, none of them can escape from my grasp." Seeing that Beitang's eyes were fixed on Fang Yue and his expression suddenly changed, Suman felt that the plan did not seem to be developing in the direction she expected. The best way to irritate a man is to cleverly take advantage of the woman he likes. Suman is very experienced in this regard. In the past, Fang Yue had had several inexplicable fights with other men because of Suman's abnormal psychology. Suman's purpose was just to make Beitang notice he, so that she would have a chance to win Fang Yue back. But now it seems that Beitang seems to hate Fang Yue more than getting he. "Cousin, is there something important that you are doing in Binhai this time?" For the first time ever, Suman took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Beitang. Kitano Tang, with the mentality that he couldn't deal with those two for the time being, so he would just make do with you for now, and he pretended to be enthusiastic to deal with Suman. "Didn't I just say that there are 3 hidden families? We have received reliable intelligence that someone from one of the overseas families will arrive in Binhai in the next 2 days. Well, then what?" Suman blinked. Kitano Hall said, "Our Kitano family has fought with the other 2 major families for hundreds of years, and we have won and lost each time. The head of the family suspects that their sudden arrival in China will have a significant impact on the continent's economy and even the world's economic structure." When Suman heard Kitano Tang say this, she felt like she was watching a movie about family feuds among the rich and powerful, and she couldn't help but become interested. "Cousin, are you going to stop them?" "Smart." Kitano Tang nodded approvingly. "This time, the Kitano family sent for elders in addition to me. They will definitely not get any benefits this time. The more you talk, the more mysterious it becomes." If he hadn't been sitting on the plane, Fang Yue would have suspected that he had traveled to a world of immortals. "What century-old feud, elder leader? Are you guys going to fight?" When the plane encounters turbulence, the space reminds passengers to sit back in their seats and fasten their seat belts to avoid turbulence. Zhu Yun waved to he and returned to her seat. Fang Yue sighed that women were really strange animals. The two of them chatted for less than 10 sentences in total, and they were like sisters who had been separated for many years and were reluctant to part. Ding! Dragons fight for the red spider lily. Mr. Wang will give you a home. Fang Yue? How can the Sea King be tired when his great cause is not yet accomplished? Fang Yue, what the hell? System task, capture Zhu Yun's heart. Fang Yue, I'm. Task rewards, A. Mind reading, B. Knowing a woman by her scent. Can't you give us advance notice when issuing tasks? Does it have to be so sudden every time? Everyone is familiar with mind reading, a magical skill for picking up girls. But Fang Yue felt that this kind of plug-in would make the game boring. Scent of a woman, what a fascinating name. I choose B. In the Lanting Hotel, Crew was packing his luggage under the command of Chen Muge. Chen Muge did his best to help he because of her problem. But he was saved, and Fang Yue didn't even tell him. I was left waiting in the hotel and my flight was delayed. She is the important award presenter at the Cat Claw Anchor ceremony tomorrow night. Chen Muge became angrier and angrier, so he called Fang Yue, but was told the phone was turned off. Crew comforted her, "Don't worry, miss. I'll drive you later and we should be able to reach Binhai tomorrow morning." There was no other good way, so Chen Muge could only agree. "Thank you for your hard work, Crew." 32. Are all the highly educated people so tactful? The plane landed smoothly. He and Zhu Yun came to the taxi stop at the airport. Fang Yue acted as a laborer, dragging 3 suitcases and 2 large backpacks out of the check-in area. Is Ju Yun on vacation or moving? She brought so many things with her. Fang Yue and his stuff combined didn't even fill up a suitcase. Suman and her group, who were also waiting for the bus, saw Fang Yue's attentive service. Suman was jealous. This treatment should belong to me. There were many passengers waiting for the bus at the same time, so Fang Yue was not in a hurry and started chatting with Ju Yun. Where does Miss Ju live? Ju Yun took out a piece of notepaper from his sweatshirt pocket and read, Mingju Hotel. What a coincidence. Mao Jua also arranged Mingju Hotel for the anchors and accompanying personnel attending the ceremony. At this time, someone called Xie He from behind. Xie He turned around and found that there were several well-known anchors on the same platform. A little girl with baby fat jumped up and down excitedly. It's really Sister Xie. She's even prettier in person than in the video. Several others echoed and looked at Xie He with envy. Beep. A short, rhythmic whistle sounded. A luxury bus drove right up to the taxi waiting area. A young man in a suit and leather shoes got out of the car and shouted to the crowd, who was attending the Maotai platform anchor ceremony. A group of anchors started to squeeze into the car like crazy. The young man in a suit tried his best to keep his body steady while shouting, "Don't squeeze, there are cars behind." There are 7 buses in total. Each one was as packed as a bus during rush hour. Seeing that the last bus had relatively few passengers, Fang Yue called Xie He and Ju Yun and walked towards the front door. May I ask who you are? Fang Yue was stopped by the staff on the vehicle. We are here to attend the anchor ceremony. After Fang Yue finished speaking, he was about to get on the bus with his luggage, but was stopped again. I'm sorry, sir, everyone here is attending the ceremony, but this car is for VIPs, so we need to check their names. Fang Yue asked, the cars ahead of us were not checked, is your car special? The attendant smiled and nodded, then raised his hand and pointed at the logo on the car body. VIP only. Fang Yue pushed Xie He who was beside him forward. Her, Xiao He Jian, do you know her? How could I not know him? The news that the general manager personally called to invite me spread throughout the company within the next day. The employee on the vehicle carefully checked the list in his hand, and finally shook his head slowly. Have you informed the platform when to pick up? Fang Yue shook his head. I'm very sorry, please make way and don't block the VIP behind you from getting on the bus. Some people behind me have started to laugh. The main target of ridicule was Xie He. I can't compete with you in live streaming, but it's also good to see you get humiliated. Fang Yue smiled bitterly. In fact, your tone and wording could be more tactful, then I might think you are at least a polite snob. The employee on the vehicle felt that this sentence was not very friendly, but he did not react for a while. Fang Yue continued, with his current popularity, if she is not considered a VIP, I don't know what the standard of a VIP is in your eyes. This was originally a small matter. Strictly speaking, it's not a big deal. Most people would just change cars if they encountered this situation. But Fang Yue didn't think so. In the past, because of poverty, I had to endure too many things in silence. I really don't want to suffer any injustice now. Bang. Must have. If I can't earn back this face today, I'll be unworthy of being the man chosen by the system. You can start now, but I guarantee you'll have to turn back in a bit. Fang Yue took out his cell phone with a frosty face and dialed Wang Ping's number. Wang Ping is meeting an important guest. Moreover, this guest just mentioned Fang Yue, and he seemed unfriendly. Should I answer this call? Who's calling? The guest picked up the cup on the tea table, put it to his lips and blew gently. Wang Ping hesitated for a moment. Fang Yue. Catch. Wang Ping answered the phone as he was told, hello, Mr. Fang, Mr. Fang. Fang Yue sensed the unnatural tone of Wang Ping's voice and frowned. Your employees refused to let us get on the bus. Is that what you meant? No. How is that possible? Wang Ping didn't want to offend Fang Yue from the bottom of his heart. Fang Yue calmed down a little. That's good. Now please talk to your employees. The guest in front of Wang Ping heard Fang Yue's words and smiled contemptuously. Give him enough face. The employee on the vehicle saw that the number displayed on Fang Yue's phone was indeed the boss's, so he hurriedly took it and respectfully called him Mr. Wang. What's going on? While Wang Ping was questioning his men, he confirmed with his eyes what he meant by giving him enough face. The employee on the bus replied, Mr. Wang, their names are not on the list of passengers for VIP bus number 7 that I am in charge of. Wang Ping glanced at the guests and said to the employee, "Is my name on the list? Does that mean I can't ride in your car?" Wang Ping shouted, "A bunch of idiots, don't you know how to adapt to changes?" The employee said aggrievedly, "You said to strictly follow the list. I told you not to collect your salary." After hanging up the phone, Wang Ping's tone immediately softened. "Mr. Chu, aren't you and Fang Yue at odds? Why did you ask me to give him enough face?" This uninvited guest was Chu Huan. The news that he was the one who ordered Liu Yong's kidnapping had not yet spread to Bin Hai. Chu Huan said, "Give him face, let him be proud, and then defeat him when he lets down his guard. That's the fun part." Wang Ping thought that the intellectuals nowadays are so tactful in doing things, don't they find it cumbersome? "Mr. Chu, what did we just talk about, the capital injection?" Chu Huan stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Wang Ping. 10 billion. Wang Ping was flattered and said modestly, "About 30 to 40 billion will be enough." Chu Huan approached Wang Ping and sneered, 10 billion. "President Wang, do you really dare to ask for that? The computing department of Huazi Group has conducted serious research on various industries. Not only are there many competitors emerging, the competition is fierce, and the peak period of the live broadcast industry has passed." Wang Ping naturally understood this principle better than anyone else, but it sounded particularly harsh when it came from Chu Huan's mouth. "What does Mr. Chu mean?" Chu Huan sighed softly, 10 billion is impossible, but 3 billion is not impossible, but it depends on whether you can satisfy me with the next thing you do. Wang Ping lowered his head and sighed, "I'll try my best." What Chu Huan asked Wang Ping to do was to tamper with the anchor ceremony to prevent Xie He from winning the championship, and then pretend to negotiate with Fang Yue about the capital injection and lure Fang Yue to the place he designated. The consequences of either of these two things are unbearable. If the inside story of the ceremony were to leak out, other competitors of Cat Claw would surely add fuel to the fire and make things worse. There would be no need for the relevant departments to intervene, as those keyboard warriors alone would be able to criticize Wang Ping to death. By luring Fang Yue out, one can guess what Chu Huan is going to do with his toes. Whether it is kidnapping or injuring people, it is enough to make him live in prison for several years. Wang Ping was very conflicted. But right now, the Huazi Group represented by Chu Huan is the only hope for Cat S. Claw. Fang Yue's attitude has made it clear that he does not want to get involved in the live streaming industry. After smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, Wang Ping made a difficult decision. He forced a smile and made a phone call. 33, you are not clean anymore. After Wang Ping scolded the staff on the bus, Fang Yue and the other two were warmly welcomed onto the bus. The employee kept apologizing, saying that there were 4 siblings and that life was difficult, that he had just found a job, and that it was not easy for his parents to raise him, hoping to touch Fang Yue's heart. Fang Yue gave him an indifferent look. "I have worked as a bricklayer on a construction site for half a year. My heart is harder than bricks. You can't move me at all." The employee thought, this person is a bit weird. Fang Yue ignored the employee and sat down in the last row with Xie He and Zhu Yun. Although the back seat is bumpy, it keeps you away from those snobs. And quiet. Several anchors who got on the bus with him were laughing at Fang Yue for taking himself too seriously and pretending to be something more than he actually is. Hearing Wang Ping's rage at his employees on the phone, he shamelessly came over. The anchors are the best at pleasing the sponsors and catering to the rich. And Fang Yue's undisguised dissatisfaction with Wang Ping just now shows that this Fang Yue is definitely not a simple person. Anyone who dares to lose his temper with the general manager of a listed company is either his son or someone he cannot afford to offend. So everyone put aside their pride and tried every way to get close to Fang Yue and Xie He. But every time Xie He spoke, she would glance at Fang Yue, as if she was listening to an imperial decree. There seemed to be a traffic accident ahead. All kinds of vehicles were stuck in a colorful dragon, and the bus was moving at a snail's pace. Some people began to get impatient. Waiting for a woman to put on makeup and being stuck in traffic are the two most torturous things for men. At this time Zhu Yun suggested that Xie He sing a song for everyone. That's good advice. Just to kill time. That's what Fang Yue thought. However, some anchors don't think so. Which big anchor sings badly? No one, right? The difference between an anchor and a professional singer is that the anchor's sound card is more expensive. Once you are outside, sing a cappella without any equipment. It's just like a beautiful anchor who turns off the beauty filter. She will die when exposed to the light. This Xiao He Jian Jian should be no exception, right? People in the car took out their mobile phones and started recording. Like Zhu Yun, she wanted to record this rare moment. Some people, on the other hand, hope to capture their car rollover scene. However, there are always exceptions, such as Xia He. Xia He inherited her mother's artistic talent, plus more than 10 years of music theory study. It can be said that his singing skills are no less than those of ordinary singers. The pure sound rose slowly, like dewdrops sliding across the leaves, sweet and refreshing. This is an ancient-style song from a female perspective, telling the story of Fang Yue and Yu Ji. Xia He portrayed Yu Ji's reluctance and determination before she committed suicide almost perfectly. Even someone like Fang Yue, who had no sense of music, was put into the situation. It seemed as if I saw the scene of being trapped at Gaixia and surrounded by enemies on all sides. Tianlong broke through the city with a halberd, his fingers rang out in 10 directions in the Lezhu Mountains. 6 years of war broke through the red thread, and the thin orchid withered and changed its red face. Birds fly back and forth, the sun sets, people sing and cry, the mountains are pale, and the sky is blue. We will see this vast land together in the next life. The singing stopped for a long time, but everyone was still deeply immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. A few people even put down their mobile phones unconsciously, forgetting their original intention of recording their car rollover scene. Xia He glanced at Fang Yue sideways, her eyes full of affection. Fang Yue seemed to see through His intentions. Don't look at me like that. I don't want to be Xiang Yu. That guy died too soon. Clap, clap, clap. Zhu Yun took the lead in applauding. There was thunderous applause in the car. Some people even called for another song. The scene was like a small fan meeting. Faced with the sudden admiration, Xia He felt a little shy for a moment and stood up hurriedly. I don't sing well, please bear with me. The wound on Xia He's face had been covered by her hair. When she bent down, her long hair slid down, and Zhu Yun saw the redness and swelling on her cheek. What happened to your face? Zhu Yun just simply cares about her. Others smelled the heat. The phone that had been put down was picked up again. Fang Yue stood up without saying a word and protected Xia He, blocking everyone's camera. However, several videos have been posted to the chat group. Today's internet is very powerful. As long as it involves hot topics and the content is explosive enough, a person can become famous in minutes. Of course, the reality is not that exaggerated. But it is true that the scene just now became a hot topic within 10 minutes. It was also given a weird title. The new top anchor of Maotai platform was suspected of domestic violence and attended the anchor ceremony with injuries. Internet celebrities are just playthings after all, and they were beaten up by the #1 rich man for cheating. The news is still fermenting, but the parties involved are unaware of it. Everyone put away their phones, sat upright and said nothing, pretending they saw nothing. Fang Yue patted Xia He, it's okay. Zhu Yun was not satisfied and kept asking, was he beaten? Xia He lowered her head and didn't want to talk about the past. Zhu Yun cast a cold gaze at Fang Yue again. Fang Yue had no choice but to explain to Zhu Yun, when you called me for the first time, Xia He was kidnapped. Zhu Yun held Xia He's hand to comfort her, feeling both relieved and indignant. Fortunately, Xia He's injury had nothing to do with Fang Yue. It's outrageous that someone would do such a thing to a little girl. It's bad enough that they kidnapped, but they also beat people. Xia He also felt that the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and smiled sensibly. Why are you still talking about this? It's all in the past. Am I not fine now? Yes, it's all over. As a woman, Zhu Yun naturally understood what Xia He was thinking and cooperated. But Fang Yue couldn't be happy. I know Xia He is forcing a smile because she is afraid of affecting my mood. Xia He, look at me. Fang Yue made a face at Xia He. It must be very difficult for Fang Yue to think of this way to interrupt. Xia He turned her head and stared at Fang Yue in a daze, with complicated emotions in her eyes. Gradually, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. Mua tilde. Fang Yue, what? Zhu Yun. You Xia He smiled wickedly, you are not clean anymore. Fang Yue raised his head proudly, I was already soiled by you a long time ago. You're a hooligan. Zhu Yun felt relieved after watching Fang Yue and Xia He playing. With someone as caring as Fang Yue around, this trauma should be healed soon. You guys continue, I'll get off the car and see what's going on ahead. Julian made a please gesture, took 2 steps at a time with her 1.8-meter long legs, and ran to the car door as if she was escaping. I'm an adult too, okay? You guys are showing off your affection so much, have you ever considered other people's feelings? Julian curled her lips. Several mobile phones secretly recorded the video and sent it out immediately. The internet is powerful, and a sufficiently explosive piece of news can spread around the world in minutes. It's not that exaggerated, but it's true that it became a trending topic within 10 minutes. Kat Claw's new #1 female anchor was suspected of domestic violence and attended the anchor ceremony with injuries. 34, a role model for our generation. Mingju Hotel is particularly lively today. Although business is usually good, this kind of collective check-in scene is still rare. The vast majority of residents were invited to attend this anchor ceremony. There are 3 rows of teams, with at least 30 or 40 people in each team. Fang Yue asked Xie He and Zhu Yun to rest aside, and he stood behind the shorter team. At a glance, I saw a few familiar faces. Kitanoto, Suman, and Qin Yang. Fang Yue looked at them, then turned around and started playing with his phone. After nearly an hour, Fang Yue finally completed the check-in process. After sending Zhu Yun and Xie He back to their respective rooms and putting away their luggage, Fang Yue went to their hotel's buffet restaurant alone. Zhu Yun is losing weight and skipping lunch. Because of the injury on her face, Xie He didn't want to cause any more trouble, so she asked Fang Yue to take some casual things. Fang Yue had been so busy these days that he hadn't had a good meal. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he followed the smell to the barbecue window. 3 steaks, please. Someone nearby looked at him with disdain. Most hotels have limited quantities of steak at their business buffet and other buffet. Fang Yue ordered 3 steaks at a time, which easily gave people the impression that he was unworldly. But Fang Yue didn't care. There are exactly 3 people including Zhu Yun, Xie He and myself. If the 2 of them don't want to eat, I will eat for them. It's reasonable. After folding the 3 steaks onto a plate, Fang Yue picked up a piece of pastry and found a place to sit down. After a while of wolfing down the food, he finally burped in satisfaction. Fang Yue raised his head and saw Bei Hall again. It's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Kit Tang also saw Fang Yue. No one paid any attention to anyone else. But the exchange of glances was more intense than a world war. Waiter. Fang Yue waved to the waiter not far away. I told the waiter that Xie He was not feeling well and could not come to dine, and I wanted to pack some food to take home. The waiter was considerate and helped Fang Yue bring a takeaway box. Fang Yue carefully selected some of Xie He's favorite foods and filled a bag with them. Beitang sneered, "This is the first time I see people taking away food after eating at a buffet. Which village is this custom from?" Fang Yue was about to leave the restaurant when he stopped and sighed and shook his head. How did my parents arrange their genes to be so ugly and scary? There is no doubt that Fang Yue was making personal attacks. Kit Tang slammed the table and stood up. Fang Yue looked directly at Bei Tang without fear, his eyes saying, "Come on." Qin Yang smelled a strong smell of gunpowder and lowered her head to pick at the food on the plate, as if she didn't know these 2 people at all. Suman whispered, "Cousin, there are too many people here." Kit threw his chopsticks on the table and left cursing. Fang Yue walked out of the restaurant, but was stopped by Suman, who came running over. "Fang Yue, I have something to tell you." "Go ahead." Suman said emotionally, "What I want to say is that I still can't forget the time we spent together." "Oh." Fang Yue replied indifferently, "You will naturally forget it after a long time. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll leave. The food is getting cold." Seeing Fang Yue's indifferent look, Suman gritted her teeth, "I want to talk to you, can I?" "What is there to talk about since we have broken up?" Suman should face the reality. Fang Yue is no longer the same Fang Yue as before. Good. Not only Suman, but even the author did not expect Fang Yue to agree. In 20 minutes, in the cafe on the 2nd floor. 20 minutes later, Fang Yue appeared in the cafe on time. Suman changed into a sexy long dress. The slit on the chest alone is enough to get into the nerve endings of most men. Not to mention, Suman really knows how to highlight her own strengths. Suman stopped Fang Yue and wanted to talk to him. "Fang Yue, we've been in love for 2 years, and we've only held hands twice, right?" Suman began to recall their past. Fang Yue answered without even thinking, I don't remember. Suman continued, actually, I'm not the snobbish woman you imagine, and I don't love you at all. Fang Yue had a blank expression on his face, and it was unclear whether he was listening or not. Which woman doesn't want to live a life without worries about food and clothing? Is it wrong to love money? Fang Yue nodded in agreement, that's right. Seeing Fang Yue finally answering, Suman moved forward, revealing a hint of brightness, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Fang Yue, I really love you. If I didn't love you, how could I have wasted 2 years of my youth on you? Fang Yue smiled with relief, you are too kind. It was a very casual remark, but to Suman, it sounded a bit resentful. You still hate me, don't you? Hate me for not giving myself to you like other girlfriends do. I'm always available to you as long as you ask. Fang Yue put away his smile and said seriously, Suman, I didn't hear your last word at all. People should have dignity. Dignity. Suman laughed and said, does having sex mean you have no dignity? You and Xie He should have done that, right? Do you think she has dignity? That's too much. The last bit of emotion Fang Yue had left was instantly annihilated. Suman, where do you get the confidence to be on par with Xie He? Fang Yue stood up. But I saw a figure behind me standing up. Zhu Yun was reading a book at the next table and vaguely heard Fang Yue's voice. I took a sneak peek and it was true. Although she was unable to hear the entire conversation between Fang Yue and Suman, she could tell that there must be some emotional entanglement between the two. Zhu Yun, why are you here? Zhu Yun picked up the cup and splashed the coffee on Fang Yue's, looking at Zhu Yun's back as she left angrily. Fang Yue guessed that this was a misunderstanding. He thought he was dating another woman behind his back. Suman looked at Fang Yue, who was splashed, and smiled. It turns out that He is just like that. After all, I had been dating Fang Yue for 2 years. It's only been a few days since his date, and Fang Yue has already gotten involved with another woman. Suman thought Zhu Yun was Fang Yue's new love. She felt that Fang Yue was just playing. It's similar to the revenge consumption after becoming rich. Suman felt much more at ease. It is a rule that men become bad when they have money, and most of them still think the original one is the best after having enough fun. This is common sense. And am I not the same person as before? Taking advantage of Fang Yue's distraction, Suman came close to Fang Yue's face, kissed him secretly, then ran away quickly. When she reached the door, she turned back again and blew him a passionate kiss. Fang Yue was no longer calm. The other people in the cafe were even more agitated. People of status would not make loud noises in such a high-end place. But it doesn't mean that they won't have turbulent times in their hearts. Who is this person? He must have several minds at home, right? Otherwise, how could 2 such beautiful women be vying for his favor and stage such a bloody scene in public? A role model for our generation. 35. Public enemy. Zhu Yun, the legal advisor of Cat Claw, was absent from the welcome banquet in the evening. When He called her, the reason she gave was very direct, that is, she didn't want to go, and reminded He to be careful of Fang Yue. Why did she ask me to be careful of you? He asked casually, because she had never doubted Fang Yue at all. Even if Fang Yue felt sorry for himself, it must be because he did not do well enough. Maybe you still suspect that I was the one who caused the injury on your face. Fang Yue did not mention Suman. He just didn't want this person who had become a part of the past to affect his future life anymore. He tightly grasped Fang Yue's sleeve and said, I'm sorry, it's my fault that they misunderstood you. I'll go explain to her after this is over. No need. Fang Yue stroked his hand. There's no need to explain what's going on between us to anyone. When He walked into the hall arm in arm with Fang Yue, several men's eyes widened. The group of people who witnessed their sad love triangle in the cafe during the day. These people are not engaged in the anchor industry, but some platform sponsors and other well-known people outside the circle. They didn't know the relationship between Fang Yue and He. So he seemed extremely shocked. Those 2 beauties during the day. Now a new cute little beauty has appeared? This guy doesn't have a mine at home, he clearly has a money printing machine at home. At this moment, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed. A beam of light shines in the center of the stage. The host, wearing a green cheongsam, walked onto the stage and greeted everyone. The audience in the audience was originally chatting among themselves, but when they heard the host call out their names, the banquet hall exploded. Goddess. The host turned out to be my goddess. This trip was really worthwhile. Their host was a gaming anchor and commentator, and Fang Yue was very familiar with her, but the stage lights were too bright and Fang Yue couldn't see her clearly. Their host motioned for everyone to be quiet, then took out a cue card and introduced the performing guests attending the welcome banquet. The first one we would like to introduce is the popular girl group that came from a talent show, Ship Girls 303. As the lights came on, 9 beautiful girls with different temperaments slowly entered the venue, and the atmosphere of the entire banquet hall was filled with youthful breath. The host then introduced the next performing guest. Although he received mixed reviews, he was a handsome young man with a lot of traffic and popularity. There was another round of hysterical shouting in the hall. A talented actor who is over 50 years old but has won the hearts of women aged 18 to 80 with his mature charm. The ageless goddess who has retired for many years. The final guest performer. Chen Muge. Some viewers felt short of oxygen just by hearing Chen Muge's name. Chen Muge has not produced many works, but each of them has achieved great success in both word of mouth and box office. Chen Muge, who is in her 20s, has already won 2 Best Actress trophies, crushing all other young actresses of the same age. The key point is that Chen Muge is different from other stars. She does not accept commercial performances or variety shows. She only occasionally takes on advertising shoots, depending on her mood. The world's top 1 female plastic surgery template and the public's favorite female star, these 2 most insignificant honors alone are enough to illustrate Chen Muge's status in the circle and in the hearts of the public. I have to say, Cat's Paw was really impressive this time. Even Chen Muge can be invited. Chen Muge greeted everyone gracefully, then ran directly to where Fang Yue was. Questioning Fang Yue's unreliability. Why didn't you tell anyone after you found He? I had to sit in the car for more than 10 hours. Those who suspected that Fang Yue had a money printing machine at home went completely crazy. Even Chen Muge. Damn, who is he? Can his body still withstand it? Look at Chen Muge's angry yet cute expression when school is over. Fang Yue has become the public enemy. He didn't know Chen Muge, but she often saw him on TV and greeted him politely. Then he looked at Fang Yue in confusion. Chen Muge realized that his familiarity with Fang Yue might cause He to misunderstand. She took the initiative to explain, "Don't get me wrong, I am his sister." Younger sister? Fang Yue was really afraid that the song, "How Many Sisters Do You Have?" would suddenly sound. What's the difference between this explanation and kicking someone when they're down? One is surnamed Fang and the other is surnamed Chen. What kind of sisters are they? What's the difference between a younger sister and a goddaughter these days? After the introduction of the performing guests, Wang Ping, general manager of Cat Claw, came on stage to deliver a speech. After some unoriginal greetings and looks into the future, the dinner officially began. The guests took to the stage to perform one after another. Wang Ping walked up to Fang Yue with a dignified old man and said, "This is Mr. Fang I mentioned to you. Mr. Fang, this is Ling Hanfeng, chairman of Cat's Claw Company." After the 2 shook hands, Ling Hanfeng turned to other tables and greeted them one by one. Wang Ping waved over a supervisor and asked him to follow Ling Hanfeng, while he sat next to Fang Yue. "I was not thoughtful enough about picking you up at the airport. Please forgive me, Mr. Fang. It's not a big deal. Mr. Wang, don't worry too much about it." Fang Yue actually had a good impression of Wang Ping. Wang Ping observed Fang Yue's expression and said, "Mr. Fang, I actually want to talk to you about the investment in Cat's Claw." Fang Yue blinked. "Is the chairman of your company from the Ling family of Shangju? That is a well-known family in the country for nearly 100 years. He can't be unable to come up with tens of billions, right?" Wang Ping sighed and pounded his thigh. "Mr. Fang, you don't know that although the Ling family is financially strong, the family has many members and they are all developing their own businesses. The chairman is just a side branch and does not have much say in the Ling family." Fang Yue understood. "I thought we couldn't talk about this topic anymore, because if we continued, the bloody feuds among the wealthy families would be brought up again. I'm actually quite optimistic about Cat's Paw." Mr. Fang. Wang Ping nodded repeatedly. "Boss Fang is right. I will have my subordinates conduct a thorough investigation after the ceremony is over." Seeing that Wang Ping's attitude had fallen to such a low level, Fang Yue couldn't bear to see the years of hard work of a management talent go to waste. "After the dinner is over, we'll find a place to discuss the capital injection in detail." Wang Ping nodded repeatedly. "There is a private club nearby, opened by an old friend of mine, it is safe and hidden. Mr. Fang, do you know it? I know nothing. Why do people nowadays always say, you know, you know? What did you say so I understand? Can't you be more honest and straightforward? Wang Ping's phone rang. Chu Huan called. Wang Ping pointed at his cell phone and told Fang Yue that he would be absent for a while. Arriving at the security passage behind the banquet hall, Wang Ping answered the phone. Chu Huan asked about what was going on with Fang Yue. Wang Ping was so excited that he accidentally let slip that he told Chu Huan where he and Fang Yue had met after the dinner. Chu Huan hung up the phone with satisfaction. Wang Ping was torn between his own conscience and his own desires. He was originally still hesitating whether to help Chu Huan deal with Fang Yue, or to draw a clear line with Chu Huan. But now Fang Yue has agreed to inject capital. Unless you are fool, you will never deal with someone as bad as Chu Huan. But I let it slip. 36. Brainless system. The grand banquet hall was extremely lively, and many guests from their hotel rushed over to join in the fun after hearing the news. Kitano Tang also came, but was stopped outside by the security guards. Sir, please show me your invitation. Do I need an invitation to stay in a crappy hotel? Kitano pushed the security guard. The security guard was not afraid at all. He staggered 2 steps forward and took out the walkie-talkie from his waist. Captain, please reply. Got it, please speak. Someone broke into Banquet Hall 1 and a physical altercation occurred. Kitano pointed at the security guard and said, you dare mess with me, even a little security guard like you. Being humiliated during the day and being bullied at night would make anyone become autistic. Wang Ping came out to check upon hearing the noise, and Ling Hanfeng also walked towards the door. At this moment, Kitano Tang just wanted to vent his anger and completely ignored the family rules of the Kitano family. Introduce yourself. Then wait for the shock from Wang Ping. But after a long time, the scene he expected did not occur. Wang Ping was puzzled. Kitano. What the hell? So immature, are you filming an idol drama? There's no camera. When Ling Hanfeng heard the name of the Kitano family, he was obviously stunned. That legendary hidden wealthy family. The Kitano family operates at a low profile, and only a few people know of their existence, so it is not surprising that Wang Ping has never heard of them. But as a century-old family, the Ling family has heard of it to some extent. Mr. Wang, please let this gentleman in and arrange a seat for him. Without even bothering to verify the authenticity of Bai Tang's identity, Ling Hanfeng asked Wang Ping to let him go. Even if he's an imposter. But those who know about the existence of the Kitano family are definitely not ordinary people. Kitano glanced at the security guard with contempt, straightened his clothes, and walked into the banquet hall with his head held high. Qin Yang, who was behind, pulled Suman and followed, and said to the security guard, we are together. Since Suman made up her mind to win back Fang Yue's heart, she has become a different person. He seemed to care less about money and was only thinking about Fang Yue. In other words, Fang Yue's current wealth and status. Suman, like a socialite who had experienced countless big scenes, sat down proudly in an empty seat. Qin Yang, like Liu Lao Lao, held up her cell phone and took pictures non-stop. It's Chen Mugei's turn to perform. Chen Mugei turned around and nodded to everyone. Maybe it was because Kitano Tang was smart enough that he immediately attracted Chen Mugei's attention. When Chen Mugei passed by Fang Yue, he bent down and said, be careful of the bald guy behind you. Fang Yue looked back. There were quite a few Mediterraneans present, but Kitano Hall was undoubtedly the brightest one. Chen Mugei's words sounded weird. Fang Yue shook his head disapprovingly and looked at Chen Mugei on the stage. The music gradually starts. If everyone's impression of Chen Mugei is that of an iceberg. At this moment, Chen Mugei on the stage was a ball of flame. The ultimate stunning beauty. A wild dance. No hot costumes though. But just the enchanting, wild, agile and unrestrained body movements. It is enough to drive all the opposite sex crazy. Kill the walking man. The national goddess, well deserved. Kitano Tang was even more delighted, thinking that his trip was really worthwhile. I have seen so many beauties, each one more beautiful than the other. Kitano Tang waved his hand and called the waiter over, posing like a nouveau riche visiting a karaoke bar in the 1990s, and said in a casual manner, go and give this beautiful lady a bouquet of flowers for me. The waiter expressed embarrassment. I'm not an errand boy, so where can I find flowers for you? Besides, who will pay for the flowers? Kitano Dono didn't even notice whether the waiter went to buy flowers or not. His eyes were completely attracted by Chen Muge on the stage. Stand up slowly. Walk to the stage. Walking and clapping. Like a mentally retarded person. Chen Muge bowed and walked off the stage. I saw Kitano Hall in front of me. Kitanadu confidently approached and said, "Your dancing skills are amazing, would you please do me the honor of having a drink with me?" With Kitano Hall's honor, everyone could predict the outcome. However, Chen Muge actually smiled and leaned close to Beatang's ear. Kitano Tang felt the faint fragrance coming from Chen Muge's hair, and his mind was as wild as a volcano. But immediately, there was a chill all over the body. Chen Muge said softly, "I'm very sorry, I'm from the Duterte family." Kitano Tang stood there in a daze. The Duterte family. The most powerful of the three most hidden families in the world. The Duterte family has been fighting openly and secretly with the Kitano family for hundreds of years. Who leaked my identity? Chen Muge walked slowly towards Fang Yue and sat down next to Xia He. Kitanos. Fang Yue asked, "What does it have to do with me?" Chen Muge asked, "You inherited 90% of the Duterte family's inheritance, right? You know this too?" Fang Yue was a little surprised. "You have a good nose, so I know. How come you can also tell fortunes?" The grudges between the Duterte family and the Kitano family cannot be told in a day and a night, so I asked you to be careful of that person. Chen Muge rolled his eyes at Fang Yue and said, "Also, the Mr. Juter you are talking about is actually my biological father. The amount of information is a bit overwhelming." Fang Yue said that he needed to sort it out. Since Chen Muge appeared in Xinjiang. Then he met Chen Muge for the first time at the Yijiang Chunshui bar, and the two introduced themselves to each other. Chen Muge discovered that Fang Yue had the same name as the heir designated by his father. To be on the safe side, crew was asked to investigate and eventually confirmed that it was the same person. Although I don't understand why Dut would transfer his property to a stranger. But Chen Muge has always obeyed her father's words since she was a child. In her eyes, her father is the greatest man. So I gradually accepted this fact. My father's vision is never wrong. This was also the reason why she introduced herself to Xia He as Fang Yue's sister. Fang Yue basically understood about 50% to 60% of the context of the incident. That's not right, Mr. Duterte. Chen Muge. Chen Muge's eyes widened. I'm mixed blood, is there a problem? It's not a big deal, but your last name is Chen. Oh. Chen Muge was a little confused. My mother's last name is Chen, what's wrong? Fang Yue waved his hand, nothing, I'll try to digest it. What is this called? Is this system reward so abrupt? But we should give the system a thumbs up. It seems that this kind of brainless thing is rationalized. The show ended and the waiters started serving the food with the food cart. Wang Ping pointed outside the door to Fang Yue, made a few gestures, and then left first. Fang Yue ate a bit too much at noon, and now he felt bloated and had no appetite. He told Xia He to go to bed early after dinner and went out to do some things. As Fang Yue walked out of the banquet hall, many people took action secretly. Kitano took out his cell phone tremblingly and dialed the number marked Baisai. Outside the hotel, at least two groups of people were on standby. Suman also took the opportunity to follow quietly behind. A big drama is about to begin. 37. The unidentified thug in a suit. Fang Yue could imagine what might happen next. Otherwise, with his current sharp reaction ability, the group of people who were following him would have been knocked down long ago. And Wang Ping chose to stand on Fang Yue's side. He had already told him over the phone that Chu Huan was in Binhai and was going to do something bad to him. Knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, I still go there. It's not that Fang Yue is being overconfident, but his knot in his heart has not yet been untied. Although Lu Yong was captured and beaten to a cripple by himself, he still felt like something was missing and he didn't feel satisfied. I really want to return what happened to Xia He 100 times or 1,000 times to the culprit. Lure Chu Huan out, even if it means putting oneself in danger. A good hunter often appears as prey. But Chu Huan also deeply understood his current situation. The joint wanted order from Shanghai could be transmitted to Binhai at any time. Not showing up is the safest option. The next person I look for must not be someone like Lu Yong. Although Lu Yong successfully kidnapped Xia He was thrown into prison and Chu Huandong was forced to hide from the XC. Sure, he was fine. When it comes to revenge, either don't do it, or do it thoroughly. And it has to be neat. Chu Huan was very satisfied with the person he found this time. Fang Yue and Wang Ping came to the tea room of the club. Before they had time to take a sip, they heard the sound of footsteps coming from the stairs. Coming. Bang. The next second, a group of strong men with various tattoos rushed in. Although Wang Ping had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help but hide in the corner when he saw this scene. Are they all here? Fang Yue spoke first, his tone quite calm. You have nothing to do here, get out of here. The sturdy man in the lead saw Wang Ping shivering in the corner, raised the iron rod in his hand and shouted. Wang Ping felt as if he had been pardoned. He ran to the door and was about to step out of the room when he seemed to think that this was not quite right and turned back to look at Fang Yue. Fang Yue pinched his chin and thought, don't go too far, let me see if I can beat him first. I'm going to kill you. Tell me if you can beat me first. The strong man felt insulted. He swung the iron rod towards Fang Yue's head. Fang Yue took a step forward, separated the sturdy man's right arm, and punched the sturdy man in the abdomen with his right hand without mercy. The strong man's waist immediately bent down. It seemed to have hit a mortar gun. It feels like my bladder is about to burst. The others hadn't reacted yet and were still standing there stupidly. Fang Yue didn't give them time to come back to their senses, and just kept attacking without thinking. Am I too good at fighting, or is the threshold for becoming a fighter too low now? Fang Yue looked at his hands. You've just warmed up and you're already lying down. Go downstairs and take a look. Since these people were able to rush upstairs, something must have happened downstairs. Sure enough, there were still a dozen people on the first floor of the club. The attire is much more formal than those upstairs. Wearing a suit and sunglasses, he looks like a regular soldier. But there is a saying that goes, those who wear sunglasses late at night are rarely good people. All the club employees had their hands tied and were forced to squat behind the counter. Suman is there too. Fang Yue frowned slightly, why are you here? Suman stammered, I just happened to be passing by. This group of thugs in suits had already lined up and were surrounding Fang Yue. Fang Yue took off his coat and unbuttoned his shirt sleeves. I hope you can take more beatings than them. Group fight. This group of people is indeed more powerful than the ones upstairs. You can tell that each of them is a martial artist. Each of them can fight with Fang for a few moves. The fact that everyone can take a few moves means that Fang Yue is in trouble. If you can't solve the problem in a short period of time, you will certainly be beaten by others. Wait a moment. Fang Yue shouted and temporarily calmed down the group of thugs in suits. Where's Chu Huan? Let him come out. Man in suit, you look at me and I look at you, both of us are very confused. It seems that you don't know Chu Huan. Fang Yue took advantage of this opportunity to put his aching arm behind his back and rubbed it on his back. Mr. Wang, please call the police. Fang Yue whispered to Wang Ping behind him. Wang Ping retreated to the stairs and just as he took out his cell phone, he was hit in the face by a stick that flew out from nowhere, and the lenses of his glasses flew off. This Grandmaster fighting technique is fake, right? It looks good but is useless. Fang Yue slapped his thigh hard. What's there to be afraid of? Momentum is the most magical buff. Just like a 0-10 Yasuo, as long as you dare to take the blame and use E fast enough, you can create a 10-0 momentum. The other side definitely can't even see your exhaust pipe. Step forward and chop, oh no, elbow to their heart. One thug took 2 steps back, but quickly rushed forward again. Fang Yue naturally used Maotai and Barji, the most powerful and lethal fighting machines. Although the effect is not obvious, it does look good. But the strange thing is that these thugs in suits seem to have no sense of pain. He never uttered a sound even when he was beaten. It's not like Fang Yue really has no way to deal with these people. He just didn't want anyone to die. After all, it is a society ruled by law. Even if it was self-defense, it would be quite difficult to explain. And Fang Yue discovered something. This group of thugs in suits did not kill him. Who are you anyway? No one answered. That's an offense. Fang Yue grabbed a thug's hair, dragged him to the wall, and slammed his head against the wall again and again. He let his back be hit by punches and kicks like a rain of drops. The man's face was deformed by the impact, but he still didn't scream. Fang Yue retreated exhausted to the stairs, sat down on the ground, and waved his hands repeatedly. I'm afraid of you. Can we talk about it? The suited thugs looked at each other and turned around. Gone. Fang Yue helped the clerk untie the rope and helped Wang Ping walk out of the club. At this time, the group of strong men upstairs ran down again. Fang Yue was about to walk onto the street. A pitch-black hand was pulled out. Fang Yue's ear moved and he heard the sound of a trigger being pulled. Get down. Wang Ping was already feeling drowsy, and he fell down naturally without any reminder. Suman was obviously slower. Fang Yue subconsciously threw her to the ground. That's the meal. The bullet passed Fang Yue's shoulder and shot into Suman's body. Fang Yue jumped up angrily. Mingju Hotel. In the lobby, soothing piano music was playing, elegant and peaceful. The phone at the front desk suddenly rang. Hello, Mingju Hotel. The lady at the front desk suddenly changed her expression and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay, I understand. Manager. The lady at the front desk didn't care about her image and manners, and shouted, a guest named Fang Yue was attacked, shot, quickly contact the accompanying staff. Zhu Yun just happened to walk past the front desk. I haven't had dinner yet and am just about to go out to find food. Fang Yue was shot. Zhu Yun ran out of the hall. Residents near the club heard the gunshots and quickly called the police. When Zhu Yun arrived, a cordon had already been set up in front of the club entrance. A stretcher passed by her and was pushed into an ambulance. A large bloodstain on the white sheet. So dazzling. 38. Am I not the only owner of the system? As an outstanding lawyer, Zhu Yun has much better psychological quality than ordinary people. But her hands were shaking. I covered my mouth with my hands trembling, tears flowing out defenselessly. People are like this. They can rationally evaluate a tragedy thousands of kilometers away, but cannot calmly look at an accident around them. Although I just met Fang Yue, we are not even friends. But it is also a life. Isn't he the original intention of being a lawyer to protect every life and uphold justice in the world? At this time, someone patted Zhu Yun, who was crying, gently from behind. Zhu Yun turned her head. Fang Yue, wrapped in bandages, appeared behind her. She was a little excited and a little carried away. Gave Fang Yue a tight hug. Then, as if she had thought of something, she pushed Fang Yue away and hurriedly wiped away her tears with her sleeves. Fang Yue smiled and pointed to the stretcher being carried into the ambulance. She's my ex-girlfriend whom you saw in the cafe during the day. Zhu Yun curled her lips, scumbag. He already has a girlfriend, but is still entangled with his ex-girlfriend. If he is not a scumbag, what is he? Did I ask you who she is? Zhu Yun tried hard not to let Fang Yue notice her loss of composure. No, but I know you misunderstood, so I feel it is necessary to explain it to you. Fang Yue said seriously. Zhu Yun turned her head to the side, took a deep breath, and finally calmed down. Why are you explaining to me? I am not related to you. Fang Yue nodded. Okay, I won't explain. Zhu Yun stomped her feet. How did such a straight guy manage to win over he? Don't you even know that girls tend to say the opposite of what they mean when they are angry? Fang Yue came close to Zhu Yun's face, raised his eyebrows and asked, were you crying just now? Zhu Yun quickly wiped her face with her sleeve again. No, it's hot and I'm sweating. You must have seen it wrong. Fang Yue walked to the side of the road and stretched. Let's go find a place to have a drink. Your injury. Zhu Yun pointed at Fang Yue's shoulder. Fang Yue said, it hurts a lot, so I need to drink some wine to disinfect. Zhu Yun was speechless. If you are a normal person, who would use this reason to ask a girl out for a drink? But his two legs consciously and actively followed Fang Yue. On the way, Fang Yue told Zhu Yun the story between himself and Suman. Everything I have done for Suman, and everything Suman has done for me. There is also the reason and detailed process why Suman asked him to go to the cafe. Explain it to Zhu Yun without reservation. Zhu Yun then realized that she had misunderstood Fang Yue and said sorry softly. It's okay. If there are misunderstandings between friends, just clarify them. Friend? Friend. But, are we just friends? Zhu Yun felt a little touched and a little disappointed. After listening to Fang Yue's story, Zhu Yun analyzed it and came to a conclusion: this man is not a bad man. Ding! Overcoming all obstacles and setting sail, Zhu Yun develops a crush on the host. Mission accomplished. Task rewards have been issued in real time. Wait a moment. Okay. Can I ask a question? Excuse me. I was injured just now. Sorry, this system does not have the repair function. What are you talking about? I'm asking about those people in suits. The system was silent for a moment, and then said something that shocked Fang Yue greatly. They are system owners like you. Are you not the only one who owns the system? It seems that I should be less pretentious in the future. But why are they coming against me? What is their purpose? Fang Yue couldn't give himself a satisfactory reason. Test whether you are qualified to become a real system owner. The real owner of the system. So what are my test results? The system didn't respond again. Looking at Fang Yue, who was lost in thought, Zhu Yun shook his arm. Fang Yue. Oh, here we are, let's go in. Fang Yue came to his senses and walked into a bar in front of him. Looks like he's worried. The two had just sat down when the hospital called Fang Yue. Suman was shot in the artery and needed surgery urgently, so she needed someone to sign. Why did you ask me to sign? Doctor in the emergency room. Before entering the operating room, the patient left your contact information, with the note, boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend. Fang Yue corrected the doctor. The doctor's tone didn't sound very friendly. Mr. Fang, right? Regardless of whether you are her boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, this lady was injured because she blocked the bullet for you. You are the only person we can contact right now. You won't stand by and watch her die, right? Suman blocked the bullet for Fang Yue? What a joke. Does she have the gene for bravery? Okay, tell me the address and I'll go there now. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yue looked up and met Zhu Yun's gaze. The hospital called and said Suman needs surgery and they need my signature. Zhu Yun said, I heard it, then you go. Why don't you go with me? Fang Yue asked Zhu Yun for her opinion. I don't know her. Fang Yue said, come with me and bear witness that I really have nothing to do with her anymore. Zhu Yun nodded. If it were someone else, Zhu Yun would definitely not go. But as for Fang Yue, she really wanted to know whether he had lied to her. Strange feeling. Fang Yue hailed a taxi and rushed to the hospital with Zhu Yun. When the two got in the car, a black business car happened to pass by the taxi. The people in the car shouted, Fourth Elder, it's him. This person is Kitano Hall. After his identity was discovered by Chen Muge, he hurriedly contacted the 4 elders of the family who were also in Binhai. The 4th elder is named Kitamura. Wood radical. Beitang, there is a 2 in its name. The radical of the name represents the status in the Kitano family. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Obviously, Kitano Tang is a minion. The 4th elder, Kitamura, already has full say in the family. As for Jin, there are only 3 people in the entire Kitano family. Kitanomura looks very young. The dress is very old-fashioned. Bei Yitsuan looked at Fang Yue, who flashed past his sight, and said lightly, turn around and follow him. Kitano took a quick glance at the 4th elder's expression and was overjoyed. Fang Yue successfully attracted the attention of the 4 elders. He knew the methods of the 4th elder. Fang Yue is finished this time. By then, Suman, Chen Muge, and the 2 beauties beside Fang Yue will all be his. Fang Yue, who was sitting in the back seat of the taxi, sneezed. Are you scolding me? Fang Yue looked at Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun rolled her eyes. You're sick. Why would I scold you? Fang Yue smiled. Master, please drive faster, we are waiting to rescue someone. The taxi driver made an okay gesture. Hold on. Buzz buzz. The driver of this 7-year-old junkie car, with a total mileage of 200,000 kilometers, was driving it like a supercar. 39. Retribution. After arriving at the hospital, Fang Yue went straight to the floor where the operating room was located and signed his name with an expressionless face. I really didn't know what to fill in the relationship section, so I could only write friend. After signing and paying the fee, the hospital prepared for the operation. Fang Yue sat depressedly on the bench outside the operating room, sighing. Anyone would be depressed if this happened to them. What does Suman have to do with you? Now it's done, you're going to get stabbed. It's no big deal for Fang Yue to pay, but what if Suman has an accident in the operating room? What should he do about the joint liability? Zhu Yun naturally understood what signing the surgery consent form meant. He patted Fang Yue's shoulder sympathetically. A petite but very attractive nurse came running over. Hello, is this the card you left at the cashier? Fang Yue glanced at the black card in the nurse's hand, nodded and took it. Thank you. After handing over the card, the young nurse did not leave immediately, but stood there looking at Fang Yue. Young, handsome, tall, and with a black card. The young nurse was having some wild thoughts. Anything else? Fang Yue felt that the nurse looked at him with a strange look. The nurse rolled her eyes and smiled. No, I just thought you looked like someone I know. Yo-ho. I didn't expect girls to use such a cliché trick. Fang Yue, however, was not interested. Although this nurse is very beautiful. Sweep it. Fang Yue unlocked his phone, clicked on the QR code of the chat software, and handed it to the nurse. I could see through her thoughts at a glance. It saves a lot of tedious foreplay and is straightforward. This is what it means: I understand your evil intentions, and you understand my pretense of reserve. The nurse was slightly stunned and felt that she had met a master. After adding friends, the nurse said to Fang Yue, let's talk again when we have time. I have to go back to work. My name is Xiao Yuro. My name is Fang. Xiao Yuro said, I know, your name is Fang Yue, it's on your payment information just now. Bye-bye. After Xiao Yuro left, Fang Yue leaned back on the bench and let out a long sigh. Zhu Yun asked, in just such a short time, you have flirted with another one. What are you saying? Am I flirting? Didn't you hear people say that I look like one of her friends? Fang Yue replied. Zhu Yun turned her head away and spat out 2 words in disgust, scumbag. Why are we talking about this again? I'm a scumbag just because I added him as a friend. If you have a girlfriend but still add other girls, what kind of person is that if not a scumbag? Fang Yue sat up straight, then take out your phone and let me see it. I don't believe there is a person of the opposite sex in your phone. Zhu Yun subconsciously protected her pockets. Yes, so what? I'm single, anything is fine. You are being unreasonable, aren't you? Being single means you can do whatever you want. What bullshit? Where are your values? Where are your moral bottom line? Fang Yue seemed to have forgotten that he was the one being criticized. Instead, he questioned Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun sneered. A Sea King is still talking to me about values and bottom line. Zhu Yun found it very strange. Why do I get angry when I see Fang Yue adding other people as friends? The reason for being angry seems to have nothing to do with the incident itself. He is a rising star in the legal profession, are he jealous? Can't. He has a girlfriend, and it is immoral for me to do this. It is absolutely not allowed. While thinking, Zhu Yun deliberately moved to the side. At the end of the corridor, a young man in a grey Zhongshan suit turned and walked down the stairs. No one saw when he appeared there. No one knew how long he stood there. The man in the Zhongshan suit went down the stairs so quickly that even the surveillance camera in the stairwell failed to capture him. Kitamura returned to the commercial vehicle parked on the roadside and said coldly, go to Zhongzhou. Kitanadu suspected that he had heard it wrong. So fast. Could it be that the 4th elder has already? My goodness, how brave does it take to kill someone in a hospital? The 4th elder is worthy of being the 4th elder. Kitamura said, no, I just think it's unnecessary. No need. Fang Yue represents the Duterte family. 4th elder, that Dutee. Kitamura frowned and raised his hand to interrupt Kitamura. I have confirmed that the Fang Yue you mentioned is a secular person, so I cannot take action. Kitamura is a practitioner. Practitioners cannot interfere in worldly affairs. This is an iron rule in the spiritual world. Since the Dut family did not send out practitioners, then use secular means to solve it. You can handle this trivial matter yourself. Just find out what they are going to do and then give them appropriate obstacles. I need to get to Zhongzhou as soon as possible. You can get off here. Kitano Hall was dumped on the side of the road. The 4th elder said that the other party cannot attack again? Doesn't seem like a bad thing. If you are not a cultivator yourself, what is there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Kitano began to get a little excited. Don't be fooled by Kitano Tang's appearance, but he is a person who has at least 1 foot in the threshold of spiritual practice. Although my qualifications are limited, I cannot reach the level of the 4th elder in this lifetime. But he still walks in a way that is clearly different from ordinary people. Fang Yue, get ready to take it. I will let you know what strength is king. Achoo! Fang Yue, who was in the hospital, sneezed again. After rubbing his itchy nose, Fang Yue leaned back in his chair and fell asleep again. Zhu Yun thought Fang Yue had caught a cold, so she gently helped him straighten his clothes. The door of the operating room opened from the inside. A doctor came out. The injured person is out of danger, but has lost too much blood and is still in a coma. When Fang Yue heard that Suman was fine, he slowly opened his eyes, called Ju Yun, and walked towards the elevator. The doctor stopped Fang Yue and said, "I haven't finished talking yet. Why are you like this?" Fang Yue stopped and said indignantly, "Then what else can I do? They asked me to sign and I signed. They asked me to pay and I paid. Now she is fine. Why can't I leave? Do I have to stay here to take care of her shit and pee?" Fang Yue. Ju Yun spoke in time to calm Fang Yue's emotions. The doctor continued, "When we tested the victim's blood sample, we found that the white blood cell count in the victim's blood was significantly high." "Oh." Fang Yue said, "You are doctor. You can handle this kind of professional matter as you wish. Just treat the disease and don't worry about the cost." Fang Yue really didn't want to stay any longer. Ju Yun asked vigilantly, "Doctor, what do you mean?" The doctor nodded, "The initial suspicion is leukemia. To confirm it, a bone marrow puncture is needed, so I came out to seek your opinion." Fang Yue's heart skipped a beat. There was actually a hint of discomfort. I really dislike Suman, but never thought of revenge. At this time, I heard that Suman might have leukemia. Mixed feelings. People like Suman should indeed be taught a lesson. But leukemia, is this retribution so cruel? Do it. Fang Yue finally softened his heart. At this time, Sheer he called. 40, the fangirl nurse. Sheer, his voice was like a lazy cat, "Aren't you coming back tonight?" "It's not done yet, and I may not be able to go back." Fang Yue didn't want Sheer he to know that he was injured, so he told a white lie. "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Sheer he paused for a few seconds and replied in a crisp, bubbling voice, "It's okay, I just missed you." Fang Yue shuddered, his whole body felt like it was electrified. "I miss you, too. Have a good rest. I'll be back when I'm done. Then you go ahead and do your work. I'm going to sleep first." Sheer he hung up the phone with some disappointment. Ju Yun had been staring at Fang Yue, and when he finished the call, she asked in doubt, "Your injury won't heal in 10 days or half a month. Have you been avoiding her? She has been timid since she was young. She would cover her eyes when she saw a chicken being killed. If she saw me like this, she would be scared to death." Fang Yue thought for a moment and said, "It won't take 10 days or half a month. It's just an external injury. Once the wound scabs over and the bandage is thrown away, it will definitely not be noticeable. At most, I will not be shirtless in front of her anymore." Ju Yun was silent for a moment, then said, "I will be back the day after tomorrow." "So fast?" "Yeah, I originally came here specially to watch the anchor ceremony, but now, because of you, I can't even go to the welcome party." Ju Yun complained. Fang Yue took a deep breath and said, "You woman, are you blaming me for this?" "Don't you blame me?" Ju Yun asked back. "This woman doesn't act like a lawyer at all now. She is unreasonable, making trouble out of nothing, and going too far. If it weren't for the fact that you're a beauty, I would have to compete with you to see who's taller than me." Fang Yue muttered in a low voice. Ju Yun narrowed her eyes and gave a death stare. "What did you say?" Fang Yue quickly explained, "I mean, you came all the way to Binhai just to watch a show." Ju Yun sighed, "Half and half, besides this, I also want to come and see my brother." "Your brother? Is your brother also a broadcaster? Why did you come here to meet?" Faced with Fang Yue's 3 consecutive questions, Ju Yun's brain was not able to catch up for a moment, and he nodded and replied, "Yes, my brother." But immediately, her expression dimmed again. "But my brother has been missing for many years." My brother was admitted to Binhai University. During the summer vacation of his sophomore year, he suddenly lost contact with me. He had originally said he would go home, but the family waited for a few days and didn't see him. The phone is also turned off. Later, my father went to the school to look for him, and the school leaders said that my brother had already dropped out. It's like a living person suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. So every year I will take time to come here. After all, this is where he was last seen. Who knows, maybe I can bump into him." Ju Yun suddenly became like an innocent little girl, with hope glittering in her eyes, waiting for Fang Yue's response. How she wished Fang Yue could say to her, "You will definitely find your brother." However, Fang Yue said nothing. Although I sympathize, I don't want to lie to you. The chances of finding someone who has been missing for several years are almost zero. Where do so many miracles come from in the world? Zhu Yun smiled bitterly and said, very stupid, right? Fang Yue didn't know how to answer, so he lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and asked, what's your brother's name? Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi. Fang Yue secretly memoized the name. What does he look like? Do you have a photo? Let me see it. Zhu Yun took out her phone, found a photo of her brother from the album, and handed it to Fang Yue. You don't know him, what's so good about it? Let me see if there's anyone who's more handsome than me. Zhu Yun raised his fist. You deserve a beating, don't make fun of my brother anymore. Fang Yue took the photo of Zhu Yun's phone. Then he sent it out. Chen Muge quickly replied with 3 question marks. Fang Yue typed a text message, I'd like to introduce you to someone. Chen Muge, no, thank you. I'm going to sleep now. Bye. Fang Yue, wait a minute, I was just joking, I want to confirm something. Chen Muge? Fang Yue asked, is the Duterte family very powerful? Chen Muge responded with a speechless expression, well, it's more amazing than you can imagine. Fang Yue continued to ask, then can you do me a favor? Use your family's power to help me find the person in the photo. Chen Muge was speechless. Brother, you. The Duterte family. The world's #1 hidden wealthy family that is truly wealthy enough to rival a country. Help you find someone. A cannon shoots a mosquito, a Bugatti plows the land, and an atomic bomb blows up a bird. Chen Muge directly sent a voice message. You are your father's heir, the Duterte family will be yours in the future, why are you looking for me? Fang Yue chuckled and said, don't I know anything about your family's situation? How about you tell me who to look for and I'll go find them? Chen Muge sent a line of ellipsis, okay, I'll help you find it. I'm going to sleep first. Bye. Fang Yue let out a long sigh, feeling relieved. Whether you can find it or not is another matter, but there must always be hope. If I help you find your brother, will you treat me to a meal? Fang Yue wanted to make the atmosphere more relaxed and make Zhu Yun feel better. Zhu Yun smiled slightly, I'll treat you to meals for the rest of your life. As soon as the words came out, both of them felt something was wrong and turned their heads to the side tacitly. Fang Yue was just about to exit the chat app when a friend named sent him an emoticon saying, are you there? The nurse in the hospital, Xiao Yuro. Yes, you say. Xiao Yuro asked, are you not in the hospital anymore? Fang Yue replied, hospital beds are so tight, I won't take up resources with my minor injury. Xiao Yuro sent a laughing emoji, what are your hobbies? Fang Yue thought for a moment, does pretending count? Xiao Yuro replied, you are so humorous. If emotions had colors, Fang Yue would have several black lines hanging on his head. Where's the humor? Is this humorous? Fang Yue put away his phone and unilaterally ended the awkward conversation. Zhu Yun asked, where are you staying today? It doesn't matter. You can live anywhere. Do you want me to take you back? Fang Yue remembered that he had read on a website that when someone asks you where you live, they are probably hinting that, I should go back. Zhu Yun waved her hand, no, I can go back by myself. Okay then, I'll stroll around for a while. Then be careful. Zhu Yun took a few steps and turned back, I'll go out for a walk tomorrow and come back before the ceremony starts tonight. If you need anything, please call me. Well, bye. Fang Yue sat on the bench at the bus stop and began to summarize and analyze what he had encountered during this period. It seems that he has never offended anyone except Chu Huan and Lu Yang. But why do I always feel like there are several groups of people staring at me? Isn't it because of me? Who could that be?